I've wanted to make an update to my spell tier list videos for a while, and instead of making another 7 different videos and updating them, what I'm going to do here, and what I've done here, is I've combined all of the previous tier list videos into one long video, and at the end of each spell level, from Cantrip up to level 6, I'm not going to include the level 9 spells, that's just a bit of a joke video. I'm going to put my updated tier list. This can also act as a guide for the spells, which was always half of the purpose of the tier list videos anyway. There will be timestamps down below where you can skip to the updates if you want to go straight to the updates. And so this is going to be a very long video. And also it's a bit of an experiment to see if you guys like having these extra long videos. And one last thing I want to make clear about my spell tier lists is that I am considering them when we are using a spell slot to cast that spell. Some people are talking about using scrolls or using items that help cast the spell. I'm not thinking about that. I'm considering these spells as a spell picked or spell known, depending on the spellcasting class, and that we are using a spell slot to cast it. Because that does affect things, because there are some spells, especially at level 6 actually, where I love having scrolls of it for one particular situation, but otherwise I don't cast it, I don't pick it as a spell to cast using a spell slot. It's finally time for the Cantrip tier list. I will be doing a tier list of spells of other levels as time goes on. I'm going to start with cantrips. There are 22 of them. I've got 5 tiers, top one being S tier or critical hit, bottom being D tier or critical miss. If you don't agree with one of my tier list positions, then let me know. But please do me the honor, the consideration of telling me why I am wrong. One thing to keep in mind is the opportunity cost of picking a cantrip, because most classes don't get access to very many of them. Sure, sorcerers start with 4, but some such as warlocks only start with 2. And you might only get an extra 2 cantrips, and you can't switch them out. Once you've picked a cantrip, they're permanently yours. You cannot swap them for a different cantrip. Wizards can write cantrips into their spellbook, so they can add more and more. But yet, generally, once you've picked this cantrip, that's it. You're stuck with it. So I'm going to start with Acid Splash. It is available to sorcerers, wizards, eldritch knights, and arcane tricksters. Anytime I mention wizard, they will also be available to high elves and high half elves at character creation. So what does Acid Splash do? Well, you get to throw a bubble of acid that damages each creature it hits. So you can see the area of effect, and importantly, well, one thing importantly to note is it does affect your allies as well. So if I put it down here, it would affect Halison, who is a sorcerer in my playthrough here, my Absurd Urge here, and the 2 Flaming Fists. So perhaps what you want to do, obviously I'm risking this a bit. Ooh, put up shield. Is move away. And then we can cast Acid Splash, aiming it just so it hits the 2 enemies. It will only do damage if the enemies fail saving throws. Here, they both did. It's a dexterity saving throw to avoid the damage. At lower levels, the enemies have quite a good dexterity saving throw, but it doesn't go up massively as we level up. So I do find this gets more and more useful. The damage is relatively low. It's 1d6 at level 1. And this goes for all cantrips. At level 5, if they are a damaging cantrip, there's an extra die of damage. So at level 5, this would do 2d6. And finally, at level 10, an extra die of damage gets added. So this is now 3d6. I do find, as I leveled up, Acid Splash gets a tiny bit more useful. And one great thing it can do, it's really good at opening up crates. Obviously, outside of combat, you don't need to worry about using sorcery points or anything. I've used it to open crates and backpacks. And it doesn't affect what's inside. So look at that, 25 gold. It can really, really help. So I'm going to put it in B tier. Again, part of it is opportunity cost. By picking Acid Splash, I'm not picking potentially one of the better cantrips, and it does affect your allies, so it's quite difficult to sometimes position yourself correctly. And importantly, it's in the Conjuration School of Magic. It's not an evocation spell, so even evocation wizards will harm their allies, but it is the only area of effect damaging cantrip, so it deserves its place. I'm quite happy to take Acid Splash. Next up, and I am going through these in alphabetical order, is Blade Ward. It's an abjuration cantrip. It takes an action to cast, and for 2 turns, the current turn and then the next turn, you take only half the damage from bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing attacks. That sounds cool, because it kind of is. But the problem is, it uses an action in combat, so when I cast this, I then can't go and do any of the amazing other things I could do. And that's its main downside. It uses an action So I'm not hurting the enemies, I'm not putting them to sleep, I'm not controlling them, I'm not doing anything else. And the way to win fights is to get your enemies down to 0 hit points, not let them do damage to you for more turns. It does potentially have some use for sorcerers if they've got extended spell, because then it lasts for 4 turns if you use extended spell. I still hit. So I took 5 damage instead of 10. That's kind of cool, but obviously I've forced this situation to happen. It wouldn't necessarily happen. I've got to say, Blade Ward is available to bards, clerics, sorcerers, wizards, warlocks, eldritch knights, and arcane tricksters. In fact, what I said about high elves and high half elves, if a cantrip is available to wizards, that's also available to eldritch knights and arcane tricksters. Anyway, I'm putting this into C tier. The effect is cool, but the fact it uses an action in combat for most classes is just not good enough. I can't be using my action to take half damage for this turn and the next turn. I want to use my action to take enemies out, whether that's through control or just outright killing them. That's what I really want to be doing most of the time. If you really can't reach an enemy and you don't want to dash to get closer, sure, Blade Ward is okay. If you can cast it ahead of time, ahead of a battle, perhaps you can have Blade Ward for 1, 2, or 1 round. It's kind of okay. It has uses, but again, opportunity cost, I'd rather pick most of the time one of these other cantrips. Next up is Bone Chill. It used to be called Chill Touch. I think they changed the name because Chill Touch was very misleading as a cantrip name. So what does it do? So I'm at level 10, right? So it does 3d8. At level 1, it's 1d8 damage, 1d8 necrotic damage. It requires an attack roll. Generally, that's a good thing because we can get height bonuses and advantage much more easily than we can for saving throws. And if you hit an enemy, it prevents them from healing until our next turn. And an undead receive disadvantage on attack rolls. The preventing healing is almost essential for some battles. Really, really useful. It only targets a single enemy, not more than one. They're now bone shield, so it'll tell us that they can't regain hit points. And if it's undead, disadvantage on attack rolls. The necrotic damage is resisted by a fair few enemies, especially towards the middle and end of the game. So in terms of it being damaging, it's okay. D8 isn't the worst, it's not the best. It's kind of your average amount of damage for a cantrip. I'm going to stick this in A tier. If there weren't so many enemies resistant to necrotic damage, I might put it up at S. But you've also got to bear in mind, as I said before, for Blade Ward, if I'm casting this, I'm not casting anything else. So you really want to make sure you want to use it. But there are some fights where it's just really, really good, such as the Lava Elemental. Prevents it from regenerating. Anything that's got regeneration, Bone Chill will stop it. Absolutely amazing. And when it comes to damage, since this is the second cantrip that we've got that has damage, but at level 1, your level 1 spell slots are probably better used to do damage because, for example, here they do 3d6 damage here with Dissonant Whispers. Burning Hands does 3d6 fire damage in an area. That's great. As you get to the higher levels, though, your cantrips do as much, if not more damage than your level 1 spells. So you can rely on the cantrips to do some damage, but they're never going to be the most damaging. There will be higher level spells at like 2, 3, 4 and above that will do much more damage than cantrips, but remember, cantrips are here to stop you from using spell slots. And Bone Chill is available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards at character creation. At level 2, Circle of the Spores Druid get Bone Chill, and bards can learn this from their magical secrets, which all bards get at level 10, and College of Law bards gets an extra one at level 6 also. So anytime I mention magical secrets in the future, it will follow that exact pattern. The next cantrip in the list is Dancing Light. Dancing Light is available to bards, sorcerers and wizards, and drow get it at character creation also. I've actually got it here on Halcyon because there is an item, Chimera's Locket, which is a reward for saving Arabella in the Druid's Grove, which lets you cast Dancing Lights. So what can you do? It's got a 60-foot range. Once per turn you can cast it, and you can illuminate a 30-foot radius, and it requires concentration. It's an action to cast. Obviously I'm outside, I don't really need it here. But the point is, okay, cool, I've cast Dancing Lights. I now can't go and use Chain Lightning or Cool Lightning. For some reason my character here is not having a good time. Maybe he's using Blink too many times. So the opportunity cost is very high. If you want to create light, there is a different spell that a different cantrip even, that I would recommend over this. If you can cast this ahead of combat, maybe. But also the concentration really just, it does it in for me. I'm not happy with Dancing Lights particularly. My first critical miss. I feel like I'd be wasting a cantrip by picking Dancing Lights. I'd rather choose light, to be honest. And the concentration requirement just makes it just really not worth it, especially when we get to higher levels. Even once we have haste, what am I going to do? Concentrate on haste or dancing lights? It's going to be haste like 99% of the time. And since it doesn't do damage, it doesn't get any sort of upgrade as we level up. So yeah, sadly D tier so far, quite the spread. Next up is Eldritch Blast. This is available to Warlocks at character creation. Bards can get it for magical secrets. And of course I haven't mentioned it so far, but there are feats, magic initiate feats that let you learn 2 cantrips in a spell from a particular class. So you pick Warlock for this. What does it do? Well, there's 1d10 force damage. I'll get to this bit in a second. And instead of the damage going up at levels 5 and 10, you get an extra beam at levels 5 and 10. By the time we're level 10, we get 3 beams, which I could focus on all 3 on a single person, or split it up between 2 people, or even 3 people. Now, thankfully, it's force damage, one of the least resisted types. Many containers and doors and things are actually vulnerable to force damage. So this isn't just useful in combat, it's useful outside of combat. And where's this agonizing blast? Well, when Eldritch Blast can be enhanced by class features, in this case, Warlock invocations. So not only can we make it do extra damage, which is equal to our charisma modifier, we can make it knock people back, as I saw and as you would have seen when these guys got attacked. It's the most damaging. We can target 3 different enemies if we wish, which is very useful compared to just attacking a single target. It's an attack roll, so we can get advantage easily or high ground. Lots of objects have vulnerability towards it. It's just absolutely great to have inside and outside of combat. Firebolt is next, available to wizards and sorcerers, and bards can learn it from their magical secrets. So what does it do? It does 1d10 fire damage at level 1, and it goes up in damage at levels 5 and 10. It uses an attack roll, so targets the armor class. Does a half decent amount of damage, equal to Eldritch Blast before we have any modifiers or enhancements to Eldritch Blast. It does fire damage. Now that is resisted by some enemies in the game. In fact, some enemies are probably immune even. But just like Eldritch Blast, it does have utility outside of combat. Obviously, this door isn't locked, but there are some locked doors that will be vulnerable to fire damage. There are things that can be set alight using Firebolt. It actually has utility outside of combat. And as a consequence, being equal highest damaging, I know we can't enhance it like we can Eldritch Blast, and being able to be used outside of combat, having utility outside of combat, I don't see any reason not to give this an S tier critical hit. Friends! Some of you might have some. Right, what does Friends do? Get an advantage on charisma checks against a non-hostile creature. It requires concentration, lasts for 10 turns, and in higher difficulty modes, Tactician, targets might accuse you of enchanting them. So I click on it. You can have Friends. It does require concentration. So if you're already concentrating on another spell that you want to have going outside of combat, don't cast this. And then all of a sudden I get 2 dice to roll. Awesome. I wouldn't have done it without Friends. There we are. So where does this go? It depends on your difficulty level a little bit. But yeah, right up to the top. Right into S tier. And Friends is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. Next up is Guidance. What does it do? It gives a 1d4 bonus to ability checks. Again, it requires concentration. It requires an action in combat. I wouldn't usually cast it in combat. Lasts for 10 turns. This is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. So when I click on it, plus 1d4. The really good thing about this is it can be applied to any ability check, and will also apply to passive checks around and about the map. And look at that. Without Guidance, I would not have passed that. It doesn't guarantee you to pass every single skill check, certainly increases it by a good amount, and it goes up to S tier. The only real downside is it requires concentration, a bit like with Friends, and if you are concentrating on something outside of combat, don't cast Guidance without thinking about it first. You don't get any warning that you're about to break the concentration of another spell. The next cantrip is Light, and Light is available to bards, clerics, sorcerers, and wizards. And what does it do? It's an evocation cantrip. Infuse an object with an aura of light. May only affects one target at a time. So if I cast it on myself, it will make my weapon exude light until long rest. But if I swap my weapon, the light goes away. What you can do, quick tip here, put your armor on the floor, cast it on your armor, put your armor on, then you can walk around switching between your weapons, doesn't matter which one you've got, and you're all lit up. You can cast this ahead of combat. It doesn't require concentration. I'm going to stick this in A tier because lots of races do have dark vision, which is the main use of having light. Also, eventually quite a lot of weapons have light as part of the weapon, like they give off light, and there do seem to be a fair number of light sources, but it's still a top pick. I'm always happy to have light. It's good to cast it on someone, then kind of just forget about it, not need it. Put it on someone like Lae'zel, give it on her melee, put it on her melee weapon, put it on her armor, and then you don't need to worry about dark vision. Mage Hand is the next cantrip I'm going to look at. So you create a Mage Hand that can manipulate and interact with objects. It's once per short rest. It only lasts 10 turns. Inside of combat, I wouldn't use this because it requires an action to cast it. Mage Hands can attack, but for 1 damage. They can shove. They haven't got a great chance to shove. The best thing they can really do is throw items. So you can throw healing potions at anyone and everyone. You can throw items at levers to make them work. So it's one way of activating a lever from afar. It's kind of okay. In combat, it will attract some attention if it's the only thing that can be targeted. But enemies, the AI changed after a patch. I've forgotten what patch now, maybe 1 or 2, where they target summons less than they used to. It can fly around also, but at the end of the day, it's really not that great. The opportunity cost is too high. I'd much rather have some of these other cantrips than Mage Hand. I've easily survived without it. It can't do anything like pickpocketing, and it can't open doors by itself. It can move items around, so it's kind of half useful, but it's just not all that it's cracked up to be. And Mage Hand is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and Githyanki and Mephistopheles tieflings also get a version of it at character creation. Minor Illusion is next. What does it do? It creates an illusion that compels nearby creatures to investigate, and you can remain hidden while casting the spell, and also silenced. So let's use it outside of combat first. Let's stick one over here. And what you'll notice is everyone kind of turns towards it, running together. And then if you're really, really mean, wait until as many people have crowded around, go to turn-based mode. And if you have a bunch of enemies here, you could then lob, well, whatever you want. Fireball, a chain lightning, ice storm. It's really good at grouping up enemies. It's also really good for distracting enemies outside of combat. Perhaps you're finding one particular vendor difficult to pickpocket from. So you can cast this, get them to turn in a particular direction or someone else in a particular direction, and then you can pickpocket a vendor more easily perhaps. And then let's look at it during combat. If I cast it during combat, it will make enemies turn towards it, which, I don't know, might be useful if you've got the same turn as somebody else, perhaps. But during combat, it's not that great because, again, as with some of these other cantrips, we've used an action to make this happen. I'm a bit torn to be putting it between A and B tier. In the end, I'm going to put it into B tier because it isn't as useful in combat. I know combat isn't the whole game, but some of these at the top here are useful both in and outside of combat, although obviously Friends isn't. Guidance actually helps with shoving, but if it made the enemies walk towards it during combat, perhaps I'd give it a higher tier, but it just turns them around, which is a bit sad. Sad. Interesting. Next, we have Poison Spray. Poison Spray is a short-range attacking cantrip, which requires the target to make a Constitution saving throw. It is available to druids, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and nature domain clerics because they get to pick a druid cantrip. So you have to pick a target within 10 feet, so you do have to get quite close, up and personal to an enemy. Now, I have got my absurd character here who's 1 in every level, so their stats are very low. So spell save DC for this isn't very good now. There's a high chance that Fist Discoria will actually pass their saving throw, or not. However, I'd say on someone who's actually a dedicated spellcaster, such as Astarion or Halcyon in my playthrough here, the chances would be significantly higher. At lower levels, enemies actually have a fairly decent chance to pass the saving throw. With the right items, we can increase our spell save DC to quite high amounts, 21, 22, without trying too hard. At which point it becomes okay. It's not amazing. The one thing it's got going for it is that it is the highest damaging cantrip. It's 1d12, and by the time you get to level 10, it's 3d12, which is kind of nice, but it's also a poison, and that's a very heavily resisted damage type, so you're never going to get a huge amount out of it. I'm almost tempted to put it into critical miss, because the constitution saving throw of enemies is generally quite high, and maybe we can only get some use out of it once we've got plenty of magic items that can increase our spell save DC. Next in our list is Produce Flame, which is only available to clerics, druids, and Asmodeus tieflings at level 1. So it's kind of got two parts to it. So you produce a flame in your hand, and it sheds light in a 30-foot radius, which lasts until long rest. So I'm going to get a star in here to cast it. We're outside, so we don't need this extra light. We can't really tell the difference, but if you're somewhere dark, you can. And then on the turn we cast it, I'm just going to move out of melee range. We get the option to hurl the flame. It just requires an attack roll. The range is 30 feet, a bit disappointing. If it hits, it does 3d8 damage. I was just quite unlucky with my damage there. So it's fire damage, which is quite well resisted. It's a 1d8, it's averaging in damage. It does have some use out of combat, I suppose. You can have light, but you only have light while you've got it out and you haven't thrown it. I'm gonna put it at B tier because it's okay at the damage. It's not amazing. The range is quite small, whereas compared to like Firebolt, Bone Chill, Eldritch Blast, they've all got a 60-foot range, whereas Produce Flame is only 30, which can be a bit frustrating. And it's only a single target. It doesn't have any extra effects on the damage, but it can produce light for us. So it's kind of a 2-in-1, which is kind of cool. Not many cantrips get to do that. Ray of Frost is next. So it's another damaging cantrip with an attack roll, which does 3d or 1d8 cold damage at level 1, then goes up by 1d8 at level 5 and 10. And if it hits, it reduces the target's movement speed by 10 feet, which is really, really useful. This is available to sorcerers, wizards, and lore bards using their magical secrets. And also, as shown here, if it hits a surface of water or blood, it will freeze that surface. That might go against you, that might go for you. This is a very good cantrip. I'm struggling between A and critical hit. For me, kind of a bit like Bone Chill. It does an average amount of damage, but it's got a cool secondary effect, or kind of two secondary effects here. Reducing movement speed by 10 feet is really good, especially if you knock them prone at the same time. In this particular situation, I'm actually very close to the enemy anyway, and they've got a weapon with extra reach. Kind of a sign that the reduced 10 feet of movement speed won't always be useful, but I have used it many, many times on an enemy, and then they've had to dash, which is amazing because then they don't attack us. Well, at least most of the time they won't attack us. So I could understand if people do and would put it up in S and critical hit. Resistance. This is available to clerics and druids only, so quite a rare cantrip. It requires concentration and makes the target add 1d4 to their saving throws, so it's kind of like half of Bless. Unfortunately, during combat, it's usually just not the best thing to be casting, because now I can't use my action to, let's say, attack, right? I've talked about opportunity cost before. In combat, opportunity cost of this is too high. Maybe if there was absolutely nothing else to do, perhaps I would cast it. Where it does sometimes come in useful is outside of combat. There are some saving throws in some dialogue options, and it's great just to be able to cast resistance. I think it's a solid B tier. The main downside is the opportunity cost of in combat it's not going to be that useful, and it requires concentration, and it means you can't take another cantrip. Sacred Flame. Right. What is Sacred Flame? It's a cantrip that requires the target to make a dexterity saving throw. It does 1d8 radiant damage. And look at that, 99%. I'll get to why that is in a second. At lower levels, Sacred Flame isn't very good, because as I mentioned with Poison Spray, your spell save DC just isn't really very high. But as you level up, you get more ability score improvements. You get more items that improve your spell save DC. Actually, the chances of it working start increasing quite a lot. Also, Fist Starlet here is prone, which meant they had disadvantage on that dexterity saving throw. In the early game, this is maybe a B or C tier. Later in the game, I'd say it's A or B. One thing it's got going for it is that it's the only cantrip that does radiant damage, and there are some items that can benefit radiant damage. So like later in the game it's A, earlier in the game it's C, so I'm going to average that out at B, because you will spend a fair bit of time in the early game where you're not going to get as much use out of it. It's available to clerics and bards through their magical secrets. Shillelagh is next. Shillelagh, right. Something quite unique about it is it requires a bonus action rather than an action. What it does is if you are wielding a Starfall Club, it will deal 1d8 plus your wisdom modifier of damage, assuming that you use wisdom as your modifier, and considering that only druids and nature domain clerics can get it, you're very likely going to be using your wisdom modifier. So now this staff here does 1d8 plus 4 damage. It's a +2 weapon, which is why it says +6 in total there. So I can try and use it. So the thing is, it kind of, I say it has a problem, but it doesn't scale with level, which makes sense. The way to get more use out of this cantrip is actually to have more attacks. So I've actually respec'd Housen to be a druid fighter multiclass. So we should find that on his turn, he'll get several attacks with this weapon. But the damage isn't great. It's okay. 1, 2, 3, there we are. And from the action of the first initial attack. But I doubt most people are going to do this. I doubt most people are going to multi-class a druid or nature domain cleric with a class that gives extra attack. If this scaled with level, let's say I did 2d8 plus wisdom modifier of damage, then it would be the go-to spell, go-to cantrip for multi-classing, because then you can multiply the extra damage with the extra attacks, but that's not how it works, right? For druids, for nature domain clerics, at the low levels, it's great because it has a decent chance to hit and makes your damage magical, which helps overcome resistance. But by the time you get to high levels, it's not that great. You've got other cantrips that can do more damage. You've got spells that can do more damage. You can cast spells that control the battlefield better. So it's another one of these cantrips that kind of changes as you go through the game. Early on, it's definitely like A tier, easily. But by the time we're in Act 3, it's kind of C tier. So I'm going to stick it in the middle again. For me, for the high levels, it just doesn't do enough for druids and nature domain clerics who get 1 attack per turn. So overall, I'm going to stick it at B tier. Shocking Grasp, another attack roll cantrip that does 1d8, this time lightning damage. If it hits, then the target cannot use reactions, and the spell has advantage on creatures with metal armor. This is mostly very good. Choose my wisdom. So I've got advantage because the Flaming Fist here is wearing armor. In fact, I want to try and use it on someone who won't die when I hit them with it. Assuming I do. Oh, counterspelled. Right, I do have a scroll of Shock and Grasp at least. Right, let's try that again. Perfect, it hit. Now, Fist Noodleman doesn't have reactions. I can walk away. No problem. And something I didn't say about Rare Frost, another reason maybe it should be S tier, is we can make enemies wet, which will double the damage of Rare Frost and Shocking Grasp. I'm going to put this in S tier. I'm kind of hesitant between A and S, but the extra effect, taking away a reaction, is strong. And the fact we can get advantage with it with some enemies, and we can double the damage, I do think it's slightly better than Rare Frost. But I wouldn't disagree too much if someone else said they want to put it in A tier. Of course, I forgot to say that Shocking Grasp can be learnt by sorcerers, wizards, and will be given to you if you pick the Warcaster feat. Thaumaturgy is only available to clerics and Zariel tieflings at level 1. What does it do? It's very simple. You get advantage on intimidation and performance checks. For 10 turns, you do not need concentration. So it means it can stack with something like guidance. There we are, Thaumaturgy from the same character. Guidance, we've got them both. And now let's just do this, show you a performance check. You can use this inside the skill check dialogues. And my performance was successful. I did have advantage because of Thaumaturgy. I think this is an easy A tier. The only real downside, the reason it's not any higher, I should really say, is it only affects 2 skill checks. It doesn't affect any more. But it's great because it doesn't require concentration, so you can stack it with other things. Thorn Whip next. Getting there, nearly at the end. Thorn Whip requires an attack roll, does 1d6 damage at level 1 and goes up by d6 at levels 5 and 10. It is available to druids, nature domain clerics, and warlocks who pick Pact of the Tome. And what does it do? Well, apart from hitting, if you do hit... So let's try this again. Thorn Whip, if it hits, pulls the target towards you, but not very far, sadly. So it's kind of a cool effect. Think about B tier, to be honest. It's a pretty cool effect, but you need to be within quite a short range. And there will be times where you can pull people down from up high or pull them onto some sort of hazard, which is good. But the short range and low damage, I do think lets it down. And if the target is huge or larger, they can't actually be pulled. So you're not going to be able to pull everyone and everything. So I think it does have limitations, but I like the idea of it, that's for sure. Next up is True Strike. I suppose I have to talk about it. So it's available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and rangers who pick the mage breaker option at level 1 for favored enemy. What does it do? You use an action, requires your concentration, gain advantage on your next attack roll. Sounds cool, but the opportunity cost is massive. It takes an action and your concentration. Advantage gives you 2 rolls for your attack roll. Why not just attack twice rather than using an action now and an action next turn to do an attack with advantage? Why not just attack twice? I've found what is probably one of the only ways that it can be used, and it's not like the worst thing in the world. So I'm in a situation where Shadowheart here is an arcane trickster, so she has sneak attack, and I suppose I could use sneak attack against Fist Miller. I've tried to create a situation where it wouldn't make sense, but let's just say I want to attack, I don't know, Fist Cross here. So I could attack, but I wouldn't get my sneak attack. What we can do, I suppose, is cast True Strike and have it counterspelled. Right, I'll have to come back to that. So I'm back here. I've pretty much lost my reason to use True Strike. I suppose a bit too far. Okay, let's try and hurt Fist Clover. So I can cast True Strike. And now I have advantage on this attack. I can and should get a sneak attack on it. There we are. I mean, maybe that's one use for True Strike. Overall, the opportunity cost is just too high. Apart from that one kind of unique case, you're not going to get any use out of it. Rogues can mostly just hide with their bonus action anyway to get advantage. Maybe in this instance it would have been a bit harder, but there's still space down here to hide. And I probably had better things to do with my action. It's just awful. The concentration means you can't concentrate on any other spell. It's just for a single attack that you get advantage for. It uses your action. Most classes are not going to get any use out of it whatsoever. The opportunity cost is too high. And lastly, we have Vicious Mockery. This is available to bards and warlocks if they pick Pact to the Tome. What does it do? The enemy has to make a wisdom saving throw, and if they fail, they take 1d4 psychic damage, which goes up by levels 5 and 10. And they have disadvantage on the next attack roll, and you get to hear lots of wonderful lines. Oh, counterspelled again. Alright, Vicious Mockery. So yeah, if the enemy fails the wisdom saving throw, they take some damage, disadvantage on the next attack roll. Now, this guy isn't the best person to be casting this. I'm glad that worked. So what, we did 6 damage, 3d4 damage. Psychic damage is pretty good. And then this fist will have disadvantage on his next attack roll. It's going to be the one after this. There we are, critical miss. But then stopped having disadvantage after that. So in the early levels, this is another one that's kind of split, in my opinion, between the early and late high levels. At early levels is very high, I think, like A tier. Giving disadvantage for a single attack roll is very good, because lots of enemies only have 1 attack roll. But as we get to higher and higher levels, they start having 2 or 3 attacks, and only having disadvantage on one of them isn't that good. And the damage is very low. It's 1d4. The damage doesn't really help that much. I'm going to leave it a B tier. Again, kind of depending on what level you're at. Early levels, very high. Later levels, kind of lower. But let me know what you think. Thank you very much for watching, and thank you to all the members of my channel. It really helps me going, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. So this is the first updated section. I'm not going to show these spells in-game again, as I've already shown them in the previous part of the video. So some changes in no particular order. I'm going to move light down from A to B, because at the end of the day, I find that even my races without dark vision really don't suffer that much. There's loads of light in the game, even in the darker areas. You can still create light lots of different ways. And everybody has 7 feet of dark vision anyway. So if you go into melee and go right up next to an enemy, you don't even suffer for your melee attacks. Next change, one of the bigger changes, I would say, my mage hand going from C up to A. Lots of your comments did actually inform me and everyone else of lots of different uses of Mage Hand. For example, you can put bottles like healing potions down on the floor and then get your Mage Hand to throw them at you. So you can use your Mage Hand to heal yourself. Obviously it takes a bit of setting up and all, and it can help move things around outside of combat. It's got a lot more utility than I gave it credit for initially. Next up, I'm going to bump up Minor Illusion up to A. Some of you might still argue it's S tier, but this is really good for setting up combats. So you start out of combat, stick up a Minor Illusion, and you can group up the enemies if you know you're going to be in combat, or if there are enemies who are already hostile. You can group them together and start off with some really good area of effect spell. So you can set up the battlefield just how you want it. Going to be bumping up another spell from A up into S tier, being Ray of Frost, because the secondary effect is actually really good. The reduction of speed by 10 feet alone is so useful. It can help you get away from enemies, and if they are prone, they stand up and they can't even do very much. Plus it puts out fires and can freeze water, so it does have lots of secondary effects. And I'm also going to move one down, Shock and Grasp, from S down to A. It's not a bad spell, but the point for Shock and Grasp is actually it's more of a backup spell rather than an offensive spell. Because if you've got Shock and Grasp, presumably you want to use it because you don't want to be standing next to an enemy. And ideally you won't get into those positions anyway, or you might have someone else come and deal with it. I do find myself actually picking some other spells ahead of it on lots of my characters nowadays. Lastly, I do want to talk about Dancing Lights. I'm not going to move it. Lots of people were telling me, and quite correctly, that you can cast Dancing Lights on vents or traps and it will set them off, which is true, which is fine, or it can block vents. Dancing Lights has a limited duration. What you can do instead, and which I still do, is just throw something like a hand axe on the vent, some leather armor, something you've got hanging around in your bag, rather having to rely on a cantrip, because this does require concentration, and sometimes you want concentration on other things. So I suppose Dancing Lights does have another use, but I've got other mundane ways in which I can do the same or have the same effect. Other than that, for me, I'm not going to change any of the other spells in the Cantrip tier list. I'm still pretty happy with where the rest of them are, and kind of does reflect how often I pick these spells myself. One other cantrip I wanted to talk about, a few people were saying in the comments about Produce Flame. Oh, but Produce Flame does what Light does, but more. Well, you've got to bear in mind there are some differences between Produce Flame and Light. One, yes, Produce Flame can do some damage. It can do some fire damage, 1d8 damage. But once you've thrown the flame, there is no more light. And secondly, Produce Flame is stuck on the character who casts it. Light can be cast on any item. In fact, you can cast it on an item on the floor and throw it around, carry it around with you. You can cast it on some armor, some weapons. We've got lots of different ways, different places we can put light. Whereas Produce Flame, it is stuck on your character. And as soon as you throw it, it's not producing light anymore. So it can produce light indefinitely, just like light, but you can also lose it. So it is time for the tier list for the level 1 spells, and this is all the level 1 spells. I've got 53 here to go through, so don't expect this to be a quick video. As with my previous tier list, this is based on my own experience. This is not supposed to be taken objectively, so if you do have a different idea, please do let me know and explain why. And I can see from the comments on my previous video, do you know what? I put Ray of Frost A tier, should have been S tier. Completely agree with you guys. So do let me know, try and be kind about it. Things I will be trying to take into account are the fact that now each of these spells costs a level 1 spell slot. They are the most common and the most numerous spell slots we will have. But still, if we're using a level 1 spell slot, it means we have one less spell to cast in the day. And for most classes, there is an opportunity cost. If a bard picks Animal Friendship, for example, it means they're not picking another spell at level 1. A lot of these spells are used in combat. Some of them have use outside of combat. I will try to keep that into account. And I'm going to go through these in alphabetical order, starting with Animal Friendship, which can be learnt by bards, druids, nature domain clerics, and rangers at level 2. There is also a necklace that can be found from the goblin camp. So what does Animal Friendship do? If the animal fails a wisdom saving throw, they won't attack you for 10 turns or until they are hurt by you or one of your party members, which makes it basically useless within combat, because as soon as you hurt it, it's going to be hostile again. But outside of combat, it can help you with charisma checks against, or maybe against is probably the wrong word, but charisma checks with animals. Let's try intimidation. So here I can use Animal Friendship. In higher difficulty modes, the target might become hostile when the spell ends. That means Tactician. But I also want to point out that I can use friends here instead. Why would I use a spell slot if I can use a cantrip? I don't know. So in fact, I've just used friends there. I basically see no need for this spell. During combat, you're using an action to make a single enemy, more enemies at higher levels, not actually attack you, the caster, but it doesn't affect your whole party, and they might pass the saving throw anyway, and as soon as somebody hurts them, they're going to start attacking you. And outside of combat, I can use other spells like a cantrip rather than this. So for me, it's a complete critical miss. Armor of Agathis is next, and it's available to warlocks, draconic bloodline sorcerers if they pick the white ancestry, and then bards can get it from their magical secrets. What does it do? At level 1, I'm using a level 5 warlock spell slot here, but at level 1 it gives you 5 temporary hit points and you deal 5 cold damage when you're hit by an attack, and you can cast this outside of combat. It's not concentration, it doesn't have a turn limit, it's until long rest. And so if we get into combat, so I'll try and get attacks of opportunity against me. Oh, of course. He's just too good. Alright, let's try 2 attacks of opportunity, shall we? I'd hope one of these hits. There we are. So the enemy did 15 damage, and they took 25. I've still got these 10 temporary hit points left, and the next time I'm hit, the enemy will take another 25 cold damage. This is a very decent spell. I'm going to stick it in A. It combines very well with Blade Ward, and if you make your enemies wet, it works well with Abjuration Wizards also. And like I showed in my Abjuration Wizard video, you can take this at level 1 for a Warlock, and then if you multi-class into, it doesn't have to be Wizard, but multi-class into another spellcasting class, you can use your other spell slots to cast this. So you can cast this at level 6. The reason I don't want to put this in critical hit is because it's only available to a very limited number of classes, and it does require you to get into danger, it does require you to be hurt, but I do like it nevertheless. Next up is Arms of Hadar. At level 1 it does 2d6 necrotic damage to all enemies within a 10-foot radius, and this is only available to Warlocks, nobody else. Of course you can take the Magic Initiate feat for any of these classes I mentioned. So it's got a decent range. It will harm your allies though if they're within that range. If they fail their saving throw, they cannot take reactions. These enemies have already used their reaction mind. So 2 of them passed their saving throws, 1 of them failed. It's on 66, it did 21 divided by 2. Because they passed their saving throw, 10 and 11 damage. 26 and 66 is pretty decent, but I don't think it's that great. The range is, the range is half decent. The range is okay, but the damage just isn't good enough. I know this was a Warlock using a level 5 spell slot, but imagine this had been at level 1. It wouldn't have been very good. It affects your allies as well, which I don't particularly want to happen. I'd much rather take other spells on my Warlock, and Will's okay here. His armor class is 21. It's not the highest, but it's pretty decent. At lower levels, your Warlocks won't normally have a decent armor class, a high armor class, unless of course they've got the appropriate feat or proficiency from their race. To use it effectively, you have to be a melee Warlock. Sorry Fig, your attacking is getting a bit annoying. Bane is next, available to Bards, Clerics, Oath of Vengeance Paladins, and Warlocks can get it from an Eldritch Invocation, Thief of 5 Fates, but they can only cast it once per long rest. What does it do? Well, it forces the enemies to make a Charisma saving throw, which generally is quite rare. Charisma saving throws of enemies aren't necessarily particularly high. If they fail, they have a minus 1d4 penalty to attack rolls and saving throws for 10 turns. Just about see 3 of them here. Alright, 1 of them managed to fail that. So now, yeah, they've got a minus 1d4 penalty. So if we try and do something that has a saving throw, let's be a bit over the top here. Much more likely to fail. It does require concentration though. I'm struggling between B and C because I'm really going to compare it to Bless next. This just means it's next anyway. It only affects a few enemies at a time, and once they're dead, the effect is used up, and it requires concentration, and it's going to fight with concentration with many other spells in the game. And I'm going to move to Bless. Instead of giving a penalty, Bless is a buff. So what does Bless do? Bless up to 3 creatures, they gain a 1d4 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws. I much prefer to cast this over Bane. And Bless is available to Clerics, Paladins, and Bards via the Magical Secrets. There is a staff that has a slightly better version of Bless. And the reason for this is, as long as I'm concentrating on it, I get this bonus. And this affects all of my attack rolls and saving throws. Whereas once the enemy's dead, like, that Bane is gone and it's useless. And I'm assuming my characters aren't going to go down most of the time. And so now I've got a very high chance to hit with anything that requires an attack roll. Doesn't even matter what I'm using. Even my Dark Urge here, who's taken 1 level and everything, has a very good chance to hit.
What do I have to lose?
Where's Bless going to go? I'm going to stick it in S tier because throughout the whole game, this is useful. From level 1, potentially even all the way up to level 12. By the time we get to level 12, I suppose a lot of our items are actually very, very good. So maybe we don't need Bless towards the end. But it still helps with your saving throws. And it's always a good choice to cast Bless. It's never a bad choice. Burning Hands is next, which is available to Sorcerers, Wizards, Fiend Warlocks, Light Domain Clerics, Arcane Tricksters, Eldritch Knights, and Mephistopheles Tieflings, and Draconic Bloodline Sorcerers of the Red Ancestress. Quite a lot. Very well known spell. So what does it do? It's a level 1 spell. Evocation. I'm not going to take into account the different wizard subclasses because it will be different for each of the subclasses. For example, this will be much more useful on an Evocation wizard compared to all the other wizard types. It does an AoE, a 17-foot cone. Does 3d6 fire damage if the enemies fail a dexterity saving throw. Here it is. Obviously, this isn't where you would normally use it. So we can see it did very little damage here. I'm in Baldur's Gate. I'm in Act 3. It did very little damage, and it will harm my allies. You can see that they light up. If you upcast it, you do an extra 1d6 damage per level higher than level 1, but I really don't think it's worth it. That's why I get counterspelled. Yeah. And this shows that the level 1 spells that deal damage early in the game, you know what, maybe this is even an A. You do have to get close if you're using it. And some of these spell casters that use it are a bit squishy. So maybe at level 1, level 2, perhaps level 3, it's kind of an A. And as you go up the levels, it just gets worse and worse and worse. And by the end of the game, it's basically pointless. You've got so many other things that you can do. Overall, I'm going to leave it at C because it does have its use. It's fire damage. That can set things alight if you really, really need to. But even at level 5, your cantrips start to do comparable damage. Obviously, it's not they're not AoEs. Level 10 especially, if you've got Acid Splash, it does 3d6 damage at level 10, which is just the same as this. Why would you use a level 1 spell slot when you could use Acid Splash? Useful early in the game, basically pointless towards the end of the game. Charm Person is next. So you can charm a humanoid to prevent it from attacking you. You get an advantage on a charisma checks against it. Enemies have advantage on saving throws against being charmed. And if you or an ally hurts them, this ends. And on tactician mode, if you use this during a dialogue, you'll be accused of enchanting them. So in combat, look at that 30% chance. Part of this is because this spellcaster's got a very bad casting stat. But they've got advantage on this. Let's try and use it on the highest possible. 2%, look at that. 30%, I don't know. It hasn't worked. And even if it had worked, all the other enemies can still attack the Absurd Urge here. And like I showed with Animal Friendship, if you're in dialogue, just pick friends instead. It has the same effect. You're still going to be accused either way in tactician mode. As a consequence, it's just a complete critical miss. There's no point. Even if I'd used Charm Person on this character, I then have to ignore them if I want to have the effect from Charm Person. It's just a waste of a spell slot. It's a waste of a spell remembered or spell known. I'd much rather use friends. Oh, and I forgot to say that Charm Person can be learnt by bards, druids, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, trickery domain clerics, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and there is a necklace that grants you this. Shard's Temptation. Just avoid it. It's just one of the worst spells we can have in the game. Chromatic Orb is next, which is available to sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights. Bards can learn it through magical secrets, and warlocks can get an invocation, the Book of Ancient Secrets, but they can only use it once per long rest, but it doesn't require a spell slot. What does it do? That doesn't actually tell us. What does it do? You get to choose a different variant, one based on a different kind of element. So we've got acids, cold, fire, lightning, poison, and thunder. The first 5 here do 2d8 damage of their respective type, but also creates a surface, and thunder does thunder does 3d8 thunder damage, but doesn't create any sort of surface. So it's nice that we've got these different variants. One of them does a bit more damage, and they all create a surface. So let's throw this one over here. So it did 8 damage on 2d8. It's perfectly fine, perfectly reasonable. Kind of more importantly, it created a surface. At lower levels, this is probably A. At higher levels, it's not quite as bad as Burning Hands. We do get some extra use out of it because we can create these surfaces. An acid surface reduces armor class by 2 while the enemy is... Oops, I didn't mean to run through that. While anyone is standing in it, even Halson if he wants to stand in it. There we are. And because we've got this versatility, I would say it's just about worthy of B tier. Basically, it stays useful for a bit longer than something like Burning Hands. But 3d8 damage, again, at level 10, my cantrips do that. At 2d8 with the other variants apart from Thunder, my cantrips do that at level 5 even. But we do get these surfaces. Color Spray is next, available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and there is a ring of color spray found in the Harpy's Nest, which used to be once per battle but now is once per short rest, sadly. So what does it do? I've got a scroll of it here. Blind creatures up to a combined 33 hit points. So the 33 hit points, very useful lower down in the levels, slightly less useful higher in these levels. I've got one enemy who's at less than 33 hit points currently. So let's go and use it. It has to be short range. Right, you've only got a 17, I think it's 17 feet range. So they got color spray, they're blinded. Awesome, except it's only for one turn. Now, thankfully, I've chosen quite a good person to do it on. So if I try to get an attack against, yeah, whatever, we'll take these attacks. I'll have advantage against him, which is cool, which here is going to be fine. It means I will probably kill him. There we are. And that's nice, that works. I've got Carl the Weak, which is why he died. But when it lasts only one turn, if he had survived, it would go away on his turn. So I have to make sure that I cast it with the right person. And for example, Will could not have benefited from that. It doesn't require a saving throw, it just works with enemies who are on 33 hit points or less. At lower levels, I'd probably put this at about a B, because the fact it only lasts one turn is very frustrating. Almost all other debuffs last longer. At these later levels, it uses an action just to make one, maybe two enemies blind. Sure, blind is a strong condition, but when it's their turn and they lose that condition, they still attack normally. If you're blind, you normally have disadvantage on your attacks, but at the start of their turn, they lose the condition. So you don't even get that debuff, all you get is advantage against them. Also, I will say, if enemies are blind, they cannot and do not take opportunity attacks against you. I can maybe see this being at C, but for me, later, even mid-game, I'm going to be using my action to do something better. Either a better debuff, or just getting rid of an enemy altogether. If it lasted 2 turns, I would definitely put it higher, because it's a very good debuff, and it doesn't require a saving throw. But from about level 5, maybe 6 onwards, I've never used it. Sure, if it's on the ring, it's fine, because you don't have to use a spell slot, and you don't have to use a spell prepared or spell known for it. But I think at the end of the day, it's not really that useful. Command. Command is available to clerics, fiend warlocks, paladins, and bards can learn it through magical secrets. So when you click on command, you get 5 variants. Approach, which makes enemies approach you. Drop, which makes them drop their weapon if they've got one, and on its turn do nothing else. Flee makes them run away. Grovel makes everyone prone, and halt just makes them do nothing, no actions, no moving whatsoever. And for every level above level 1, you get to affect an extra creature. So on Fiend Warlocks, I think this is particularly powerful. So what I'm going to try and do is going to use drop. You have to use the same variant for all 5 creatures. 4, 5. That's it, they've dropped their weapons and we can now pick them up. And any enemy who is a martial class, anyone who's using the weapon to attack, this is absolutely debilitating. Because they're just going to hit you with their fists. They might try and use items, they might try and shove you, but their main source of damage is now gone. And combined with picking up their items, it's just so powerful. Even at level 1, it's really good. There's no concentration needed. And we've got all those variants. I've only shown you one. This goes straight up to S tier. Even from the Nautiloid, you can get Commander Zulk to drop his sword, so you don't even have to bother killing him. It's usable all the way through the game. Obviously here I use a high level spell slot, but even at level 1, just targeting a single enemy, it can really make a massive difference. You can make someone prone to give your allies advantage in melee, you can make them run away, so you can get loads of opportunity attacks against them, and they don't do anything on their turn. It's such a good control spell. Compelled Duel is next. It's only available to paladins. If the enemy fails a wisdom saving throw, then they will have disadvantage if they attack other allies apart from the caster. It does require concentration. One nice thing, I suppose, is it requires a bonus action rather than an action. So if I cast this on, let's have someone who might actually have a chance to fail. Well, let's try it on Fist Larch. There we are, that's worked quite nicely. So on their turn, if they attack anyone that isn't Kurtz here, that attack has disadvantage. It's not guaranteed that they will actually attack Kurtz. It's just they get disadvantage if they don't. Nice. So let's see that happen. So here they go. They're using volley, which is an AoE attack. So they're going to have disadvantage on these rolls. Let's just let it all come out. So we can see here for Shadowheart, the attack had disadvantage. But for Kurtz, the person who cast it, it just had the normal attack roll, no disadvantage. And then on Gale, it had disadvantage. So where does this belong in my own opinion? I don't think it's that great. The main downside is its concentration element, and paladins, if they're going to be concentrating, could use probably use Bless. Very good spell to use instead. The one nice thing is that it's a bonus action. If it was an action, it'd be down in D tier, that's for sure. Against a boss, it's probably more useful in this situation. It's okay because the enemies are using area of effect attacks, but the more enemies that are in the fight, then the less useful it becomes. Most of the time I'd probably just rather smite at an appropriate moment than use a spell slot for this, because it only lasts 3 turns anyway. It's not even going to last overly long. Create Water. This is available to clerics, druids, and storm sorcerers at level 6. There is also a staff, the Rain Dancer, which you can get in the Druid's Grove very early on. I don't currently have it equipped, but that lets you cast it once per short rest, I believe. And if you upcast it, you do actually cover a much bigger area in water. I'm just going to use it at level 1. It's got multiple purposes, so if I use it on an enemy, there's no saving throw, automatically make them wet. Now why might you want to be wet? Well, if you're casting it on yourself, it's because you want to be immune to burning, so if the fire's on ground, you cannot be set alight, which is great. And maybe you want to give yourself resistance to fire damage. It puts out flames. It's actually got lots of utility, but, massive but, you are vulnerable to lightning and cold damage. This is so over the top, doubling damage almost at will. So I'm just going to use my Cantrip here. 34, you know what, that wasn't even that great. That could have been better. 12 on 3d8. Plus I've got my spellcasting ability modifier added. Got doubled to 34. And that lasts for 3 turns. I don't think I have anyone else ready. Ah, right, no, I can do it here. So then I can cast, I don't know. This is obviously not really worth it, but just to show the effect. Something with cold damage and 40 damage and gone. This is just, I say abusable, it's not abusable, it's part of the game. And it's straight up to S tier. Like, I don't think any other spell can consistently double damage. I will say that the effect of this can be recreated from a bottle of water. He doesn't have any. But if you throw a bottle of water, then the enemies also get wet. But even so, Create Water is just such a good effect to cast on enemies, and in the right time for yourself on your allies, it has to deserve S tier. Your Wounds, available to bards, clerics, druids, paladins, and rangers, so quite a wide range of classes. And what does it do? It does 1d8 healing plus your casting modifier. If you upcast it, it does an extra 1d8 amount of healing. So I'm in combat. Let's say I want to heal Tav. I can do that, but it costs an action and it's melee range. Essentially, it's not often a good use in combat to do this, because the amount of damage I'm about to receive is going to completely outscale that. Even at the lower levels, will be the case. You might receive more than 1 attack per turn. I'm going to leave it in C tier. Do not use it in combat. It works particularly well with the Periaptive Wound Closure, I believe it's called, that maximizes healing rolls, and it partially depends on your playstyle. If you're trying to avoid long rests, casting this every now and again is actually very useful to kind of top up your health. But if you don't really mind, a short rest does the same thing outside of combat. So it's not really good inside of combat, and we've got alternatives outside of combat. And in combat, just drink a potion instead. This guy's self. This is available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, trickery domain clerics, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, gloomstalkers, draconic bloodline sorcerers if you're the gold ancestry, and warlocks can choose an invocation, the mask of many faces, to get this. So it's widely available. Now this is the first example in this list of a ritual spell. So very quickly, ritual spells don't cost a spell slot when cast outside of combat. During combat, it would cost a level 1 spell slot. In fact, even in turn-based mode, it will use level 1 spell slots, so be careful with that. And so you get to choose to look like any race that you want, either masculine or feminine. So there he is. And it didn't use a spell slot, and so I can cast it again. Now I'm going to turn into a Githyanki, because this has many uses, this spell. One of them. Right, I've got the Soulbreaker Greatsword. Now this is Gale, this isn't the best person to use this on, but this is just the only character out of the slot who have currently got it. So when wielded by Githyanki, this weapon deals an additional 1d4 psychic damage. It's not a lot. Alright, I wouldn't usually use this on Gale. Boom, critical hit. And we rolled, well, 2d4 because it was a critical hit, but we rolled that 1d4 damage. Gale is not a Githyanki. You can use this to also change your size. Some areas are accessible by the smaller races. So for example, maybe I want to be a halfling. And so now I will fit into any sizes that only halflings fit into. Bear in mind, I don't get all the abilities that halflings have. It just changes your appearance. And lastly, if you've killed someone, you can actually use Speak with Dead if you use Disguise Self first. This is also going straight up to critical hit. In fact, any and every ritual in my book is a critical hit because they're all useful, they're all full of utility, especially Disguise Self. I mean, you can use this towards the beginning of the game, make yourself look like a drow, and you can just walk into the goblin camp, no problems at all. Everyone does what you say, everyone is scared of you. Dissonant Whispers. This is available to bards and Great Old One warlocks. To target a single creature, they have to make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they will be frightened, so they can't move and they have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. And also they take 3d6 damage. If they pass, they take half. So let's have a go. 65%, 40, 60. Yeah, not very likely actually. Oh, initiative. We're gonna have to wait to show you that. There, we'll try it. I've got a slightly higher chance because now the Null Flesh Nora is bloodless, which is nice. And they saved, which is unfortunate. If you do upcast the spell, it does an extra 1d6 damage per level. This is one of those spells that I think drops off in usefulness as you go up the levels. In the lower levels, 3d6 against a single target is pretty decent. Obviously, it's not guaranteed to be 3d6, but it is guaranteed damage at least. And the fear effect is quite strong, especially against a melee opponent. Then you can just walk away and they can't do anything on their turn. However, I would usually rather use my action to do something else, especially in a combat like this where there's lots of enemies. Maybe I should have focused it on the Flint, perhaps. But you know what? Right now, I'd much rather have cast Cloud of Daggers down here, damaging all of these ones and almost killing them when it's their turn. I'd probably switch this out as a Bard or Warlock at level 5 for something else, because by that point you've got some much better spells to be learning. Find Favor! Available to War Domain Clerics and Paladins. So it uses a bonus action and concentration. And while you are concentrating on it, your weapon attacks deal an additional 1d4 radiant damage, and it lasts 3 turns. So let's cast it. Now I've kind of set this up to be very advantageous for the spell. I've got haste on him, I've got bless on him, so when he hits, should be doing a very large chunk of damage. Should be quite reliable. So we're getting the maximum use out of this because we're hitting with pretty much every attack, and we've got lots of attacks to be had. And he does have Savage Attacker, so he is re-rolling damage, but it requires concentration and it only lasts 3 turns. What could I do instead? I could just use a Divine Smite. A part of me wants me to put this in B. I feel like if you set everything up correctly, then maybe it's in B tier, but the fact is you have to set things up correctly, and it only lasts 3 turns. That's a real downside. It requires concentration, so if you use one of these smiting spells like Searing Smite or Bless, which is a very good choice to cast for a paladin, and then you can't use this, and it uses a spell slot, and most of the time probably going to be better just to use a Divine Smite as an opportune moment, usually being a critical hit, but also just trying to finish off an enemy. And at the lower levels, we don't have as many spell slots, and really we've only got 1 attack per turn. At higher levels like level 5, yes, we can get 2 attacks per turn, but on the first round we've used our bonus action, which maybe you've got Great Weapon Master, but you can't use Great Weapon Master the bonus action attack if you've used Divine Favor. So it's almost there, but at 3 turns it's just not quite good enough for me to go up to B tier. Enhanced Leap, which used to be called Jump, they've changed the name of it. My guess is maybe because we have a bonus action called Jump, perhaps. I'm not sure. What does it do? It triples a creature's jumping distance. Awesome. For 10 turns, does not require concentration, and it's a ritual. Oh yeah, right. So this is available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, rangers, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights. Also to Githyanki, although they can only cast it once per long rest. And there is an item, the Ring of Jumping, which is available from the Underdark, from the Dwarf Trader, Dareth Bonecloak, and with that ring you can use it once per short rest. And so this is just amazing. Outside of combat, this is so good for exploration. If you know you're about to get into a battle, you can cast this ahead of combat, outside of turn-based mode, outside of the battle, and then you can give yourself jump. And even in combat, I know it costs a spell slot, but it can be really, really useful for some characters, especially melee classes, just to be able to get almost anywhere on the battlefield. Tripling jump distance is a massive thing. And as I said earlier, for me, ritual spells, all the ritual spells here are so good, and partially because they're ritual spells. So straight up to S tier it goes. Ensnaring Strike is up next, which is available to Rangers and Oath of the Ancient Paladins. So what does it do? You attack an enemy using it can be either ranged or melee attack, it's up to you, you get the option. It uses a bonus action and it uses up one of your attacks. So if you have multi-attack, so you're like a ranger here, you can use this and then attack afterwards. It's not a problem. You attack an enemy. You do some damage. And if they fail, I've already got entangle here. If they fail, they become entangled, which is really, really good actually, because then everyone else has advantage on attack rolls against them. They take 1d6 piercing damage at the start of their turn. They can resist this effect by passing a strength saving throw, so you want to be going for the weaker enemies. So Fist Cross here's got 21 strength, it's pretty high. And in fact, this dwarf was not the best person to aim for either. Perhaps I should have aimed for... here, I should have gone for this humanoid. So here we go. There we are. They're ensnared, so at the start of the next turn they'll take 1d6 damage. Their attack rolls have disadvantage. I'd say this wizard isn't likely to do any attack rolls, but interestingly, the dexterity saving throws have disadvantage. Now, it doesn't tell us that here, but this 96% is insanely high. Alright, 80% over here with this fist, but 96% with these two. So you can maybe have a nice little combo if you've got a spell ready that forces a dexterity saving throw. So I'm going to put this in B tier. It's not the best. The one downside to it is that it does require your concentration, but it's nice that it works with just one of your attacks. It's not a whole action and can potentially debuff the enemy, and it's just a level 1 spell slot. Deals a bit of extra damage. If they fail the saving throw, they also can't move. And if you hit, you can then follow up with another attack. Entangle is next, and it follows on very nicely from Ensnaring Strike. It is only available to druids and bards via their magical secrets. So when you cast the spell, you'll see there's an area of effect, and anyone who fails a strength saving throw will be entangled. So attack rolls against these two enemies now have advantage, the dexterity saving throws have disadvantage. It is also difficult terrain, so Fist Cross will have to spend some extra movement speed to get through. One downside to this spell is that if you do have any sort of fire damage, it will set the whole thing on fire, which might sound cool, but actually that's really against what you're trying to do with this spell. You want the vines to be there to slow people down, to get them entangled. It does require concentration though. And the fact that it's on a druid is a bit sad because lots of spells on a druid require concentration. So for the effect, I think it's probably B tier as well. It's only really fair for putting the Snaring Strike up there. And the fact that it's an area, it will affect your allies, so you have to be quite careful. Maybe later in the game it would come further down because we've got more and more spells that require concentration. I'm struggling between B and C. I'm going to leave it at B because the effect is good. But I couldn't use Fireball here because that would set everything alight. Unless I just want to give everyone disadvantage on their strength saving throws, perhaps. Expeditious Retreat. This is available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So it uses a bonus action, kind of nice. And you also gain dash on the turn you cast it. So I'm going from 30 feet of movement speed. I've now got 60 feet of movement speed. And I can, in future turns, it's over here, I can use dash as a bonus action, which sounds nice. Won't lie. For arcane tricksters, it's pointless because they can always dash as a bonus action anyway. Now, as nice as the effect is, there is a pair of boots, the boots of speed, which give you this permanently anyway, and it requires concentration. And my sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards are almost certainly wanting to use their concentration for something else. Fairy fire. This is available to bards, druids, light domain clerics, archfey warlocks, and drow. And drow half-elves get it at level 3. So it's another concentration spell that has an area of effect. Quite a large area. Upcasting doesn't do anything. And anyone inside, this is allies, objects, enemies, neutral people. If they fail a dexterity saving throw, all attacks against them now have advantage, and they can't do anything against it. It also lights up anyone who is invisible within that area if they fail the dexterity saving throw. I think this is a solid A tier. Having advantage against enemies is always going to be good. The only real downside to it is it requires concentration, and for some of these classes, there are lots of things competing for concentration, but you've got to make that decision yourself. Mostly useful if you have more enemies in an area. If you've got a single enemy, I'd say there are probably other spells to cast, but it's a solid pick all the way through for a level 1 spell. False Life, available to sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and bards can get it from their magical secrets. Also, warlocks can choose an invocation, Fiendish Figure, and when warlocks choose this invocation, they can cast this without using a spell slot. So what does it do? I forgot to prepare the spell, but I do have some scrolls of it. So you gain 7 temporary hit points. It uses an action. You can only cast it on yourself. So now I've got 7 temporary hit points. Yay! So in combat, I'd say this is not a good use whatsoever because it requires your action. This is something you would usually cast ahead of time, at the beginning of the day, before a combat. You don't really want to be using your action to give yourself 7 temporary hit points. Even at level 1 and 2, it's not necessarily the best idea. It's usually better to try and get rid of some people. If you're a warlock and you've picked this invocation, it's going to be S tier. It's just a free 7 temporary hit points after every fight. In the lower levels, I'd probably put it maybe at B because it doesn't require concentration or anything. It does require a spell slot. But as you get higher and higher, the 7 temporary hit points mean less and less. Yes, you can actually upcast this. You get 5 extra temporary hit points per spell level. So level 2 would be like 12 temporary hit points and so on. But the number of temporary hit points you get per spell level just isn't enough to keep up with the damage that's done to you. I wouldn't want to spend any spell slots using this, so I'm going to leave it at C tier. Unless, of course, if you're a warlock with invocation, in which case S tier is fine. Featherfall. Available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, draconic bloodline sorcerers if they've got the cold ancestry. And there is an item called Mistress Grace, which can be found from the arcane tower in the chest of the mundane in the Underdark. So what does it do? You and your allies gain immunity to falling damage for 10 turns. Oh, look at that. It's a ritual. So here we are. Outside of combat, we can cast it as much as we want. No spell slot is used. And then, because we want to, we can jump down. Oh no, apparently Gil doesn't want to do that. There we are. No worries. And hopefully everyone will follow. Now, I'm getting FPS issues since patch 3. I've not been in Baldur's Gate since patch 3. Okay, the others aren't following. I'm not 100% certain why, but I can make them jump down myself. Inside combat, it does use a spell slot and a bonus action. Straight up to S tier. Perfect for exploring. And not even a bad choice in combat. If you really need someone to get down somewhere safely, I would use a spell slot to do that. Easy S tier. I feel like every party should have someone with Featherfall. Find Familiar, available to wizards and rangers if they pick the Natural Explorer Beast Tamer option. Eldritch Knights, Arcane Tricksters, and Warlocks if they are packed to the chain. You can also get this from the Ritual Caster feat. So you can cast it once per short rest, but it is a ritual. And you get to choose one of these 6 variants for your usual Find Familiar. None of them is like overly strong in terms of like number of hit points or amount of damage they do, but they're all great for utility. And the Raven, I think in particular, has Rend Vision, where if it hits an enemy, it blinds them. There's no saving throw against being blinded, which I think is really, really awesome. They're straight up blinded, and it's good just to have an extra body on the battlefield. Each of the different familiars has a slightly different use. They've got slightly different actions. This video isn't about Find Familiar, so I'm not going to go through all of them. Minsk in particular can have Find Familiar Boo to summon his hamster. You can also have Find Familiar Scratch if you get him in your camp and he gives you his ball. Now, I know people don't like seeing their familiars getting downed in battle, but it's fine. You can summon them again after a short rest. They actually just run back to camp. They're not actually killed. You don't need to worry about it. And another ritual, another S tier. There's no, if you've got the spell, there's no reason not to use it. It doesn't use the spell slot outside of combat, so like, why wouldn't you do that? And it gives so much utility. And kind of following on from this, we've got Find Familiar, Summon Cheeky Imp. I've actually slightly misnamed this here. There it is. It's Find Familiar Cheeky Quasit. So if you find the scroll inside... Do you know what? I'm just going to go show you. So in case you're unaware of where to find this scroll, there's only one of them in the game. Blighted Village in Act 1, fairly early on. Come into the house right next to the sigil. Down the wooden hatch. Now, I'm skipping over some of this. I'm not exploring all the containers or anything. There is a lever just behind these 3 crates. You could shoot it, it's fine. You can move the crates. You can destroy the crates. And it opens up, or moves a bookshelf. And it opens up a secret doorway. And through this doorway, down in one particular casket, this one right here, you've got Scroll of Summon Quasit. Scroll is destroyed upon use. I don't currently have a wizard right here, but you can get a wizard to learn the scroll like they would learn any other scroll. So after you learn the spell, we do get this Find Familiar Cheeky Quasit. And you can summon the Quasit, whatever you named him. You can, if you slowed the video down there, you might have seen it said shovel first, then basket. Yeah, summon shovel, but I've got basket. But you can only have one familiar at a time, so Scratch was sent back to camp, and the Quasit has come here instead. Another easy S tier. Quasits are great actually, because they're slightly stronger than most familiars. They have resistance to slashing, piercing, bludgeoning, damage, and fire, lightning, and cold. And they can scare enemies. They can go invisible for as long as you want. And then you can send them around and go and potentially scout ahead. And they do some damage, not the most, but, you know, it's a decent amount. Fog Cloud. This is available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, Tempest Domain clerics, rangers, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and draconic bloodline sorcerers also know this spell, so it's quite widely known. So what does it do? I've already cast it just to show you something. So the cloud blinds and heavily obscures creatures within it. It's got a 15-foot radius with a 60-foot range. It requires concentration, sadly. It can be upcast to actually increase the area, a larger radius. Now what I've already done is I was kind of very lucky with my initiative in this situation, is I cast Fog Cloud and everyone is hiding within it. So if I just go to the enemy's turns, I'm hiding in the Fog Cloud, they can't see me, they don't move. You can hide everyone within it. As soon as you do anything that gets you out of hiding, such as attacking or casting a spell, some spells will let you stay inside hiding actually, then you will be seen. Now in this particular situation, perhaps it's not the most useful. What you can do if you're feeling like you want this to go on for a long time is perhaps use an offhand attack, a bonus action essentially. Attack, go back inside and use your action to hide. Some subclasses and classes can hide with a bonus action, which means they can actually come out, attack with their action or do whatever with their action, and then come back inside and hide again with their bonus action, which makes it kind of broken in that sense. And you can also cast it over enemies. This might get counterspelled by the fist here, but that'll be okay because I've got other people with the spell. Yeah, there comes the counterspell. So then Gale can now cast Fog Cloud, but he does have to come out of the Fog Cloud to actually be able to see. There we are. He's also been spotted. So I can put Fog Cloud up over there, and it blinds them. Now, if I try and attack them, I actually have disadvantage and advantage, but cancel each other out. It's too dark. If you've got dark vision, you gain advantage. So Gale was not the best person to use this, but Shadowheart, with dark vision, now just has advantage against these two in here. So this can be used both offensively and defensively, and you can kind of cheese it if you've got people who can hide with a bonus action especially, or someone who's hasted, who can come out, use an action, and come back in and hide. Perfectly abusable, which pretty much puts it up to S tier. I don't particularly like using it in this way. It's just not what I like to do anymore. But if you're happy to use it, it really is an S tier spell. Good Berry is next. This can be learned by druids and rangers. So when you cast it, you create 4 berries who heal 1d4 hit points each. And you cast it on anyone you want. It puts it straight into their inventory. Let's give it to Gale. So here he's got 4 good berries now. They provide 1 camp supply and use a bonus action. You have to heal 1d4 hit points. So there's a 1. You know, it could be better. 4, 1, 2. On average, should heal about 10 hit points. I wouldn't cast this inside combat. I'd cast it ahead of combat or after. It heals much less than a healing potion, so in combat maybe not the best. But only uses up a spell slot, which to me is a bit better than using up a consumable, though we can have loads of minor healing potions. When I say healing potion, I do mean minor healing potion. The ones that are bigger, larger than minor healing potions obviously heal a lot more than this. I think earlier in the game, I'm going to leave this at C. This is one of those that earlier in the game, it's kind of fine. It's good. Can heal you, gives you camp supplies I suppose if you need it, if you've got any spell slots left over at the end of the day. But towards the end of the game it just doesn't heal enough. I'd much rather just use a healing spell or perhaps a potion by that point. And you can't throw them at people to heal them. So if I throw a good berry at Gale, it just is used as a throwing projectile. No cloud is formed, no healing can be gained from throwing them. Grease, available to wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and black draconic bloodline sorcerers. So you cover the ground in grease, you get a certain area, and you possibly make them fall prone. It's also difficult terrain. Very nicely, it doesn't require concentration. So there's an example of it, making them fall prone. That didn't start combat, surprisingly. One thing to note is if an enemy falls prone during their turn, or you yourself, you lose your action, you lose your turn. I also want to point out there used to be a bug with a lot of the surface effects where the DC was set at 12, but now it is dependent on the spellcaster, so the DC here was 18. It is flammable, so if you cast any sort of fire damage, it will set alight. And I've seen people, mostly in early access, say that, oh wow, this is like a fireball. It just does 1d4 fire damage. It's not really that much. It can set people burning, so if you want it for that, I suppose it's good. But I wouldn't use it for its damaging potential whatsoever. I think it's solid B tier. Doesn't require concentration. It's a very good debuff, but it affects your allies, so you do have to be a bit careful with it. But sometimes just causing more damage is better than using grease. The problem with a lot of these spells is they're competing against all the other spells that you know. So Gale here could have Conjured and Elemental instead. Cloud of Daggers, Glyph of Warding is an awesome spell. Guiding Bolts are available to Clerics and Bards via Magical Secrets. So it's a spell that requires an attack roll to hit, does 4d6 damage when it hits. Now this is better than most level 1 spells in terms of damage, and is almost as good as a cantrip at level 11 even. If you hit, the next attack roll has advantage. Because it's an attack roll, it means we can get bonuses from things like high ground, like I've got here.
You will witness assaulting someone.
An okay amount of damage, and is a source of advantage. So if Minsk here wants to shoot, he's got sharpshooter, so having advantage really helps. I'm going to do a lot of damage with this. So perhaps I want to use, yeah, let's use volley, shall we? So there we are. I hit that character, hit that enemy. Don't have advantage now that it's been hit. For clerics, this is an A tier spell. As we get to the higher levels, as I've already mentioned with the other level 1 spells that do damage, it doesn't quite keep up, really, with other spells that we get. But the fact that it gives us advantage on the next attack roll, and it is an attack roll, both are very good. And for clerics, they don't get many attack roll spells. We do have one coming up later, Inflict Wounds, and there are ways for them to get Produce Flame, but otherwise it's not very common. And until maybe level 10, where we get the higher cantrip damage, it's actually a decent amount of damage. It's a good amount of damage. Hail of Thorns. This is available to rangers. And there are a pair of gloves in the Zentrum traders beneath Walking Rest that will give you access to this. So what does it do? You attack for your weapon damage. Currently I've got Sharpshooter on, which is why it's plus 17. And then it explodes. There's a small radius, and every enemy within that radius has to make a dexterity saving throw. If they fail, they take the 1d10 damage. If they pass, they take half the damage. If you upcast it, it deals an additional 1d10 piercing damage. And if you cast it at level 3, it doesn't require a bonus action, because it does require bonus action, right? It's a bit sad, actually. I wonder if she's going to counterspell this. Oh, no. So we can see I did 1 piercing damage to Fist Cross. And it looks like it wasn't even... For some reason, it hasn't taken any damage here. That looks like it's a bug. Needless to say, I'm actually not very impressed with this because it required, in combat, it requires an action and a bonus action. And 1d10 damage just isn't enough to justify it, and the range is very small. I'd much rather use my level 1 spell slots than something else. At first I was considering maybe B tier, but the radius is so small and 1d10 damage just isn't enough to make up for that, and it's an action and bonus action. I'm going between C and complete critical miss. I'm going to leave it at C because it's access to some sort of AoE for rangers. At higher levels, just give a second for Minsk's turn to turn up. So at higher levels, we get better options of Conjure Barrage that does require you to get closer. But it's quite a large area, to be fair. I could use Lightning Arrow. And as a Hunter Ranger, I've only got Volley. It's way better. Way better than Hail of Thorns. Oh, that's not critical miss. And I get to do that twice. Hail of Thorns takes a whole action even. I don't know, so maybe at the lower levels... much better. Maybe at the lower levels, it's C tier. The high levels, complete D. There's no doubt about that. But because it can get you through the lower levels, I'm going to leave it here. I'm so tempted to put it down at D though. Let me know what you think about this, because I think it's just not... It sounds cool, it looks cool, but it doesn't actually do very well when it comes down to it. Healing Word, I'm sure most of you know where this is going to go. It is available to bards, clerics, and druids. It requires bonus action, heals 1d4 plus your modifier. If you upcast it, you heal an extra 1d4 damage, 1d4 hit points. But it's amazing because it's a bonus action, and it's got a range. Got a 60-foot range here. Completely outdoes Cure Wounds because it requires a bonus action in combat and has a range. Really useful for getting people up if they are downed. You can have items that buff when you heal. I don't remember if Shadowheart's got any. There we are, she does. She has the gloves. Right, I've just applied Blade Ward to somebody. Awesome. Easy S tier. Always has been, always will be. Hellish Rebuke. Available to Warlocks, Oathbreaker Paladins, Bards from the Magical Secrets, and Asmodeus Tieflings when they get to level 3. It's fairly unique. It requires a reaction, and if an enemy hits you, then you can cast this at them, dealing 2d10 fire damage. It's plus 1d10 per spell level higher. I do have a level 12 Warlock, so I am using a level 5 Warlock spell slot to do this. They have to make a dexterity saving throw, and if they pass, then they take half the damage. Now, I've accidentally gone and equipped Will with Duelist's Prerogative, which gives him an extra reaction, so he can probably potentially use this up to twice per turn. Also, just want to point out, this does give you Compelled Duel also as a spell to cast. So let's try and get into some trouble.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
The one thing I can try and do is this, so I can use Hellish Rebuke. Boom, 32 hit points of damage, as is because he's using a level 5 spell slot to cast that though. Best thing is it lets you weaponize your reaction, which not many classes... There we go, because I've got 2 reactions. Boom. Obviously I've used 2 of my 3 spell slots now at level 11, but we can try and finish them off. And with our bonus action... There we are. Now, I did show it off kind of in its best light, where I've got a character with 2 reactions, in which case it might seem like it's S or A tier. I don't often use it myself. I'm going to put down a B tier. Why B tier? Because it's fire damage, and we do have a fair few enemies who are resistant to fire damage. I was thinking about putting it at A, and one problem with it is that using a level 1 spell slot, 2d10 fire damage, it's not the best. And if they pass a saving throw, it gets halved. It's quite unique in that we don't get many spells that let us use a reaction to damage the enemy. Heroism is next. It is available to bards and paladins. So what does it do? You target yourself or an ally, it doesn't have to be yourself. They are immune to being frightened and gain 5 temporary hit points at the start of each turn. Bear in mind, temporary hit points do not stack and just have the highest instance of them. So it can kind of act as kind of damage reduction from 1 attack per turn. So let's cast it on himself. So can't be frightened anymore, but it does require concentration, which is pretty sad. And you only get them at the temporary hit points at the start of your turn, so if he takes any damage... There we are. He has to wait until next turn before he can get those temporary hit points back. So I'm going to stick this in C tier. It's not the worst thing in the world or anything, but 5 temporary hit points in the early game is much more useful. Enemies aren't doing as much damage and don't have as many attacks. So it does act as kind of like a damage reduction if you look at it that way. But by the time we get to the higher levels, where they've got multi-attack and doing extra damage, that 5 might not add up to be enough to save you. It does last 10 turns, but combats are usually over within 10 turns, so it's not like we're getting a full 50 damage reduction over the course of 10 turns. But if you know you're going to be in a combat where you can be frightened, then it definitely goes up. It's a bit situational, has its uses, but it's not going to come in useful for most combats, especially further into the game. Hex, available to Warlocks, and Lawbards can get it via magical secrets. This is a much misunderstood spell sometimes, especially for people new to the game. So you target an enemy, and they gain disadvantage on an ability of your choosing. Now what this really means is they get disadvantage on checks. Not all rolls that use strength, just checks, meaning skill checks. So it doesn't affect attack rolls and it doesn't affect saving throws. If it did affect probably either of those, or especially saving throws, it'd be way overpowered for a level 1 spell. Also, so you target an enemy, let's start with that. Oh no, I've got Blade Ward going. Nobody likes it. Requires concentration to keep. Hopefully we don't lose concentration before then. It's not the end of the world if we do. And so if I hit this enemy while they have any type of hex, I deal an additional 1d6 necrotic damage. So we can see here, this is the extra 1d6, the 5 on 1d6. I've also got some other bonuses that deal necrotic damage on a hit. And so you keep doing that damage until you either lose concentration or until they die. If and when an enemy dies, you can then recast this. And when you recast it, you do not use a spell slot. This works well with Eldritch Blast in particular, just because you can get many blasts off, especially at the high levels anyway, 5 and 10. I'm going to stick this at A, but you do need to be careful with it. It's not the be-all and end-all of spells for a Warlock. The main downside is that it requires concentration. And as a Warlock, there are other spells that require concentration that are just as, if not better. Hunger of Hadar is an amazing spell. It's a level 3 spell, but requires concentration. I can't cast both at once. If you become Pact to the Tome, you'll get Guidance, and so after every battle, if you cast Guidance with your Warlock, they'll lose concentration on Hex. So do be careful. It doesn't apply to spells that don't require an attack roll, so anything that requires a saving throw does not work with Hex. Magic Missile does not work with Hex because there is no attack roll. Also, at higher levels, you might have other uses for your bonus action, so the opportunity cost of using Hex can be high depending on your subclass and your situation. Hunter's Mark is next. This is available to Rangers, Oath of Vengeance Paladins, and Bards via the Magical Secrets. There are a couple of items that give Hunter's Mark from Act 1, the Grimskull Helm and the Hunting Shortbow. The Hunting Shortbow you can buy from the Druid's Grove. What does it do? It's almost exactly the same as Hex actually. So you target an enemy, and if you hit them with a weapon attack, this time it has to be a weapon attack, you deal an additional 1d6 damage. Takes a bonus action to cast, requires concentration. And so we did an extra, where's it gone here? At the very end, +6 on 1d6 Hunter's Mark damage. And every attack you do, let's maybe turn off Great Weapon Master now. Every attack you do, this gets added to. So if I use Lacerate, for example, we still get a Hunter's Mark there. So more useful on classes that have multiple attacks. Why not? So the damage can really add up there. Again, I'm going to stick this at A. It's good that it uses a bonus action. It's bad that it uses concentration. Rangers, for example, might want to use their concentration on other spells. And if you're dual wielding, then this doesn't work out very well because if you kill a target, you have to use a bonus action to reapply it. So do be careful when using it. And again, just regarding concentration, you have to maintain it. Ice Knife. This can be learned by druids, sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and also bards from their magical secrets. What does it do? So you target an enemy and does 1d6 piercing damage if it hits, and then there is an explosion of cold damage, which is 2d6 cold damage. They can resist some of the damage from the explosion if they make a dexterity saving throw. Also, it leaves an ice surface, and it can be cast while silenced, interestingly. So let's see it in action. I don't have any enemies nearby each other apart from around Tav. You don't actually have to target an enemy, but you do extra damage if you do. So I'm going to get poor Tav here, right? Let's do this. He can be resistant to it, fine. And we can see it created ice there, and all the surfaces that were connected that could be frozen were frozen. Now, like with the other damaging cantrips, at level 1. It really falls off as you go up in levels. However, it does have some utility because it can knock people prone if they slip on the ice, and you can double the cold damage if somebody is wet. At the lower levels, Ice Knife is really good. It does a really good amount of damage, and it's an AoE at level 1, which we didn't get a huge number of, which we can use at range. So kind of at level 1, level 2, I'd probably put it at, or even up to level 4, put it at A tier. Then we get to level 5 and it starts coming down. By the time we get to level 10 especially, it's probably C tier. I think I'm going to leave it at B tier because it does have utility like Chromatic Orb. It does more damage than Chromatic Orb potentially if we've got a large area, because Chromatic Orb only does damage to a single target and then creates a surface, whereas Ice Knife is actually an area of effect. And yeah, having double damage on wet targets and creating an ice surface if you want it is very useful. Inflicts wounds. Available to clerics and Oathbreaker paladins only. It's a very simple spell. It does 3d10 necrotic damage. It requires an attack roll. Unfortunately, melee range. If you upcast it, you can then deal an extra 1d10 necrotic damage per level. So let's just try this out. 80%, 70%, let's go for this.
Witnessed assaulting some.
Simple, easy to use, worthwhile using, I would say. I'm going to stick this in B tier also. We've got to bear in mind this is for clerics and Oathbreaker paladins only, and their cantrips, well, they don't get Firebolt, for example, or Eldritch Blast. Yes, you might have a particular character who has one of those spells, one of those cantrips, or you've multiclassed or whatever. This helps clerics actually be damage dealers, and this is really good used against someone who's asleep or paralyzed, where you have an automatic critical hit. Of course, that's true for lots of spells. And the nice thing is it can be upcast. We can't do that with cantrips. It's a solid level 1 spell to have as a backup. If you're in melee, in case someone is put to sleep or paralyzed, you can really start dishing out damage. Unfortunately, it is necrotic damage, so it is resisted by enemies throughout a lot of Act 2. So it's not going to be useful all the time. Longstrider! This is available to bards, druids, wizards, rangers, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. I've actually got this from the ritual caster feat for Gale. So you can cast it on someone. They gain Longstrider, movement speed increased by 10 feet until long rest. It doesn't require concentration, and you can cast it on as many different people as you want. So you can give Longstrider to your whole party. Since he's gained this from Ritual Caster, he can't upcast it actually. But when you do upcast it, you can target an additional creature, just to make life a bit easier, I suppose, when you're casting it. There we are. Straight up to S. I mean, giving your whole party an extra 10 feet of movement speed, what isn't to like? If you have it as a spell, as a wizard, you need to make sure you've always got it actually prepared. If you unprepare it, you lose the effect. It does mean you can get someone in your camp to cast it on your whole party and leave them in camp, because it doesn't require concentration, if that's your thing. Mage Armor. This is available to sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and warlocks can get an invocation Armor of Shadows to cast this on themselves, and it doesn't require a spell slot when they do that, which can be used to, if you're multiclass with an abjuration wizard, to increase your arcane ward. What does it do? Very simple. If you're not wearing any armor, this is any armor, your armor class then becomes 13 plus dexterity instead of 10 plus dexterity. So you cast it. Now Gale's armor class is 20, and it says +3 for mage armor. It's not actually +3, it's 13 should be your base armor class. It's just how it's written. You can use a shield and still gain the benefit of this, but nothing else he's wearing counts as armor. If you unprepare it, he loses the effect, so you do need to keep it in your prepared spell list. Get it, use it. It helps increase the armor class of your spellcaster if they're not proficient with some sort of armor already. If they are proficient, you just don't need to use it. If they're not proficient with armor, get it and use it, I would say. Magic Missile. This is available to sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and bards via their magical secrets. Psychic Spark Necklace can give you this once per long rest. There's a hand crossbow that gives you this as a level 3 spell slot once per long rest. And what does it do? Shoot 3 magical darts, each dealing 2 to 5 force damage. They always hit their target. So you can pick 3 targets. If you upcast it, you can choose more. You get to just send out more darts. I wouldn't use a level 6 spell slot normally. Let's do level 2, shall we? Alright, 1, 2, 3. I don't know. What about this one? Now, it wasn't actually the magical missiles that killed them as such. But I just want to point out that this synergizes very well with the cold, I'm preoccupied, but the cold, the weak tadpole power, where if the enemy gets to a hit point title lower than the total number of illithid powers you've got, they automatically die. And since these guys, obviously haven't quite got 17 illithid powers here, but Magic Missile can bring them down just that little bit. This is such a good spell. It's not really about the total damage done, because it's not a lot. 2 to 5 damage per missile. Okay, you can increase the number of missiles with the Psychic Spark necklace, but if you've got enemies who are just at a lower number of hit points, they're just alive, you can use this. You can force 3 concentration checks. If you hit someone who is concentrating, it always hits. There's no way it can miss. And like I said here, like I showed here, it can synergize very well with Cold Weak. Protection from evil and good. This is available to clerics, warlocks, wizards, paladins, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights. Rangers can get it from their favored enemy, Keeper of the Veil. And after the hag, if you defeat the hags, there is a necklace that lets you cast this once per short rest. So what does it do? You use concentration and you cast it on anyone you want, an ally. That ally can't be charmed or frightened or possessed by aberrations, celestials, elementals, fays, fiends, and undead. They also have those types of enemies also have disadvantage on attack rolls against that character. So I'm going to cast it on Lae'zel. Going to run away. This is very early on in the game. Then Lae'zel is going to start this combat.
Proceeding.
All by herself. You can do that by trying to pick up skeletons, which I think is quite funny. So she's going to go around trying to get rid of all of these skeletons. And we'll find they did have disadvantage. They happened to roll exactly what they needed. And that's happened again. That's just them being lucky, rolling 14 with disadvantage. Got no music in the background, don't know why. There we are, I missed. But this does require concentration, which is one reason I've sent the others away, or Shadowheart in particular. Is my hope is that with this very high armor class and disadvantage, they won't be able to hit her. I'm going to stick this in B tier. It has its uses throughout the game, but it's not always going to be that useful, and if it does require concentration, upcasting it doesn't allow you to pick more people to apply it to. If it did, it would be much more useful potentially. It does have a use also against the hag. Some of you are going to tell me that. You can put on the mask inside the hag's lair, but cast protection from evil and good on yourself, and then you can go wandering through without being possessed by the hag. Ray of Sickness. This is available to sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights. Green draconic bloodline sorcerers can get it. You can get it from the Staff of Crones. Once per short rest, warlocks can get an invocation at level 7, the Book of Ancient Secrets, but then they can only cast it once per long rest without using a spell slot. What does it do? You have an attack roll, which if it hits, does 2d8 poison damage. Then the target makes the Constitution saving throw. If they fail, they are poisoned. Try and use it against the wizard.
You were witnessed assaulting some.
So the wizard is now poisoned for 2 turns, which means they have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. So, I mean, yeah, it's 2d8 damage. If we upcast it, we deal an extra 1d8 damage per level, a spell slot used. But it uses a level 1 spell slot. At lower levels, it's okay. But as we get higher and higher, the damage is poison damage. The damage isn't enough. It gets resisted. And the Constitution saving throw for being poisoned, I mean, I guess it's okay against a boss. Someone who's more difficult to fight. It's trying to do 2 things at once. You know, does some damage, gives a debuff, but the damage isn't really enough. And the debuff is only for attack rolls and ability checks. So if they're a spellcaster even, it's not going to be useful if they're casting a spell that requires a saving throw anyway. It doesn't affect the enemy's saving throws. So it has its uses. It's not quite bad enough to be D tier, but eventually the debuff just isn't enough. And the damage isn't anywhere near enough to keep up with your cantrips even. Sanctuary is next. This is available to clerics, Oath of Devotion paladins, and bards via their magical secrets. Here it is. You or an ally cannot be targeted until you attack or harm a creature. You still take damage from area spells. So if I move away, you can see I'm going to take an opportunity attack, especially if I run past. We've got 2 arrows coming out. It takes a bonus action to cast. There we are. Now I've got Sanctuary on me. I can run past. I can do what I want. I won't get targeted. However, if I do hurt someone or cast a spell that hurts someone, let's say this. I didn't even hurt them, right? I just cast a spell. Sanctuary blocked. Affected entity can't receive Sanctuary. I don't have another character here who can cast it, but I wouldn't be able to cast it on her right now. So this can kind of go up into S tier. I've never really used it this way. But what you can do in theory is have someone attack on their turn. And then let's just say, I don't know, Lame Strike. And then cast Sanctuary on themselves. So she can come up here, right in their faces, and she won't get targeted. So you could use someone to block a doorway. She's not quite in the right position to do that. She almost is. So now on her turn, it's her next turn. Now, unfortunately, she can't cast Sanctuary on herself again. But I think this has changed in the last couple of patches. I'm going to move this down to A tier. It doesn't require concentration. You can cast it on other people. It's only 10 turns, so it's not, you can't just walk through somewhere and not worry about it completely outside of combat. If you're somewhere you shouldn't be, you could still get targeted after 10 turns. Searing Smite. This is available to Paladins and Zariel Tieflings at level 3. There is also a light hammer down near the Arcane Tower called Skybreaker, which gives you this once per long rest. What does it do? You deal an extra 1d6 fire damage when you hit, and then while you maintain concentration, the target receives an extra 1d6 fire damage. I'm a bit paranoid I'm going to miss this, even at 85% chance, so I'm going to turn off Great Weapon Master. Now it does use your action and bonus action. Well, I say action, I mean it uses up one of your attack actions. So you can still attack afterwards. Now, they failed their saving throw, which is good. I can continue to attack. No, I didn't turn this on. You can also use your Divine Smite on top of that there to deal even more damage, but that then requires 2 spell slots. So if we skip to her turn, assuming I maintain concentration, I don't. Well, they would have had an extra 1d6 fire damage. Now, unless your enemy is vulnerable to Searing Smite, I really don't like it. I mean, if you want to deal extra damage, I would really just use the Divine Smite you get as a Paladin. The fact that you need to maintain concentration really sucks, which means you can't concentrate on anything else or overwrites it. Or as soon as you try to concentrate on anything else, this gets overwritten, and it's only an extra 1d6 fire damage. Fire damage does get resisted a fair amount, sadly. Maybe if this was a different type of damage, I'd put it up to C tier. Maybe if it didn't require concentration, I'd definitely put it up to C tier. But the fact is, you're better off just using a Divine Smite and killing someone earlier than letting them live, potentially. Just use Divine Smite instead. Shield is up next. This is available to Sorcerers, Wizards, Arcane Tricksters, and Eldritch Knights. There are some items, such as the Amulet of Harpers, which you can get from the Last Light Inn, the Shield of Shielding, and the Elegant Studded Leather Armor, which all give you it once per long or maybe short rest. And it's another spell that's a reaction, so I can't just cast it. So when you're about to be hit by an enemy, you increase your armor class by 5 until the start of your next turn, and you take no damage from Magic Missile. This only comes into play if an attack would hit you. I'm going to move Gale here. I don't know if it's going to work. Oh, I don't have enough movement. Right, we'll see if any attacks come his way. Now, it didn't come up there because it's a critical hit, so shield has no effect against critical hits. And it must mean this time that she rolled high enough. Plus 5 to 17 is 22, so it would have had no effect, so we don't waste the spell slot, which is nice. Same thing here, just high enough that shield made no difference. And part of that is because my armor class is a bit too low for what it should be. At this point in the game, I should have mage armor. Alright, let's actually cast mage armor with the action. So when the opportunity attacks come in, oh, she dismissed anyway. Didn't need to use it there. I'm going to stay in their faces. Hopefully they come up to Gale still. I'm going to see if I can make it happen again. No. So let's try and make this happen now. Just going to keep trying to get shield going. Oh, of course, another critical hit. Loads of critical hits coming up from her. She's either hitting or missing. This is a bit of a shame. Can't show you shield. Here we are. They rolled 21. No, I can make them miss. my armor class was now 25. Easy S tier. Massive utility. It uses a reaction, not an action or bonus action. Stops your spellcasters from being hurt. Works really well with maybe an Eldritch Knight, someone with already a high armor class. Makes it even higher, makes them even more difficult to hit. Shield of Faith now. This is available to clerics and paladins. The Sword of Justice and the Dark Justiciar half-plate also give you this once per short rest. So what does it do? It uses a bonus action, which is lovely, to increase the armor class of a creature by 2 until long rest, assuming you maintain concentration. So I can give it to Gale. His base armor class is now 22, which caused that to miss, which is pretty cool. Actually, did it cause it to miss? No, it would have missed anyway. Still being hit by her. Now, this kind of shows, in one sense, the fact that this isn't necessarily the best at the high levels. At low levels, I'd put this at A. But as we get to higher and higher levels, the attack bonuses of enemies start to get really high sometimes. So even an extra 2 armor class doesn't guarantee they're going to miss. The main downside to it is it does require concentration. And as a cleric, I'd probably rather have Bless. It's not a bad spell by any means, but at the end of the day, it's just a flat +2 bonus to a single creature. If we could upcast it and apply it to other creatures, then yes, I'd probably put this further up. As we get to the high levels, its use gets less and less effective. Sleep! Available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, archfey, warlocks, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, the brass ancestry for draconic bloodline sorcerers. And what does it do? Well, put creatures into a magical slumber. Select targets up to a combined 24 hit points. If you upcast it, you can put a higher number of hit points of enemies to sleep. And it goes up by 8 each time. So 32, level 3 is 40. Unfortunately for me, Blaze Liara Potir, she's got 33 hit points. So I can't use a level 2 spell slot. Bear in mind, some enemies are immune to sleep, such as undead and those of Fey ancestry, so you've got to be careful. Why would you do this? Well, it takes them out of the combat for 2 turns. They can be shoved awake by their allies, so do be careful. And then a melee attack has a critical hit automatically. I'm going to put this in A tier with the caveat that you do have to be careful. Enemies will shove each other awake. Now, if you can put multiple enemies to sleep, that's really good. They're using their bonus actions up. But if you pick someone who's going to miss their next turn, and even better, if you can put someone to sleep like I did earlier and then have one of your characters attack them for a critical hit, it's even better. Again, at higher levels, its use kind of drops off because you're going to start to be able to do enough damage that you may as well just hit them and kill them anyway, rather than just use sleep. But it's always a good level 1 spell to have. Speak with animals. This is available to bards, druids, niche domain clerics, rangers, Oath of the Ancient Paladins, Wild Heart Barbarians, and forest gnomes. Warlocks can also pick this up as an invocation called Beast Speech from level 2. It is a ritual, so we can cast it without a spell slot, and then you can comprehend and communicate with beasts. Now, Scratch here always gets all the attention, for good reasons, he is the best boy, but you can speak to other animals, believe it or not. Here's Grub, a scaredy cat. Now, sometimes animals give you information, other ways of doing quests, and it's just cool. It's a ritual. Lets you speak with Scratch. What's not to love? Up into S tier. Down to the last 5 spells. So, Tasha's Hideous Laughter. This is available to bards, wizards, great old one warlocks, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, copper ancestry, draconic bloodline sorcerers, and that's it. So, Gale here has Tasha's Hideous Laughter. The target has to make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they are prone for 10 turns. However, each time they take damage, and it doesn't say it here, and at the end of each of its turns, it can make another saving throw to try and get back up. At higher levels, it doesn't do anything, so... And it does require concentration, which is one of the worst things about it, actually. So they're rolling on the floor laughing. We have advantage against them. Of course, they got a critical miss somehow. Ah, no. The enemy used protection. Fair enough. Right. Come on, one of these has got to hit, surely. No. Alright, fair enough. So if Will here tries... Right, they got to make 3 saving throws. Even though we only hit him once. For each source of damage, pretty much. Not exactly every single source, but nearly. And taken out. Now, the reason he failed is because Gale's spell save DC is particularly high right now. So I'm going to put this into, I'm thinking between B and C. In early access, you used to get critical hits against enemies who were under the effects of the spell. That got taken out. It shouldn't really have been like that anyway. Now, although I did just use it to pretty much take out an enemy, maybe it'd be more useful if it was against a boss. What I don't like is, unless you've got someone with a particularly high spell save DC, they get loads of chances to save against this, and it requires concentration. As a wizard, for example, I'd probably prefer to be concentrating on haste so I can do twice as many actions in one turn for someone, just as one example. I don't know, maybe you can convince me to put this higher, but the concentration requirement and the fact there are so many saving throws against it means at the end of the day, I don't think it's always worth going to be using a level 1 spell slot, but I can see myself using it at some points though. Next up is Thunderous Smite. This is available to paladins and bards via their magical secrets. Like the other smites, it requires you to make an attack, and if you can make multiple attacks with one turn, it uses up one of them. So you deal your normal weapon damage plus 2d6 thunder, and if they fail a strength saving throw, they'll be pushed 10 feet away and possibly knocked prone. And you can, if you want to, Divine Smite on top of that. Now it's used a bonus action, so I can't use it again in the same turn. Oh, that was not so good. I'm going to stick this in B tier. It's nice to do 2d6 extra thunder damage, and importantly, knocking them prone and knocking them back can be really useful if they're up somewhere high, or if you just want to knock them prone and give yourself advantage on melee attacks after that. Do be careful against who you cast it against. The higher the strength, the less likely this is to work. Thunder Wave. This is available to bards, druids, sorcerers, wizards, tempest domain clerics, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, storm sorcerers get it at level 6, and you can get a ring called the Ring of Absolute Force, which can grant you this spell. It's quite a well-known spell, I would say. It's a 17-foot square from right in front of you, deals 2d8 thunder damage, and if the enemies fail a Constitution saving throw, they get knocked back. So it is an area of effect spell. It will affect allies unless you're an evocation wizard. Let's make sure they fail. There we are, they got knocked back. They're immune to thunder damage because they're inside a silence aura. That's going to be quite rare. At lower levels, the damage is quite good for an area of effect. At higher levels, not so much. But I'm going to put it at B tier, kind of like with Thunderous Smite, because knocking enemies off ledges is just so great. And it feels so good, and it can deal a lot of damage that it's worth keeping. Lots of fights do have some verticality, so it can actually become very useful, but there are other ways to knock people back, like using arrows or shoving, although with the shove you can only do one potentially, but it still definitely has its uses. Next up is Witch Bolt. This is available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and blue ancestry draconic bloodline sorcerers. So what does it do? It's an attack roll. If you hit with it, it does 1d12 lightning damage. And then on subsequent turns, you can activate it to deal an additional 1d12 lightning damage, which also takes an action. It requires concentration to maintain this. Now this is lightning damage, so I have actually made Blaze Liara Portier here wet. If you upcast it, the initial damage goes up by 1d12. Let's show you level 2. So I did double the damage there, which seems pretty cool, I suppose. That was a level 2 spell slot though. So it's my next turn. I managed to maintain concentration, thankfully. So I've got this here. Activate Witch Bolt. Deals 1d12 damage. And that's my action gone. Now she's wet, so I dealt 16 damage. Wow. That's all I'm going to say to that. That's really not that much. And this is under like the best conditions I can have, where they are wet. I've seen some, I mean, I guess you could make a build around it, I suppose. The initial damage, it's okay if the enemy is wet. 1d12 times 2. Okay at best. There's no addition to that. It's not like 1d12 plus your spellcasting modifier. It requires your concentration. Then in subsequent turns, it's just 1d12 damage. And as soon as you get to level 5, your cantrip start doing more damage than that. Yes, that is automatically hit, but it's your action. And it's just 1d12. As soon as that person dies, that's it. You can't like recast it on anyone else. If it wasn't for the wet condition, this would be down in D tier right now. The only reason it's not down in D tier, you can make characters deal double damage with it if you set it up using another action for wet, but that's fine because wet is applicable to many spells. But don't be fooled by this. This is a trap spell in general. That 16 lightning damage isn't really, and again, that's when she's wet. If she wasn't wet, that would have just been 8 damage. I would so much have rather done almost anything else right now. I've got so many better spells to cast than just dealing 8 or 16 damage, and just to a single target as well. And lastly, we have Wrathful Smite. Oops, I don't think it actually belongs in D tier. Can I bring it back out? I can't. Oh, I'll have to move in a second. Right, this is available to Paladins. Wrathful Smite. So you make an attack. If you hit, the enemy makes the wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they are frightened, which means they have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls, and they can't move. Plus they take some psychic damage, which is all very nice. Let's use it here. Now they made their save. I could use my Divine Smite to finish her off. I'm not going to. That feels better. Right. Where does this go? I think this belongs in C tier. If your spell save DC is particularly high, actually, I'd probably move it up. But Paladins tend to be quite mad. Yes, I suppose we could actually give them some gauntlets, but we've only got so many items to spread out because the spell save DC is based off your charisma as a Paladin. It does require concentration, which is why I wouldn't put it any higher than B. But having an enemy frightened, especially an enemy that is a melee enemy, is really powerful because they potentially can't even hurt you. But it uses your action and bonus action, just like the other smites. But then again, we can put Divine Smite on top of it. This isn't really for the damage, the 1d6 psychic damage. It's more about inflicting frightened onto an enemy. Anyway, there we have it. Got through them all eventually. Thank you for making it this far if you have. I'm sure you will let me know if I've made any mistakes. And I haven't talked about every single combination of classes, subclasses, multi-classing, and items. Let me know which items work well with which spells. That is something you did very well in the previous video, so thank you very much. And one more time, thank you if you made it this far, and thank you to all the members of my channel, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. Okay, and on to the level 1 updates for me. So first off, again, no particular order, although I'm starting to go in alphabetical order now, it looks like. I'm going to move Chromatic Orb from B up to A. Its damage isn't great, it doesn't scale particularly well, but one thing I really do appreciate is the fact that we get to choose what different kind of element, what different damage type we actually use. There aren't many spells in the game. In fact, I'm struggling to think of one right now off the top of my head where we can pick whether we do fire, acid, poison, or whatever of the 6 different types of Chromatic Orb that there are. But yeah, do keep in mind, yeah, early game, it's very good, but later game, it does kind of fall off a bit. It's fine. I guess you're at high levels, you just want to chuck out something that's a bit damaging or a particular damage type, throw it out, fine. But it does drop off towards the end of the game. Next up, I'm going to move Dissonant Whispers. I think something I hadn't really taken into account is the fact that only bards and Great Old One warlocks get access to this. And especially for bards anyway, this is a great single damage target spell with a debuff. I'm going to be a bit brave and put it up to A. I say brave because I'm not completely certain still whether I would put it in A or B. For bards, it's a good single damage target spell with a debuff. Doesn't require concentration. For warlocks, maybe isn't as useful because they've got a different set of spells that they have access to. But I can appreciate it has various effects and is good at early game. Late game, maybe I wouldn't use it so much. Next, going to move Sanctuary from A up to S tier because we can cast some spell like Spirit Guardians, let's say, then cast Sanctuary on someone and then run around where we can still cause damage and stay inside Sanctuary and not be able to be targeted. But if you use it like that, it's going to be S tier for sure. I can't really argue with that. Tasha's Hideous Laughter, I feel like I'm being a bit generous, but I'm actually going to put it up to A also. It's a good level 1 spell. Perhaps at the high levels, actually it's a good level 1 spell in particular. I really don't want to put it any higher because 1, it still requires concentration. And 2, each time an enemy is hit, they can make another saving throw. But do keep in mind, at the very high levels in Act 3, with all the great items, having a character with a very high spell save DC and a character who can actually target more than one enemy. So level 10 enchantment wizards could target 2 people. Chronic Bloodline sorcerers, 2 of the bloodlines actually get access to this. And with Twin Spell, you can target 2 people. You can definitely get some good use out of it. Witch Belt, I'm actually going to upgrade a bit to B. In one particular instance, you could put it up to S tier. The reason for that is actually it upcasts particularly well. It starts off as 1d12 damage, and you get an extra d12 damage die for every level higher than level 1. So by the time you come to level 6, I know it's a big ask, but at level 6, you will have 6d12 lightning damage. That's kind of, it's okay. It's not amazing. But keep in mind, 1, we can make enemies wet, so that damage gets doubled. That starts to be significant. Secondly, you can get a critical hit with it. And there is a tadpole power that can guarantee a critical hit as long as you hit them. And thirdly, Tempest Domain Clerics can then max out the damage of a lightning or thunder spell. So you can build this to do lots and lots of damage to a single target. but you do have to have quite a specific subclass to be able to do the maximum damage, and you do have to use a particular tadpole power if you want to get those critical hits reliably. Anyway, so yeah, definitely not C tier anymore for me. I'm not going to move any other spells. Quite happy otherwise with where they all are. One thing I will say about Goodberry though is if you are open to using hirelings, you can just make them a druids and create loads of good berries so you get 3 long rests. You don't have to worry about camp supplies. You know, I could put that up to A tier in one sense. That's not something I usually, in fact, ever do. There's so many camp supplies that are out there that you can be in the thousands in Act 1. Right, on to level 2 spells. Hello and welcome to another tier list video for the level 2 spells in Baldur's Gate 3. I'm going to go over where I think each of these spells should go. If you disagree with me, let me know. Please explain why you disagree with me. So I'm going to start off with Aid, which is available to clerics and paladins. So what does it do? It increases your hit point maximum by 5. Interestingly, it does also heal your allies. So if people were downed, they would get back up from this. So now the hit point maximum is increased by 5, and if you upcast it, you get extra 5 hit points maximum per level you increase it by. So at level 6, I don't necessarily recommend doing this particularly often, but at level 6, you get 25 extra hit points maximum on everyone that it's cast on. You can cast this in camp and try and cast it on more than just the 4 people in your party. It applies to summons like Scratch, your Mage Hand, and any familiar you have summoned. I think this goes straight up to S tier. It's a hit point maximum, so even if you drop below this hit point, you can heal up to that maximum again. Short rests increase the healing done, because at a short rest, you are healed by half your maximum hit points. Arcane Lock is available to wizards, bards via the magical secrets, eldritch knights, and arcane tricksters. So what does it do? It closes a door or container with a magical lock. It can no longer be lockpicked or opened with Knock, another level 2 spell. So if I cast it on this door here, for example, go into turn-based mode so this doesn't run out. This door can now not be opened by lock picking or by the magical spell Knock. However, it can still be broken open. I've not found a particularly amazing use of this spell. And here, it looks like it'll be okay because we could separate like these 2 Flaming Fists if we want to do this. In fact, let's just show you that. Let's start a fight.
Assaulting.
The other Flaming Fist have caught on to this actually, so if I just let them go, they are going to be able to knock this down. So I'm in the walk pens in the goblin camp, and if you didn't know, some of the goblin children can run out and go and get help. So I thought, let's lock this door. Awesome. But there they go, they've just left. And then in seconds, I think 3 more goblins are going to come in. There they are. Arcane Lock doesn't work on doors that actually link to a different area, which is really, really disappointing if I'm honest. I'm tempted to put this in critical miss, but I do think you can probably slow someone down, try and separate people for a bit. I love the idea of Arcane Lock, but it doesn't present itself very well in the game. Maybe there's some certain fights. I'm going to put it in D. Every time I try to use it, it just doesn't really work out well. I've wasted an action in combat and the level 2 spell slot, and it only lasts 10 turns. If it lasted longer, maybe it'd be better. Perhaps you can let me know of any combats where this is coming really, really useful. Bark Skin is next. This is available to druids, nature domain clerics, and rangers. So it takes an action to cast, and it makes your armor class 16. And it requires concentration and will last until long rest as long as you maintain concentration. And so, Chihira here is an armor class of 17, actually not that great to begin with, but casting Bark Skin does nothing for her because her armor class is already higher. Bark Skin is pretty much useless in your human form, assuming you're a druid. For nature domain clerics and rangers, it's really not that great even for themselves, especially not for themselves, even for other people. Let's wild shape into, I don't know, saber-toothed tiger. And my armor class is 16, which is better than what it would have been. It would have been 13. So it helps with your animal forms, but I need to maintain concentration. So if I fail a constitution saving throw for concentration, then that's it, it goes away. And as a druid, I've got so many spells that I want to concentrate on. Not even the ones I've got selected. Hold Person, Moonbeam, Spike Growth, maybe Heat Metal, Flaming Sphere, Enhance Ability, Guidance even. resistance perhaps. Then at higher levels, cool lightning, maybe sleet storm. You know, there are a lot of concentration spells, and using a concentration to maintain an armor class of 16, by the time you're at the higher levels, unless your armor class is actually higher than probably about 20, you're going to be hit a lot anyway. By the time you get to the higher levels, you can't rely on your armor to stop you from being hit. You've got to rely on your hit points, damage resistance, healing in between combats to stay alive, and at all levels I'd much rather use my level 2 spell slot for something else. It's really just not worth it. Next up is blindness, available to bards, clerics, sorcerers, wizards, fiend warlocks, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. To target a creature, they have to make a constitution saving throw. If they fail, they become blind, which means attack rolls against it have advantage and the foe attacks with disadvantage. Also, the range of their attacks is reduced to 10 feet. But something else it doesn't explain here is that if someone is blinded, they cannot make attacks of opportunity. If we upcast it, we can actually target an additional target per spell level. So I'm going to try and blind the 2 of these people here.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
So they're now both blind. And the really cool thing about this spell is it doesn't require concentration. Let's not shoot through walls, shall we? And there's only 1 saving throw. So these 2 enemies are now blinded for 10 turns. There's nothing they can do about it. So I'm going to walk up to Blaze Liara Portier, and she doesn't get opportunity attacks because she's blinded, and I've got advantage. Awesome. Now, as cool as that sounds, I'm going to leave it at maybe B tier, perhaps A. The problem I find is I often find myself just wanting to cast something else ahead of it. It's not a bad spell. The things I like is there's no concentration requirement and there's only a single saving throw against it. So if they fail, they're going to be blind for 10 turns. Sometimes when I compare it to some of the other spells, basically those are A tier and S tier, I'm like, oh, blindness could be good, but I could also cast one of these other spells that I'm going to go across later. Blur is next, which is available to sorcerers, wizards, Circle of the Land Druids if they pick the desert option, bards via their magical secrets, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So it takes an action to cast, requires your concentration, and for 10 turns, enemies have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. It doesn't affect creatures that don't rely on sight or that can see through illusions. There aren't too many of those creatures around, I would say. Oof, made that save. This character had disadvantage, but I still got hit, even with disadvantage. That isn't always going to happen though. I do find for most classes, this probably isn't worth it. The concentration requirement is quite a high opportunity cost, whereas Gale here, even just other level 2 spells, could have been Cloud of Daggers, Crown of Madness, level 6 spell autos, Irresistible Dance, Haste. I mean, you're competing with Haste for quite a few of those classes there. It's probably better suited to maybe an Eldritch Knight, someone who's already got a particularly high armor class, hopefully. Armor class 17 isn't overly high. And for those of you wondering, every time Gale appears in these videos in this set of armor, I was like, oh, what's he wearing? Something called Robe of the Weave and Hood of the Weave that makes him look awesome. This one's a little bit dependent on the class, but for most of the classes, I'm going to leave it at C, because what would have been better here, what would have been better is actually trying to kill the man. Why make people just a bit less likely to hit you when you can actually take someone out and they will 100% not hit you because they're on the floor, dying and dead. Like that. I do find for most characters, I think there's often going to be a better choice than Blur. Next we have Branding Smite. This is available to Paladins and Zariel Tieflings. Interestingly, they both get it at level 5. So it's another smite spell. You use an attack action and your bonus action, and if we hit, you do your normal melee damage, which is what the top few rows are showing, plus 2d6 radiant. That's where this 2d6s come from. If you hit them and they fail a constitution saving throw, they are marked with light and cannot turn invisible, and it requires concentration. Very interestingly, this is the only smite spell that will work with a ranged attack. So if that's your thing, well, in fact, I've got a higher chance to hit with my ranged attack. Oh, critical hit.
Assaulting someone.
Now they seemingly passed their constitution saving throw. Yeah, so they're not lit up. We do a bit of extra damage. Unfortunately, I guess on the ranged attack, we cannot use our Divine Smite. So if I try this. Branding Smite, they've got it, and then I can use my Divine Smite on top. And so now you can see there's a light above them and they can't turn invisible. The light is only a 5-foot radius, but it's still light, which could really help people with dark vision problems who don't have dark vision. Probably more useful during Act 2 than Act 3 in terms of the extra effect. I'm going to leave this at B. The damage isn't great. It's 2d6. I could use a level 1 spell slot and get 2d8 damage out of that. But we can use it with a ranged attack. I know paladins aren't usually known for that, but the extra option is really, really nice. Being a Zariel Tiefling means you can only use this once per long rest, sadly. Perhaps it's better for them than paladins, but because paladins do have other spells they can concentrate on, namely Bless. Calm Emotions is next, which is available to bards, clerics, and archfey warlocks. So when you cast it, humanoids and in the area cannot be charmed, frightened, or become enraged. Talk about that later. It's a concentration spell, sadly. So there are some fights in the game where I didn't realize they were humanoids. Maybe that's a bug. It says monstrosity, also calmed, even though it says the spell should only affect humanoids. Never mind. So now no one here can actually be charmed by the harpies. Another place where this spell is useful is against the Dwergar and the Mind Masters, which can take over your control of your characters. This would prevent that. If someone is already controlled, this also takes them out of being controlled and back to their normal state. Coming to the enraged part, this does mean if you've got a barbarian and they're raging, they will come out of rage, and they cannot rage while under the influence of the spell, which I think is quite limiting. I'm going to stick it in C tier. Now, it does have its uses. There are fights where you will become charmed and frightened, but I don't feel like it's enough to really justify taking it on a bard or archfey warlock. If you've played through the game a few times and you've got a cleric, then actually you could swap this in. And if you knew when to use it exactly on a cleric, I'd put it up higher. But even so, it does require concentration, and clerics have got Bless, Spirit Guardians. 2 great spells, top tier spells. I'd much rather be casting those, probably, than using Calm Emotions. Cloud of Daggers. This is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So you create a cloud of daggers, which deal damage to people inside, anyone, anything inside. And there's no saving throw against this. They just take the damage. It's 44 damage when you cast it, and if the enemies walk through it in their turn or start their turn there, they'll take the damage. The area, yeah, isn't massive. That's the only real downside to this. The area cannot be moved. In an open space like this, it's not as effective as somewhere enclosed, but... So they take damage on the initial casting, and at the beginning of their turns, they will also take more damage. And we'll see that immediately. And there's a 10 damage there. But now they've moved out of it, unless I somehow throw them into it, or push them into it, they're not going to take that damage again. Even so, for a level 2 spell, Cloud of Daggers is great. If you upcast it, you do get an extra 2d4 damage for each spell slot above level 2. And now it does require concentration, so there is something to think about. But if you need some guaranteed damage, especially in an area, and currently the AI doesn't avoid it that much, they still run through it, even on Tactician. So you can kind of put this through some sort of choke point, and everyone's going to be running through it. So yeah, I think it very much deserves S tier here. Crown of Madness. Oops, never mind. This can be learned by bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Oathbreaker paladins, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So you instill a madness in a humanoid enemy, making them attack the creature closest to them, other than you, even if it's allied. Now it does need to be a humanoid enemy, so I can't target the wolf here, for example. So I'm going to target fist cults, since they've got a very high chance of it working. And interestingly, neutral NPCs kind of realize he's gone crazy, and so he's going to be attacking them. So we'll find that they're going to start going after him, much to their own detriment, to be honest. And so now he attacks the nearest NPCs, which is quite good, right? And even the Gauntlet Thunder takes an opportunity attack against the enemy who was under the effects of Crown of Madness. Now it does require concentration, and casting at higher levels doesn't do anything. It is the wisdom saving throw. I'm going to stick it in B. In early access, this wasn't really working very well, but now it does seem to be working better. I'm not going to put it higher because, one, it's only humanoid enemies, and secondly, Again, it's a concentration spell and there are so many and we can't be concentrating on everything at once, only one thing at a time. In some situations, it's probably going to be much higher where you've only got a few humanoid enemies around, and it kind of changes the action economy for the battle in your favor if you've got your party in the right position. Darkness is next and is available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Circle of the Land Druids if they pick the swamp land, Oathbreaker paladins, bards via the magical secrets, eldritch knights, arcane tricksters, drow half-elves, and Asmodeus tieflings can all learn this at level 5 but only cast it once per long rest, and Way of the Shadow monks gain the ability to cast this using 2 key points. The darkness creates an area filled with magical darkness. Anyone inside is blinded. Also, well, the magic missile seems to be an exception, and ranged attacks cannot go into and out of the darkness area. There is one notable exception: warlocks. Warlocks can pick an invocation called Devil's Sight, in which they can see in magical and non-magical darkness up to 80 feet. So Will here is not blinded. Any attacks he makes are with advantage. In fact, he can stay inside the darkness and shoot Eldritch Blast. Now this does require concentration, as do many of the spells at level 2 apparently. So this is ideal for warlocks or multiclassing into a warlock with Devil's Sight, because you create an area where if anyone can hit you with a melee attack, it's with disadvantage. You shouldn't be able to be hit with ranged attacks, and you can attack with advantage, and you can attack from within the darkness itself. You don't have to leave it. It also has utility outside of combat. It blocks areas from being seen through. However, NPCs will quite quickly try and run out of it. I'm going to stick it in A tier. If you are a warlock and you've taken Devil's Sight, it's obviously S tier, I think. But for other people, it's still good. It's still battlefield control. It still blocks vision. You've got utility, and it requires concentration. So you have to think carefully. Do you want to put up Darkness, or do you want to have Crown of Madness, or perhaps Cloud of Daggers, or Bark Skin and Calm Emotions, or Branding Smite even? Like, loads of these spells do require concentration at level 2. There's a big old battle royale competing for concentration. Dark Vision is next. This is available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, rangers, bards via the magical secrets, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So you grant a creature the ability to see in the dark out to a range of 40 feet. It lasts until long rest and does not require concentration. Upcasting it doesn't do anything, so I can cast it on my Dragonborn here. Boom. You can now see in the dark. Awesome. Will, I don't think Will has... Yeah, in this one he doesn't have Devil's Sight, so we can give it to him. Boom, he's got dark vision for the day, and this lasts until long rest. And you can give this to as many people as you like in your camp. Doesn't have to be in camp, it's just a bit easier to do it in camp. So we're going to go see Lae'zel and give it to her. The ranking for this will depend on your style of play, because what I'm going to do here... Right, I've given everyone dark vision. Those of you who've been following my streams know I'm not actually using Gale in my party. What I'm going to do is go and let him stay in camp for the day, and we still keep the effective dark vision, which is awesome. So I can get him to cast the spell on whoever I want, and then he can leave. And in fact, I didn't mention it earlier, but Aid is like that as well. However, Aid has got a limited area, so it's going to be a bit more difficult perhaps to get everyone together. So my thoughts on this: dark vision is great. If you're going to use it like this, where you've basically got some dark vision bot in your camp, someone you're going to dedicate to casting dark vision with, it goes in S tier. If you're going to be using spell slots that you need to replenish during the day, I'd probably drop it down to B. Dark vision is important. However, there are lots of light spells or items that produce light, and after a while it doesn't really matter whether you've got dark vision or not. There seem to be enough items around to produce it, to produce light, that is, or just use the light cantrip on someone ahead of time. Often gets rid of the need for having this spell, but it's a cool spell. It's nice to have. It's until long rest, no concentration required. Potentially S tier if you're going to do what I've just done here, but otherwise I'll probably leave it at B tier. Detect Thought is next, which is available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, great old one warlocks, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. This is one of the few spells you can actually cast inside a dialogue. You can cast it outside a dialogue, it's no problem. And in fact, it is a ritual. It does require concentration. So some dialogues, there's no way to know ahead of time which ones. It's just from experience and trial and error. You get this option here, Detect Thoughts. So I'm rolling an intelligence check here. Sometimes it does roll wisdom. And in fact, to help me out, I'm going to use a couple of spells. Good thing I did. So you hear their thought.
See the true souls. Those types don't even bother to wait.
So why is this useful? So if you pass this check, which is sometimes not so difficult, easier than these other checks, well, the Illithid Wisdom will just be a 2, but it gives you extra dialogue options, gives you extra information. And so now I can go past this check just by walking forwards. And because of its ritual nature and its use, I'm going to put it at S tier. Even for the classes that only have spells known, such as bards and sorcerers and warlocks, and arcane tricksters and eldritch knights. In fact, for all the classes apart from wizards, it's probably worth thinking about taking this if it's going to be your main character, the one doing most of the talking at least. And this is a good alternative to actually having charisma, but it doesn't work in every single dialogue, sadly. Quite fittingly, enhance ability comes next, which is exactly what you just saw me use. So enhance ability, I don't have any level 2 spell slots left. Enhance ability gives you the option to give anyone in your party advantage on checks of a specific ability type. So we've got Constitution, Strength, Dexterity, Charisma, Intelligence, and Wisdom. And the physical ones actually have a separate or additional sort of function. So if you use Bear's Endurance, it says advantage on Constitution checks. There are so few, I can't actually think of any right now, but I don't want to say there is 0 because it's a massive game. Someone's probably found one. That's almost pointless. But you also get 7 temporary hit points. There's better ways of doing that. Bull's Strength, this is quite useful. Advantage on strength checks, so advantage on shoving and carrying capacity is doubled. Awesome. For Dexterity, you only take half damage from falling, which is kind of nice, but we do have Featherfall there. The 3 ability scores that are for kind of your mental stats are just advantage on those checks. But until I lose concentration, I've now got advantage on all intelligence checks. This can be really useful for outside of combat for your survival checks to spot hidden chests and your perception checks at the same time. Very, very useful. And you can cast this inside the dice roll screen, so you don't have to cast it ahead of time even. I actually really like this. It is a level 2 spell slot. It is not a ritual spell, but you can choose when to cast it. You don't have to cast it ahead of time. So if you don't want to use it, you don't have to. And if you upcast it, you can actually target an extra person for every extra spell slot used higher than level 2. I don't usually use that upcasting ability. I find I just want to use it on one specific person. Oh, and I forgot to say, enhance ability is available to bards, clerics, druids, and sorcerers. Enlarge Reduce, a single spell for both potential things. This is available to sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. There is also a potion that actually enlarges you but doesn't reduce you. So you've got 2 options, either enlarge or reduce, hence the name of the spell. If you enlarge someone, it's a buff. Enter the target's weapon and unarmed attacks, deal an additional damage, 1d4 damage, and advantage on strength checks and saving throws. So here, you also physically get larger, and I'll get to that later. So I'm going to attack this poor wizard here. Why not?
Murdered someone in view of a...
I did, didn't I? Right. I do want to point out that the... Where's it gone here? The enlarged damage does get doubled on a critical hit. So that's pretty cool. I deal an extra 1d4 damage with each of my attacks. Not just one of them, but each of them. Also, my chance to shove is increased now. It's up to 84%. That is with advantage. And it doesn't say it, but I can now throw heavier items and enemies, potentially. Not enough movement. I need to move a bit closer. Fair enough. So I deal an extra 3 damage. At the higher levels, the damage isn't really that great, but at least, you know, we've got characters who can make multiple attacks per turn. And it does apply to ranged weapons as well, as shown just then. It does require concentration, sadly. So again, it's competing with quite a lot of different spells here. So let's say I'm worried about this wolf. I can try to reduce it. So now it deals less damage. And it's a lot smaller. It also does make it lighter. I didn't check it ahead of time. They're 51 pounds. In fact, if I undo that, it was 120 pounds. So more people would be able to throw as someone who is reduced, which you could actually reduce one of your own party members and throw them further potentially. Also, outside of combat, I haven't got it ready here. I don't want to give away spoilers potentially, but there are some areas. That's like, for example, in Baldur's Gate itself in Act 3, there is kind of a back hidden entrance to someone's basement, and you need to be a small size to get in there, and you can use this to actually reduce people's size and they can fit through gaps. Going to leave it in A tier. As already mentioned, the extra 1d4 damage stops being useful at the higher levels, even with multiple attacks. It's kind of just 1d4 from a level 2 spell, but it's nice. The advantage on these strength checks is great, being able to shove potentially better and throw people more often. And actually, if you do increase someone's size, you can sometimes reach things higher up, and you've got the utility of fitting into smaller spaces potentially. So I'm going to leave it at A tier. I'm thinking about B, but with all that different utility, different things we can do with the spell, I'm going to leave it at A. Enthrall is up next, which is available to bards and warlocks. Reduce a creature's peripheral vision and make it look at you. It's a wisdom saving throw to resist this effect, although it doesn't tell us that here. And it seemingly, enemies, people who are hostile, seem to have advantage on their saving throw. So Vicious Mockery has 70% chance to work. But Enthrall, which is also a wisdom saving throw, there's only 49% chance. Alright, so it worked. It doesn't require concentration. Now it says make them look at me. I mean, if I move, they don't move. It's not their turn. Fair enough. So they are attacking Tavkazat, the person who passed the spell. So it's kind of like getting their attention, getting their aggro. But if I hide around the corner, they don't actually go for the person who cast it. I have to say, I've tried to use this a few times. I'm not 100% sure why they attack the person who cast it. Sometimes they don't. There's no saving throw was made. They just cast Misty Step and then started to attack. I mean, at least it doesn't require concentration. Now, this is only available to bards and warlocks, and the enemies have advantage on the saving throw against it. I don't know. Perhaps if you had a bard or warlock with a really high armor class, which is possible. There are lots of different armors, lots of ways of getting a high armor class. I mean, maybe, but I think most of the time I'd rather use my action to do something else. Maybe I can put it as C. I think I don't quite understand exactly the best time to use this spell yet. Of all the spells that I'm going to go over, I think this is the one I'm least qualified to really form a well-informed opinion of. I have been trying to use it, but with the disadvantage, well, with their enemy's advantage on the saving throws against it, isn't working very often. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and leave it at C, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of you put it lower, or maybe even higher. Next up is Flame Blade, which is available to druids and Mephistopheles tieflings when they get to level 3. So you make a flaming blade, a blade made of flame, which does 3d6 fire damage when you hit and produces some light, and you can equip it and unequip it. If you do upcast it, every 2 levels above level 2 it deals an extra 1d6 fire damage. I don't think that's very good. So there's the Flame Blade. Now I can, let's see, you can dual wield it. And in case you're wondering, can we create a second one? Seemingly not. The old one just gets replaced. Now it only lasts for 10 turns, which is disappointing. So when you attack, we do some damage. Now I got arcane acuity here. By itself, if you're pure druid, this isn't necessarily very good, because druids only get 1 attack per turn, or 1 bonus action attack. It's probably better in your offhand, to be honest, than your main hand. Doing 3d6 damage on your offhand with your bonus action, it's alright. Nothing to sniff at. But this is probably a spell better off to use with multi-classing potentially. If you are a thief, for example, you get 2 bonus actions, and you can put this in your offhand and attack with it twice. Not too bad. Maybe you could be a fighter as well and attack twice. Now, to get this, we need a minimum of 3 levels in Druid, or level 3 Mephistopheles Tiefling. So I guess if you're Mephistopheles Tiefling and you're a fighter, maybe at level 11 you can get 3 attacks with it. But by that point, you've got some much better weapons to be using than Flame Blade. But you can see here, with this particular Hat of Fire Acuity, I've actually increased my spell save DC by 2 after making that attack. And if I attack again, hopefully I hit. Yeah, I'm up to 4. Well, the next turn I'll be down to 3. So it is one way of actually increasing your spell save DC with this particular hat. So now my spell save DC is 21. Awesome. So the thing is, I think to me this kind of very much depends on your build. If you're not having a build where you're utilizing Flame Blade, it's basically a critical miss. But if you're using a particular item, or you're the thief, or you're mixing all these things together, then it becomes maybe S or A tier, because your whole build might revolve around Flame Blade for a while anyway. As we get to the higher levels, that 3d6 gets worse and worse in terms of damage, and fire damage is resisted a fair amount. So I'm going to leave it in the middle at B, kind of the average, even though it doesn't really apply to either situation I'm thinking about, of either you've got a build ready made for it, and it's good maybe at the earlier levels. If you haven't got a build made ready for it, in the higher levels, you're never going to use it. But I'm going to stick it in the middle, just because I can't choose between the two, either the high or the low. Then we move on to Flaming Sphere, which is available to Druids, Wizards, Light Domain Clerics, Arcane Tricksters, and Eldritch Knights. So here I am with Jaheira again, and when you cast it you create, well, a flaming sphere which does emit light. It can deal damage to anyone who stays nearby, and it can crash into people, dealing 2d6 fire damage if they fail a dexterity saving throw, and at higher levels it does an extra 1d6 damage per spell level above level 2, or spell slot above level 2. Let's cast it at level 4, shall we? Let's cause some havoc. So we can see it has the flaming aura, which you can turn off. So these mostly commoners, these citizens, will not take fire damage, but if any of them end nearby, they might not. There we are, they take damage. So anyone who ends their turn next to it takes damage. The Flaming Sphere has its own turn in combat. It can move 30 feet, respectable. Ram, there we are. We can ram into someone. And here come the Flaming Fist. Right.
Murdered someone in view of a guard. Perhaps unsurprisingly, you're under arrest.
So the Flaming Sphere does have hit points, which could potentially be buffed by Aid, for example. If the Flaming Sphere is the only thing an enemy can reach and attack, then actually they might, but otherwise they will ignore it. It's only 20 hit points, but it is resistant to most types of damage, apart from cold. But you can see, out of the choice now, out of the Flaming Sphere, or actual party members, they're going to go for the party members. And we can see they're completely ignoring it now. In the early levels, as in level 3 to 6, kind of early to mid levels, this is quite good. This is one decent use of concentration. At the higher levels, it's coming down to C tier. 20 hit points isn't enough to make it last a long time if it gets targeted. And one use it used to have is actually, oh look, target the Flaming Sphere, don't target me. But enemies don't do that so much anymore. Druids and Clerics will often have something better to concentrate on. For Wizards, B and C, I'm going to leave it at C because for me, at the end of the day, I don't actually end up using it that much because of the concentration requirement. Next up is Gust of Wind, available to Druids, Sorcerers, Wizards, Tempest Domain Clerics, Storm Sorcerers get this at level 6, Eldritch Knights, and Arcane Tricksters. So you summon a strong wind that clears all clouds and pushes creatures back 17 feet, forcing them off balance. Now it is all creatures, so it would affect my allies if they're in the way. And you can see where enemies will be pushed to, or allies, even anyone's going to be pushed to if you cast this. Now, interestingly, it's got a 40-foot range, which is quite far. Actually, very far indeed, to be honest. Now, I don't have a good place to use this in particular, but maybe you don't like the citizens of Baldur's Gate. You can knock them back, but they only get knocked back if they fail a strength saving throw. Now this is an evocation spell, so for example, evocation wizards can actually cast this without worrying about allies. It doesn't damage anyone, but it will leave them off balance if they fail as well, so attack rolls against them have advantage. I love the effect of the spell, but what I don't like is that it's a level 2 spell slot and it affects allies. Of course, evocation wizards and sorcerers, if they pick the careful casting meta magic, don't have to worry about that, but that's only some of the subclasses out of the many that are there. It does have its uses. There are alternatives, such as Thunderwave, although the range on that is smaller, literally shoving. Battle Masters can have a maneuver that pushes people back, and there are a few other things that can push people back. So it's kind of, there are alternatives, and for a level 2 spell slot, it's not always as useful as it might seem. I will say that lots of the places in the game do have high ground and low ground verticality, so it can be exploited, can be used, but you have to be so careful not to get your allies inside. Heat Metal is next, which is available to bards and druids only. So this has various things going on. So first of all, you have to target someone who has a metal weapon or a metal piece of armor. So for example, I can target the Steel Watcher and Fist Pentella, but not the Flaming Fist Archer because their crossbow doesn't count as being made of metal. Fist Pentella has metal armor and a metal weapon. If they are wearing a metal armor and weapon, it will actually target the weapon. So yeah, it has various effects. I hope this works. If you upcast it, you can deal an additional 1d8 fire damage. So let's just... We cast it. They passed the saving throw, sadly. So Heat Metal was applied to Halberd. Okay. So they took the 3d8 fire damage. Awesome. They succeeded their saving throw, which means they don't drop their weapon. If they'd failed, they would have dropped their weapon. Oh, she maintained concentration, right?
Consider my hackles a
So on subsequent turns, you can reapply the damage, and also, where's it gone? This one. So the bonus action. If they fail their constitution saving throw, they actually drop the weapon. At this point, there's no point in concentrating further on heat metal because you cannot transfer it. If someone is just wearing armor, you can 100% hit them. Although this watcher is resistant to fire damage. And then in subsequent turns, as long as I've got concentration still, I can then reapply that damage. Quite a lot to go through. I'm going to stick it in B. It is a cool effect, but the concentration requirement stops it from going higher, in addition to the fact that not every enemy is going to be able to have this applied to them, cast on them. But where you can use it, it is pretty useful. Old Person is next, and this is available to bards, clerics, druids, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Oath of Vengeance, paladins, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. Quite a long list. Oh, I've also just noticed that knock was down here somewhere. I've put it up into the correct position now. Don't know why it was out of order. So hold person, what does it do? Enemy makes a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, they are held. And what held means is they can't take actions, bonus actions, or reactions. And attacks against the enemy are always critical hits if the attacker is within 10 feet. And that does mean attacks with an attack roll. Doesn't mean like all spells will always work. If you upcast it, you can have an additional target for every spell level above. So at level 3, for example, we can actually target 2 people. Nice. And they're both held. Interestingly, right at the moment, since I'm in turn-based mode, I assume, these guys haven't noticed because these two can't actually do anything to essentially ask for help. So if I attack, well, 100% chance to hit. It will be a critical hit, no matter what I do. So I could pick perhaps a smite to try and get some extra damage done, but I'm not going to do that. I think it'll be a waste. There we are. There's one attack.
What's this?
There we are. Okay.
Like I've
Oops.
lost something.
Oath broken. Never mind. And then let's move. I don't even need to move Will out of the way. Will gets a chance. Bam. Critical hit. Now I've been seen doing that. Doesn't matter. Now it is a concentration spell. The enemy will make a save at the end of their turn. Oh, right. Let's do this. But because I'm not within 10 feet here, I don't get the critical hit. If I get close enough... There we are. Even ranged attacks can get the critical hit, although saying that, my bow isn't very good on this character particularly. But let's at least get Dread Ambush, shall we? So even that isn't too bad. Anyway, I think straight up to S tier with a couple of caveats. One is it is concentration, so I can't do Cloud of Daggers and Hold Person with the same character, for example. And two, it only affects humanoids. It wouldn't affect any wolf that gets summoned, as would have happened if I hadn't killed that first person. So you can't use this on everybody. It doesn't work on undead, for example. They really need to be a humanoid. But for a level 2 spell slot, and the fact we can upcast it, this is really, really good. Invisibility is next, which is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Circle of the Land druids if they pick grassland at level 3, arcane tricksters, eldritch knights, and Dwergar do get this, but they cheat because they can cast this once per battle outside of combat. Actually, they can cast it as much as they want. And also the way the Dwergar are different is, well, as a spell, for using a spell slot, it only lasts 10 turns. But for Dwergar, it lasts until long rest. It's crazy. Anyway, I'm going to ignore the Dwergar ability because it's really not the same as the spell invisibility. So what does it do? You touch a creature and it turns invisible. Attacks against it have disadvantage. It attacks with advantage and requires concentration. If you upcast it, you can target more people. So I've never tried this before. I can make my whole party invisible. I will lose concentration on hold person though. I'm not sure that's the best use of a level 5 spell slot. If I attack, I will break invisibility. Just going to move spread out because enemies will try and search for you. Here we are. They do get a special, I think it's bonus action? I'm not sure. They get a special action to detect presence. There we are. Now I passed the saving throw, so thankfully it was okay. So if I use any of these, I will lose my lose invisibility. So I'm just going to leave them as they are. And then on Tav's turn, I will get him to attack just to show you. She might find Tav because he hasn't had a chance to move yet. So I failed my saving throw, but I wasn't seen. Huh. Alright, now I'm going to be invisible for a few turns yet. So if I do attack from invisible, I lose invisibility. I had advantage. Thankfully, I do actually surprise them. Why not? But only the person who attacked is actually inside the combat. Some enemies can just see invisibility, and there are some floating eyes around, arcane eyes, that will see you. I'm going to leave it quite low at C tier because it's so limited at 10 turns. You can use it to get past enemies in some places, which is cool, but it only lasts 10 turns. I don't mind the concentration element because if I'm concentrating on Cloud of Daggers, I probably don't want to be concentrating on invisibility at the same time. It's unlikely I want to do both, but the 10 turns just kills it, ruins it for me. Sorcerers can probably, yeah, I'm sure sorcerers can use some meta magic to double the length of it, it's okay. But really you want this to be lasting much longer to get the most use, because you can't scout in a huge area within 10 turns. Next up is Knock, which is available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. Very simple spell. Unlock an object that is held shut by a mundane, not magical, a mundane lock. Now, most locks can be lockpicked, and if you've got someone who's decently good at lockpicking, you can then just use your lockpicking skills to open that lock. But sometimes you want to do it from a range, sometimes you don't want to bother having to re-roll a couple of times. And sometimes we've got lockpicking impossible. So we cast Knock, and it opens up. Now there is another way to open this particular door, but this just saves me having to figure that out. I don't have to be clever. I can just cast Knock and things open up. Now I will say that of all the classes that can learn this, I'd only recommend really putting this onto a wizard. So bards and sorcerers, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights only have a limited number of spells known, like they can't swap spells in and out at will. Of course you can respec, yes, but you don't want to respec meeting every door you want to unlock. I don't think so. Maybe you do, I don't know. Most people will use someone who's very good at lockpicking. I would say for bards, sorcerers, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights, it's probably critical miss because of the fact we can just open most doors with a lockpick. For wizards, I think it's higher because we can switch in and out, and this is really one of the most powerful things about a wizard. Yeah, they're not always going to be able to have lots of bonuses to their spells that do lots of damage, evocation wizards aside. Maybe they can't twin cast things, but what they can do is swap spells in and out an awful lot just when they need it. Versatility. Anyway, I'm going to leave it at B for those of us that are lazy and don't really mind using up a spell slot every now and again. Interestingly, the middle part of Knock, the central symbol, is the same as the symbol for aid. Don't know why. Maybe it's because it's aiding you in opening a lock? I don't know. Before I get to Lesser Restoration, I've got a feeling some of you have been screaming through the screen telling me, CVG, Stone Skin isn't a level 2 spell. And you'd be correct. It's just I've only just noticed myself. So I've prepared another tier list. Because you can't remove items from a tier list, you can only just create a new one. So here we are. I've now replaced Stone Skin with the proper spell, which is Protection from Poison. So Lesser Restoration is available to bards, clerics, druids, paladins, and rangers. So what does it do? You can cure a creature from disease, poison, paralysis, or blindness. I would say not many of my characters have actually suffered from these during my playthroughs so far, poison being the most frequent one that's been applied to me. And even then, we do have a potion, well, we can find antidotes. I wouldn't ever pick this for a bard or a ranger, those who have only spells known. For the other classes that have spells prepared, it's fine because you can, if you need it, you can put it in. I wouldn't prepare it for a combat. I would usually suffer through this. The worst one of these by a long shot is paralysis. If your character is paralyzed, they can't do a thing, and attacks against them from within 10 feet, basically a whole monster, a whole person, will be a critical hit. You don't want your ally to be paralyzed. I don't think it's always worth having Lesser Restoration prepared just for that minute chance that it's going to happen. And the thing is, outside of combat, these things tend to wear off anyway. I think I'll leave it at B tier because when you need it, you can have it, but you don't really need it that often. We can use it to help some NPCs, for example, the Deep Gnome in the Myconid colony, although there are other ways of actually healing her. And there is a necklace that gets you this once per long rest, and I would say I've never had to use this more than once in the long rest anyway. But I'll leave it at B tier because for most classes, we can just switch it in and out when we need it. Don't worry about it on the spells known classes. Next up is Magic Weapon, available to wizards, war domain clerics, paladins, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So what does it do? You infuse a weapon with energy and it becomes a +1 weapon. +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. If you use a 4th or 5th level spell slot, increases the bonus by 2, and a 6th level spell slot will increase it by 3. So let's cast this on Kurtz. It lasts until long rest, and now his weapon is effectively a +5 weapon because he's also got elemental weapon on the same weapon. That's a bit over the top, isn't it? I've accidentally stacked. I didn't realize I had this on this weapon at the moment. So now, you know, it's got a +2 bonus to attack, which is the most important thing. The +2 bonus to damage isn't really that important by the time we're at these higher levels anyway. It's nice to have a bonus to damage, but hitting first is the most important thing. So let's get him.
Sort of
Oof, bam. Gone. And that wasn't really to do with the +2 because it was a critical hit. I don't particularly like this spell because of the concentration requirement. I understand why it's concentration, otherwise every magic weapon would be +1 or +2 or whatever. But, I mean, even as a wizard, even at level 3, as a wizard, Cloud of Daggers is amazing. Whole Person is amazing. Flaming Sphere at level 3 or level 4 isn't too bad either. Maybe you want to cast Enlarge Reduce or Detect Thoughts outside of combat. I think this is another C tier for me in particular. I have used it a few times. Maybe a Paladin would want to concentrate on magic weapon, perhaps, because they will be doing lots of melee attacks. Perhaps an Eldritch Knight, but concentration isn't going to last forever. Now it's a level 2 spell slot for +1 weapon, +1 to attack. I'd rather just have my Paladin cast Bless rather than have this on a single target. Maybe if this affected the whole party, it'd probably be S tier, perhaps probably be too strong by that point. But for me, this is a C tier. It's not completely useless. I have used it every now and again. It does make your weapon magical, so if it isn't already, it will be magical, which can help overcome resistances. But I would wager by the time you're level 4, especially 5, you've got magic weapons anyway. Next up is Melf's Acid Arrow, which is available to wizards, Swamp Circle of the Land Druids, Eldritch Knights, and Arcane Tricksters. So this has a couple of things going on. First of all, you have to roll to hit, and if you hit them, you deal 4d4 acid damage. And then at the end of the target's next turn, they take 2d4 acid damage. If you upcast this, each of the damage rolls gets put up by 1d4. I'm just going to use level 2. Now, it does have an area of effect that will put down an acid surface. Yeah, why not?
You were witnessed assaulting.
Now what does acid do? It reduces armor class by 2. I just want to point out, a few people in the Cantrip video were saying, didn't you know acid splash reduces armor class by 2? Acid splash inflicts the acid condition. It doesn't. Acid splash does not do that. We need either Chromatic Orb or Melf's Acid Arrow to do that. So acid reduces armor class by 2. Amazing. That's really good. That really, really helps. So Manip Sayama here will take a tiny bit of extra damage at the end of her turn. There we are. Interestingly, the lightning charge damage got added to that as well, which is pretty cool. Now this suffers from the same fate as some level 1 spells in that early in the game, the damage is kind of only okay even at the lower levels. It would never be S tier. One good thing about it is it can force multiple concentration checks on a caster. And it does create that surface. Enemies will walk out the surface, unfortunately, so you've only got a limited time to use it. At the higher levels, this damage 44 damage and then 2d4. And at the higher levels, the damage done is very, very low. One thing I did forget to mention, it does say here, on a miss, they still take half the initial damage, so 44 divided by 2. So it's a source of guaranteed damage, but Magic Missile's so much better for that. The only reason I'm leaving it in C tier is the fact that it actually creates an acid surface, which can be very, very useful for, well, all of your characters, potentially. Mirror Image. This is available to Sorcerers, Wizards, Warlocks, Trickery Domain Clerics, Coast and Mountains Circle of the Land Druids, Arcane Tricksters, and Eldritch Knights. So it uses an action to cast and creates 3 illusory duplicates, and each of them increases your armor class by 3. And whenever an attack misses you, one of the duplicates disappears, and therefore your armor class goes down. So let's just double check this. Gale's current armor class is 17. If we upcast it, we don't get any benefits. So Shadowheart's armor class is 15 because I accidentally put this on her for something earlier. And now it's 24, which is respectable. But each time an attack comes in and misses her,
Have to keep going.
she loses one of those 3. And let's just show that happen. Right, and it's gone. Down to 21. This is not the same as 5th edition whatsoever. It's a very different method of doing it. One good thing about it is it doesn't require concentration. I would say if you're going to use this, it's usually better to cast it ahead of combat if you can. However, that's not always possible, because using an action in combat to make potentially 3 attacks miss you isn't necessarily the best choice. Plus, even if the attack was going to miss you anyway, you still lose your mirror image, which is kind of annoying, really. Towards the end game, this goes down because your action becomes far more valuable than just increasing your armor class by 3 per missed attack. But in the lower levels, it helps a lot. Increases your survivability by a long time. It's 10 turns, so yeah, you can easily cast it ahead of combat if you know it's coming. Misty Step is next. This is available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Circle of the Land Druids if they're coast or underdark, Oath of the Ancients Paladins, Oath of Vengeance Paladins, Gloomstalker Rangers, Bards via Magical Secrets, Arcane Tricksters, Eldritch Knights, and Githyanki get it at level 5 once per long rest. Quite widely available. What does it do? It uses a bonus action and you can teleport to an unoccupied space that you can see. Now, I don't have any actual use for this, but I could teleport out of here if I wanted to. I'm going to be in trouble if I do that. This isn't the best time to be using it. But one good thing is it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. You teleport out. You can teleport to places you can see, so you can get through gates and railings. You can go up, you can go down. It's a bonus action, and in Baldur's Gate 3, unlike 5th edition, you can cast a spell with a bonus action and action without any sort of limitation. Easy S tier. Just search. It doesn't even have to be used in combat. It's really good outside of combat, getting to places that you can see but can't reach otherwise. And it's so widely available that you're going to have someone in your party with Misty Step. Next up is Moonbeam, available to Druids and Oath of the Ancients Paladins. So it's a concentration spell, which cools down a beam of light and does 2d10 radiant damage if the enemies fail a Constitution saving throw. If they pass, they take half damage. And it's a bit like Cloud of Daggers in that damage is dealt on the initial casting and if enemies start their turn there or walk onto it during their turn. Now the area here is even smaller than Cloud of Daggers.
You were witnessed assaulting some.
Now this will apply to allies, so you don't want to walk into this Moonbeam if you can help it. So the Steel Watcher took 5 damage. And if you have Moonbeam, you can then move it with an action to recast it. Let's put it on this one again. And if you're hasted, you can cast it again. And if you upcast it, it does an additional 1d10 radiant damage for every spell slot above the 2nd level. And like with the level 1 spells, these level 2 spells that deal damage kind of fall off a bit later in the game. When you initially get Moonbeam, I think it's very easily S tier. It's the Druid equivalent of Cloud of Daggers. It does more damage potentially, but the area is smaller, but you can move it around. Towards the higher levels, the damage isn't quite enough. Maybe you could upcast it. It is going to be very useful during Act 2. You do find plenty of enemies who are vulnerable to radiant damage, and there are items that can boost radiant damage. It's going to leave it at A, but I do know by the time I am level 12, I'm probably not going to use it, but I'm not level 12 for the whole game. But it's a nice kind of backup spell to have in the back of your pocket, ready to come out and deal damage to people in an area. Pass Without Trace is next, which is available to Druids, Trickery Domain Clerics, Circle of the Land Druids if they pick Grassland, Rangers and Bards via their Magical Secrets, where the Shadow Monks can also do the same thing at the cost of 2 key points. So call forth a Veil of Shadows and Silence that gives you and all nearby companions plus 10 bonus to stealth checks until long rest. It is a concentration spell though. Up it goes. Pass Without Trace. So everyone's now got a plus 10 bonus to stealth. Look at that, plus 12. Helps with hiding. Now, the thing is, in combat at least, and even outside of combat, if I'm within a vision cone, there's a chance of being seen. If I'm outside a vision cone,
Move fast when I need to. Sylvana, soften my
there's no chance of being seen. Now, it's kind of disappointing. In 5th edition, this is an amazing skill. Amazing spell. But with the addition of vision cones to the game, and we do have invisibility if we really need to, although it's not everybody, I don't particularly care for this spell that much. I do understand it will have some uses, because if I'm here and try and hide, see, I'm still too close to the Steel Watcher inside the vision cone, that I just get seen. Maybe in darker places where you do have to take a stealth check to hide, this is useful. And I'm sure someone's going to tell me about a build where they're going to have perhaps a rogue, I suppose, who's hiding and shooting, and they're passing all their stealth checks, and it's really overpowered. Please let me know if you do have a build like that or an idea. But outside that sort of situation, I just don't need to use it because the vision cones tell me where I can and where I can't hide. Phantasmal Force. This is available to Bards, Sorcerers, Wizards, Great Old One Warlocks, Archfey Warlocks, Arcane Tricksters, and Eldritch Knights. What does it do? Nothing. Right, no. It deals 1d6 psychic damage. Deal damage to a creature each turn. The type of damage changes to the last type of damage the creature suffered. So still 1d6 damage. Upcasting does nothing. Let's try it on here.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Yeah, let's try and maintain concentration if we can, because it is a concentration spell. Ooh, she took 4 damage. And note, she didn't take damage when the spell was cast. So at the moment, she's going to take piercing damage. If I hit her... Yeah, why not? And now it says slashing damage, even though the last type of damage done was radiant. And so she's going to take 1d6 slashing damage. And she also does get a wisdom saving throw to stop this. So yeah, this is awful. 1d6 damage per turn. Yes, you can create some types of damage to be to make enemies vulnerable to. Then it goes up to 2d6 damage, but at almost any level.
Catch my breath.
Okay, this enemy's got 130 hit points maximum. It's quite a lot. Let's turn this off, shall we? But now they're dead, and the spell did 4 damage. If the last 2 turns, I'm going to have wasted my concentration and the level 2 spell slot for 2d6 damage. Even at level 3, I'd rather just chuck out a firebolt, which does 1d10, than use my level 2 spell slot, which at the time is my highest level spell slot. At these high levels, my cantrips do more damage than that anyway. Wow, that's a bit unlucky, wasn't it? 8 on 3d10. But the point is, like, the damage is so awful, and they can resist this at the end of their turn anyway, that you might only end up using 2 turns of it. It's just not worth the spell slot or the concentration. Prayer of Healing is next, and is only available to clerics. This can only be cast outside of combat, so no doing it inside of combat. It heals 2d8 plus your spellcasting modifier of healing, and combines with any items that inflict conditions. Inflict's probably the wrong word, but inflict conditions when you heal someone. Now, the usefulness of this spell will very much depend on your playstyle and how many rests you take, aim on taking, or happy at taking. If you're taking a long rest and short rest after every single battle, it's probably D tier, you're never going to get any use out of it. If you're trying to extend your rests and you want a bit of healing on everyone, and you're happy to use a level 2 spell slot, it's probably up at A tier. It's not a huge amount of healing. As your level goes up, you're probably going to get less use out of it, but then again, level 2 spell slots become less valuable anyway. If you upcast it, you get an extra 1d8 set of healing from each spell slot above the 2nd level. It does go well with some items. In this case, we've got the Reviving Hands, which gives Blade Ward to anyone who's healed. We can give temporary hit points. We can give Bless to people who are healed, just for 2 turns though, not like for a long time. I'm going to leave it in the middle because I really think it does depend on your playstyle. I tend to use it perhaps in lower levels. As the levels go up, I tend to use it less and less. Protection from Poison is next. This is available to clerics, druids, paladins, and rangers. And what does it do? You touch a creature, you neutralize all poisons, and granting it protection against poison influences in the future until long rest, which means you get advantage on saving throws against being poisoned, and you get resistance to poison damage. Like with Dark Vision, you could get a character to go and cast this on all your characters in camp and then kick them out, in which case it's probably S tier. Let's say she casts it on herself, whatever. So now, yeah, we have advantage on saving throws against being poisoned, and we're resistant to poison damage. It's okay, it doesn't require concentration, which is great. I really, really like that. Now, I would say, if you are poisoned, don't pick Lesser Restoration. Do pick Protection from Poison. Apart from rangers, clerics, druids, and paladins are prepared casters, so they can actually switch this in and out, and it can really help against some of the gas traps and poison clouds out there. So Protection from Poison has its uses, but for much of the game, you'll easily get away without it though. Ray of Enfeeblement is next, which is for warlocks, wizards, bards via the magical secrets, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So it's an attack roll. If you hit them for 10 turns while you're concentrating, they deal half damage with weapon attacks using strength. There we are, the feeble. So now she deals half damage with her weapon attacks that use strength, which does mean anyone who's using finesse weapons and has a high dexterity, it doesn't help with, doesn't help against ranged attacks using ranged weapon or against ranged weapons. So let's go start some nonsense.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
So if I get an opportunity attack, don't really. She deals 2 damage. Awesome. And the thing is, this is very low because the magical plate went stacked after the damage was halved. Oh, she rolled a 3 on 1d12, which is just a bit unlucky, isn't it? And that seems awesome, but it requires my concentration. And again, a bit like with Phantasmal Force, it's only against a single target. And most enemies don't survive more than a few rounds. Whoops, didn't need to use that Divine Smite. Sure, against some bosses it'll be useful, some harder enemies, but it's only weapon attacks also. So against like the Spider Matriarch, it's not going to help because she doesn't use weapons. I'm going to stick it down here. B tier. I don't want to use my concentration for this. If possible, I would rather use whole person. Then I can kill them even quicker. Maybe try and cast blindness instead, so they get disadvantage on their attack anyways. Perhaps they can't even hit you. It's just such a bad use of concentration and a level 2 spell slot when there are so many better options out there. Next up is Scorching Ray. Available to sorcerers, wizards, fiend warlocks, light domain clerics, bards via the magical secrets, eldritch knights, and arcane tricksters. There are several items that give you this as well. What does it do? With a level 2 spell slot, it holds 3 rays of fire that do 2d6 damage each. You need to make an attack roll for each individual ray. If you upcast it, such as warlocks can do, an additional ray gets sent out. Interestingly, basically it stacks with Hunter's Mark or Hex. Forgot to bait that out. Oh well. But let's go for it. Upcast. If I'd had Hex, there would have been an additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5d6 damage with a chance of basically taking out Fist Miller. Would have been guaranteed. I'm going to stick it at A because the upcast is pretty good and it's an attack roll. We don't get many damaging spells that are attack rolls at the higher level spell slots. We've got Melf's Acid Arrow here and Scorching Ray. As we get to higher and higher levels, it's all about saving throws. But this means we can get advantage from hiding or whatever source of advantage you've got. And having lots of different rays coming out is very useful because each of them counts as a separate hit. So they can critical hit, for example. And if you've got something like Hex, each ray stacks with it. The Invisibility is up next. This is available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So you become able to see invisible creatures if they fail a dexterity saving throw until long rest. Doesn't require concentration. Now this is actually a waste for Gale in his current state because he's a divination wizard and he gets it for free anyway at level, I think it was level 10. So there it is, you can see invisibility, which is pretty cool. Unfortunately, you cannot cast it on somebody else. It's not like dark vision in that way. Now this can come in very useful in some instances. So I'm kind of tempted to put it in B tier. What I don't like about it is that we can't cast it on other people. And one person, Tav, can get this through Volo, just a permanent buff. In which case it comes down here probably because there's always someone in your party who's got it. I would say it's a good idea to have at least one person in your party who can see invisibility, especially in Act 2. But if you've taken see invisibility from Volo, then probably DT. You just don't need your wizard to cast it if someone else has got it. But I am going to leave it at B tier, but a part of me really wants to put it down to C. Shatter is next, available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, warlocks, tempest domain clerics, eldritch knights, and arcane tricksters. It's an area of effect in AoE that does 3d8 thunder damage if enemies fail their constitution saving throw. Any creatures made of inorganic material have disadvantage on their saving throw, which is some creatures. If the Steel Watcher was still alive, then actually it would have disadvantage also. The area is quite nice.
Assaulting someone.
But I would say that, again, these damaging spells at the higher levels, wow, I did pretty badly on my rolls there. Yeah, at the higher levels, this just isn't as good because enemies have got a lot more hit points than normal. Well, not normal, than earlier in the game. In the earlier levels, this is great. It's good against goblins, gnolls, these enemies that don't have more than 20 or 30 hit points. Then as they go up and up, it goes down and down and down. I would suggest if you pick it on a caster that has a spells known, switch it out later on because it won't be as useful. Now considering we go up to level 12, it kind of pains me a bit at the low damage at the higher levels. No, it is a source of guaranteed damage. I'm really between C and B here. And there's no way to make anyone vulnerable to thunder damage, sadly. Like by the time we get to higher levels, I just got to think about this and compare this to some of these other spells. Now Cloud of Daggers is much higher because the fact is we do almost certainly do more damage than Shatter ever can, and it can last multiple turns, whereas Shatter is just a single AoE. Thing is, in some fights, like in the Goblin camp, killing all the goblins outside or even inside, this is probably S tier. You can just take out many goblins. But that's just one particular instance. By the time we're in Act 2, do you know what? There are some enemies that are vulnerable to thunder damage. The Arcane Eyes, for example. I'm going to put it at B. I think it's useful enough early in the game that it's good to use when you get your level 2 spell slots. But by the time we get to the higher levels, we will probably stop using it. You can upcast it to deal an extra 1d8 thunder damage for every spell slot above the second. So in that sense, it can still be useful. But really towards the end of the game, your spellcasters can probably do better than cast Shatter. Next up is Silence, which is available to Bards, Clerics, Desert Circle of the Land Druids, Rangers, Oath of Devotion Paladins. Warlocks can use an Eldritch Invocation, Book of Ancient Secrets, and they get to cast it once per long rest. Where the Shadow Monks can basically cast a spell for 2 key points. What does it do? You create a soundproof sphere all within are silenced, so basically can't cast most spells. Some spells can be cast in the silenced region, but not many. And they do let you know which ones they are. And you become immune to thunder damage. So in combat, this does cast a spell slot, and I say that because actually it is a ritual spell, so outside of combat, it doesn't require a spell slot. So I've got a bit of a situation going on. Now most of these enemies aren't spellcasters, so probably I'll find they don't get much use out of it, but we'll see. Now it does have out of combat uses. For example, if you're facing True Soul Gut in her own little chapel or in a little area, if you silence her, she can't call for help. And that basically goes for anyone who wants to call for help. If you silence them, they can't do that. It means your characters don't make noise while they're going past as well. And remember, in these situations, you can set these up using the fact it's a ritual outside of combat. So I'm going to stick it at A tier. It's got some utility. When it's cast against me in combat, I'm usually like, so what? I'm going to walk out of it. And I imagine most enemies here will do that. That's kind of a form of control, a form of trying to make people not go to a certain part of a battle, of a fight. Spike Growth is next, which is available to Druids, Nature Domain Clerics, Rangers, and Bards via the Magical Secrets. So when we cast it, you get this area which will create spikes. I'm going to go turn-based mode.
The smallest of small talk.
Which deals, people don't like that, deals 2d4 damage when it's cast. Now interestingly, this will remain while concentration is maintained. It is difficult terrain, and every time enemies move 5 feet, or 1.5 meters, they take an additional 2d4 piercing damage. Let's just come out to them, and you can see them all taking damage. And they will.
Murdered someone in view of a...
Enemies, people will try and get out of it, right? Oh, down they go. And it basically is multi-purpose. 1, it deals some damage. And if someone tries to walk all the way across, actually, they're going to take a fair bit of damage. And 2, kind of battlefield control. All right, I've now got this area where if these enemies want to come close to me, they'll have to probably jump. And that's the main downside to this spell, is enemies can just jump over and through it. Let's just stand back. Also, it is flammable, and it will set alight, which means it just disappears, which is pretty bad. We'll probably jump, I imagine. And wow, it jumped all the way over there. Thankfully, it didn't go for Jaheira. They'll be able to shoot because they're a ranged attacker. And then with her turn, I can just do something else, as long as it's not a concentration spell. Now I'm going to see what this dude does. I imagine they will just jump over it. Oh, it's a bit of a risk.
I take no joy in this.
But we can pull that person through the spike growth. Yeah, they're going to jump. The AI isn't too stupid with this. They will try and avoid it if they can. But you can try and use that to your advantage. I think it's a solid A pick. Nice A tier spell. The damage isn't massive, but it can start to really add up, and it essentially uses up the enemy's bonus actions to get around it, or they will just avoid it and they can't attack you, especially if they're melee combatants. Spiritual Weapon is next, which is available to Clerics and Bards via the Magical Secrets. So quite rarely, this uses a bonus action to cast, and you can create a Spectral Weapon. If you upcast it, you can actually create weapons that have more hit points and deal an additional 1d8 force damage. And you get 6 different weapons to choose from, and they've got different weapon abilities. So the first 3 all have Lacerate, which can inflict bleeding, which gives enemies disadvantage on Constitution saving throws and 2 damage at the start of their turn. The Maul can do Concussive Smash, which gives enemies disadvantage on their Wisdom saving throws and can't take reactions. And the last 2 can do Piercing Strike, so if you hit the enemy after that, they take an additional 2 piercing damage. My favourite is the Maul, because spells that require Wisdom saving throws often are just very, very good spells. And this only lasts for 10 turns. It doesn't last forever. But very interestingly, it doesn't require concentration, which is very useful. So what I can do now, although it's a bit over the top. Now I cannot summon another spiritual weapon. It will just replace the old one, so there's no point in doing it 2 turns in a row. So here's the spiritual weapon. I'm using it against people who are held. It's a bit unfair really, it's not a great way to compare it necessarily. I'm not going to use its concussive smash. You can do it once per short rest, basically once per summon. Pretty good, and it can fly, but it can only fly 20 feet. The one problem I find with spiritual weapon is if you cast it in the wrong place, it can be almost impossible to get back into the fight. So if I take out these two here, and then this Flaming Fist, the spiritual weapon's probably never actually going to attack anyone else. Unlike with other summons, they don't get attacked too often, only if it's literally the only thing that the enemies can actually see. Even including that, up to S tier. It's a bonus action, so I can still cast another spell. It's extra damage. It's an extra target. It doesn't require concentration. It's just so good. Warding Bond is next. This is available to clerics only, and there are some items that can give you this. So what does it do? You ward an ally. They gain resistance to all damage. Pretty cool. +1 bonus to the armor class and saving throws, but each time the ally takes damage, you take the same amount of damage. Now, I've already cast this before in combat, which is why, and I cast it on Gale. And this fist here was using volley on Shadowheart, Gale, and Will all together. So we can see here that one of the attacks hit Gale. Damage was resisted, and so it did 5 piercing damage in total. At which point, Shadowheart took 5 piercing damage also. And then the second volley attack did the same thing. Gale took 6 piercing damage in the end, and so Shadowheart took 6 piercing damage. Now, there's no way to stop this. You can't drop this. It's not concentration. Sorry, I said something slightly incorrect earlier. Outside of combat, you can unprepare Warding Bond, and then the effect will stop. And while the damage reduction is cool for Gale, kind of sucks for Shadowheart. Now, what would work very well, but I don't have Shadowheart set up correctly for this, is if you were wearing some sort of heavy armor, so that this damage gets reduced by 2, or 3. There was one that reduces it by 3. And maybe if you were a heavy armor master as well. So a life domain cleric would do very well here because they have proficiency with heavy armor automatically. And then actually this would start to really, really help. What you can also do is do the same thing, but with some of your minions in camp. So if you get a hireling, turn them into let's say a life domain cleric, and then give them some heavy armor, give them heavy armor master, and you can leave them behind in camp. You don't need them in your party. When you get back to camp, they'll probably be dead. Let's face it, but your character would have had half the damage taken. Then you can just revive them, especially if you've got a cleric. I mean, outside of combat, you can just prepare Revivify. You can pay 200 gold. So it can be kind of abusable. If you want to play that way, then you can use your hirelings to cast this on you. Now, where I place this really depends on how you play and how I play. I don't tend to use the hirelings to do this sort of thing. And so actually for me, I don't really like it. If I was to use the hirelings, if I was to use a cleric in heavy armor with heavy armor master, actually, well, with the hirelings at S tier, because then your character just takes half the damage with very few repercussions. But I don't particularly like it. I don't like playing like that too much. I've just been experimenting with Gale and his transmutation stone and making him cast dark vision, but I really can't be bothered going through all the hassle of creating someone with Warding Bond and then revivifying them. But if that is your style of play, then I'm sure you'd put it up at S, but I just don't. I've never used it seriously because Shadowheart's half dead, not quite, but coming up to half dead, and this is her first round in combat, which is somewhat disappointing. I suppose against weaker enemies it wouldn't be so bad, but still, it's a bit too risky for me. Also, I now feel slightly vindicated by putting Warding Bond in D tier critical miss, because Gale's got some lightning charges and Shadowheart's taking damage from those lightning charges, which kind of sucks. Although quite interestingly, Shadowheart does have the effect of Blade Warder, and she took half damage from the already resisted damage, so you can actually resist the resisted damage and then have damage taken off that. But still, I don't like the fact that it passes on lightning charges, or passes on the lightning charge damage. And lastly, we have Web, which is available to sorcerers, wizards, Circle of the Land Druids if they take the Underdark land, bards via the magical secrets, arcane tricksters, and eldritch knights. So you create an area of webs. Enemies must make a dexterity saving throw to resist the effect of the web. Now, this does require concentration, sadly, and upcasting doesn't do anything. Let's do it here. So these two are now enwebbed, which means that they cannot move, and attack rolls against them have advantage, while the attack rolls have disadvantage, and they've got disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. So now look at this. Will's got a 94% chance to hit here. Unfortunately, we have a silence bubble up. We'd have to go over to wherever she is to stop that. Or just walk out, I suppose. But I want to show the effect here. Let's use the offhand attack. Not even the offhand attack, but the bonus action attack. So Gale gave me advantage in all of those, which is nice. Now he has advantage on this attack. It's not got a very high chance to hit, but it all helps. And this shows probably the one main downside apart from concentration for web. It's flammable. I 100% forgot that I had fire damage on my hand crossbow. Although the wolf is still enwebbed, but only until this turn. So where does it go? I think it's quite a nice spell, but it's kind of similar to Spike Growth, except instead of doing damage, it's all about controlling the enemy, giving them debuffs, giving your allies advantage. One nice thing about these sorts of spells is it doesn't really matter what level you're at. This is still going to be useful even in the higher levels potentially. The only downside is because of the concentration, there will be higher level spells that require concentration that you'll probably cast ahead of this. But web will always be useful, but try not to set it alight like I just did. So that's my own subjective take. I do want to say this isn't an objective list. Obviously, there is no objective list to this. And like I said at the beginning of the video, if you think I'm wrong, let me know why. Give me a reason. Let's start a discussion, because we've had some really good discussions in the other videos. I will say the comments that are useless are the ones which say, oh, you're wrong. Thanks. Tell me why. Anyway, thank you very much if you made it this far, and to the members of my channel, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. So for the updates to level 2, there aren't going to be too many. Probably one of the smallest number of spells I'm going to move for any spell level. So I'm going to start off with Arcane Lock. I'm going to put it to C tier. It does have uses. The example I showed in the tier list video in the Goblin Camp is just a downside of Arcane Lock. I'd basically call it a bug. We can't use Arcane Lock on doors that change maps. Enemies can still go through them. So not the best. But yeah, you can lock enemies in places. You know, they're going to be trapped in there with you, or keep them out somewhere for a few turns. They can still break down the doors that have arcane locks, so it's not necessarily going to, you know, completely keep people out. Depends on the door. Some doors can't be broken. Next step, I was very harsh on invisibility before, really. It's not a spell you'd want to use in combat for the most time. I'm going to move it up to A tier. Can help bring you to different places. Can help you pickpocket if that's what you want. The thing is, that's just not something I usually do. I don't find myself pickpocketing too much. I mean, it can be used as an emergency in combat, but we do have potions of invisibility, which we can use as a bonus action and don't take concentration. But as a utility spell, exploration spell, want to get past some guard spell or something like that, yeah, I can put it up to A tier. And lastly, probably the most egregious sort of tier I gave to any spell was Warding Bond. If you are happy to do this, you can put it up into S tier. At the time of making the level 2 tier list video, I wasn't really aware that you could do this. So what you can do is get any hireling in camp. The best one isn't a hireling, it's actually Gale. Cast this on someone on your party. The character you cast it on just takes half damage. You come back to camp, that hireling is dead. You can just raise them particularly easily, especially once you've got to level 5 and you've got level 3 spells. If you use Gale, because of who he is and what can happen to him, he heals himself outside of combat. So you can get Gale to cast Warding Bond on people, and they'll take the half damage, they'll get the extra armor class and so on, and you come back to camp and Gale is fine. An argument can also be made of not using it with hirelings like that, but getting a cleric to cast it that's perhaps got heavy armor master and wearing some heavy armor that absorbs damage, and they can survive a long time. I've still not used it like that. I still don't really use Warding Bond that much, but I can appreciate that it does have its uses and it can be very, very strong. Other than that, I didn't really feel the need to change the level of any spell. I do know there is a particular build with sorcerers where Scorching Ray could perhaps go up to S tier, but yeah, I still don't find these particularly useful. Some people talked about casting Barkskin on some familiar or something. I just don't think it's worth it, the concentration. And it's just armor class 16 at the end of the day anyway. It's not even particularly high. All right, time for the level 3 spells. Hello and welcome to another tier list, this time for the level 3 spells available in Baldur's Gate 3. First of all, I would hope this goes without saying, this is my own subjective view of these spells, so I can expect lots of you to have different feelings about these spells, where they go, and that's perfectly fine. So I would ask that you give the common courtesy of explaining why I'm wrong. Comments such as "your list is objectively wrong" are just going to get completely ignored because they add nothing to the conversation. And that's the point of these tier lists, is to create discussion so we can all share with each other what we find useful about the spells and maybe some extra information we don't know. Now, how do I rate spells? I try to take several things into account. First of all, what other spells are on those class spell lists? So for example, Conjure Barrage is only available to rangers, so I'm going to be comparing this to other ranger spells. Secondly, does the spell require concentration? Because that's a very big mechanic in Baldur's Gate 3 and, well, it comes from 5th edition. Is it useful throughout the game? So when we get these spells here, we get them at level 5. Now, am I only using this at level 5? Will I be using this up until level 12 at the end of the game? Does the spell have any utility, any extra effects, and can it be upcast to give a more powerful version of the spell? And if it deals damage, what type of damage does it deal? Generally, I will favor lightning and cold damage because that can be doubled from the wet condition. Also, I do kind of prefer radiant damage because radiant damage is very useful in Act 2. There are several enemies who are vulnerable to it. Also, radiant damage is one of the ways to give out radiating orbs, which is a very strong debuff you can put onto enemies. I do try to tend to avoid taking into account specific items and subclasses because you may just not have found those items, might not be possible in your playthrough, and perhaps you just don't want to play with a specific subclass. However, there are some spells that just have such a strong link to some subclasses or maybe items that I will mention them, but overall I try not to take those into account. And I do try to pick an overall tier. So if I thought haste was really not useful at level 5, but is really useful at level 12, I'm going to take somewhere in the middle between S and C. I can only put the spell in one place in the tier list. I'm not going to split it up for every single subclass, every single level, or every single item that could be useful for a spell. I'm giving an overall impression of the spell. So starting off with Animate Dead. This is available to clerics, wizards, Circle of the Spores druids, and Oathbreaker paladins. For this spell to work, you do need a medium or small corpse. They can't be knocked out, they do have to be a corpse, which makes sense. And we get several options. Now, Gale here is at level 12, so I've got some even extra options. But at level 5, when you can first get the spell, you get the option of a zombie or a skeleton. If you upcast the spell, you actually get to target more corpses. Gale is a necromancer, so he can create an extra undead minion. But level 4, it creates 3 either zombies or skeletons. At level 5, you then get a choice of ghouls, either flying or not. And then if you upcast that to level 6, you can create up to 3 or 4 if you're a necromancer of these ghouls. This does not require concentration, which is great. Obviously, we've got a use for it at every spell level. And these undead ghouls or zombies or skeletons can have buffs cast on them, such as Longstrider. Now, I've already cast aid on the group, but I can give them aid at level 3, perhaps. So now they have 10 extra hit points each. And now I have got many people in my party, not just the 4 party members. And even if you use the level 3 or level 4 version of the spell, it's very useful to have an extra body on the field, dealing a bit of extra damage, and also taking extra damage that isn't going to the rest of your party. I'm going to stick this in S tier. I don't often use the spell myself, but I can see the power of the spell. One thing I really like is that we can upcast it at level 4, 5, and 6, and we get extra effects from it. And having extra bodies on the field is just really, really useful. Beacon of Hope is next, and this is available to clerics and Oath of Devotion paladins. So what does it do? You create an aura, and within that aura, any healing done gets maximum healing done, and everyone has, or allies, have advantage on wisdom saving throws and death saving throws. Now it does require concentration. Upcasting it doesn't do anything. So this works well if you've got area of effect heal. Not well, but you get more use out of it if you use area of effect heals. So everyone there got the maximum of 9 healing, which isn't a lot really, because it's healing word, mass healing word. Now I'm not in any particular trouble here at the moment, but if I do throw a potion of superior healing, here we are. Now I can affect multiple people here. We get a maximum of 40 healing. That's all very well and useful, but for me the concentration requirement kind of ruins it, because at level 3, especially for clerics, we do have another awesome spell, and one of them, Spirit Guardians, get to that later, takes concentration. Now, it can probably save you in a pinch. Some people have said that to me in the past, but I so rarely feel the need to cast it. Sure, advantage on death saving throws sounds great, but you can almost certainly get someone back up before they die from failing death saving throws. Now, the advantage on wisdom saving throws, on the other hand, is good, because any spells that affect wisdom saving throws are often very, very powerful and will take your character out of combat, and you do not want that to happen. But I'm going to leave it in C tier because I think it's a bit too situational. I don't find myself needing to take this, and as a cleric, I probably want to prepare some other spells rather than Beacon of Hope most of the time. Stow Curse. This is available to bards, clerics, wizards, great old one warlocks, Oathbreaker paladins, and all warlocks can also get this if they pick the Eldritch Invocation, called Sign of Ill Omen. So it has a melee range. You've got several different things it can do, so potentially a lot of utility. 6 of these are giving disadvantage on a particular type of saving throw. So that's the Charisma, Constitution, Dexterity, and so on. Or we can give an enemy a disadvantage on their attack rolls. Our attack rolls and spells deal an additional 1d8 necrotic damage to the target. Or we can fill them with dread and they can possibly skip their turn. So it does require you to get into melee, and it is a wisdom saving throw to resist these, and it does require concentration. We can upcast them. All it does is increase the number of turns, which, considering these, I'm guessing you're going to cast these in combat, 10 turns is enough. There's pretty much no reason to upcast it. Now, lots of these effects sound good, because they are, but there are usually other ways to get these. We can give disadvantage on Constitution saving throws by inflicting bleeding on a target. For Dexterity, we can knock them prone. Wisdom, we can daze them with our weapon abilities from the martial, well, it doesn't have to be martial classes, but more likely to be martial classes. Giving disadvantage on attack rolls, there's a level 2 spell Blindness, which doesn't require concentration. Now that's a Constitution saving throw instead of Wisdom. Additional 1d8 damage, that's just like Hunter's Mark or Hex. Now most of the classes that get Bestow Curse don't get Hunter's Mark or Hex, but to use a level 3 spell slot to do this, I do not think is worth it. The only one really worth casting, I think, is Dread. Now, they can possibly skip their turn if they fail their Wisdom saving throw. This would be really good on especially on a boss or just difficult creature. So who goes next? This one. So we'll try it. So we'll see what happens on their turn. Oh, they passed. So then they can attack. So it's not even guaranteed. That was a 90% chance to work. Let's just check their... Yeah, they're all a 20. Okay, that's like just a bit unlucky. I'm going to leave this down in C tier again. The upcasting is pointless. It's concentration, and most of these classes want to concentrate on something else most of the time. Most of the effects just aren't worth a level 3 spell slot. Blinding Smite is next. This is only available to paladins. So what does it do? You attack an enemy. It uses your action and bonus action in a level 3 spell slot. It does an additional 3d8 radiant damage on a hit. And if the enemy fails a Constitution saving throw, they become blinded. Let's give it a go. Nice. That's not right. I mean, I would probably have just smited there, used the Divine Smite there. I guess they've passed their Constitution saving throws, so they're not blinded. And in the end, what I did was an additional 3d8 damage. I don't particularly like this smite spell. One thing I don't like is that it uses a bonus action. Now, I get that all the smite spells do that, but we're using a level 3 spell slot and a bonus action. If I had potentially just used my level 3 spell slot to smite instead of using this, I could have killed him. I've got other uses for my bonus action. I've got a particular weapon here that gives me an extra bonus action attack. I've got Hunter's Mark from an item. I might want to jump around. I might want to use another spell that uses a bonus action, which will come up later. I'm going to leave this at C tier. I think as a paladin, there are other level 3 spells I'd rather cast, or just use my level 3 spell slot to smite. Next up is Blink. Blink is available to sorcerers, wizards, and archfey warlocks. So this can only be used during combat. So it uses an action, and at the end of your turn, there's a 50% chance you'll go to the ethereal plane. While you're there, you can't be harmed or seen. If you don't pass that, then you just stay where you are. So I'm going to cast this. Upcasting doesn't do anything. So we've got the blink condition, and then I'm just going to skip that turn. I want to point out Gale is currently concentrating on slow. Now, he didn't disappear, so he didn't go to the ethereal plane, so he can still be targeted. Alright, he's gone. Annoyingly, in Baldur's Gate 3, if you're concentrating, and you do blink away, you lose concentration, which I think is absolute nonsense. Should not really be happening. So what is it good for? It is kind of good for defense for whoever's casting it. One thing you need to bear in mind is that it completely negates any area of effect damage coming to your character. But if your character isn't there, it does mean your other 3 characters or summons present have to pick up the slack and will be targeted instead. So really you're just deflecting attacks onto other people. So he can't be affected here. One cool thing is at the start of your turn after blinking away, if you want to, you can move up to 20 feet away. I do wish that was a bit higher. 20 feet isn't very far, but you can blink and then take your action as normal. And at the end of the turn, oh, he's gone again. One thing to keep in mind though, is that he can't benefit from any buffs either. Your allies cannot target anyone who's blinked with anything to help them, like healing or buffs. I really dislike currently that the fact that blinking breaks concentration, for me, really can't put it any higher than C. Because sorcerers, wizards, and warlocks are very often concentrating on something, and there are some very important spells in level 3 even. Cool Lightning is next. This is available to druids, Tempest Domain clerics, Storm Sorcery sorcerers, and bards via the magical secrets. Warlocks who picked Pact of the Tome also get this once per long rest at level 5. So lightning strikes all targets within range. So we got 60-foot range. The radius, we're not actually told the radius. It's okay. Not the smallest radius we've got for an AoE, not the largest.
Witnessed assaulting someone.
And so it does 3d10 damage. It can be upcast for an extra 1d10 damage per spell level. And of course it's lightning damage, so this can be doubled. Doesn't say it's going to get the 2 at the edge, but actually did. Good. It is a spell that requires concentration, but as long as you maintain it, you get a new action over here, which actually counts as a cantrip. So any items that affect cantrips can actually currently affect Cool Lightning. So we can do this again. This time the damage should be doubled. Oh, there we are. And look at that. And oh, I love the sound. I do want to point out this is an area of effect spell. I have seen someone on Reddit saying this, oh, this wasn't very good because it just does 3d10 damage. Please don't use this on a single target. It would be a waste. There's no doubt about that. This should be used on multiple targets, and if they're wet, then that's even better. So here this has done what, 88 damage, and I can do that again next turn as long as I maintain concentration. One thing to keep in mind is that druids don't get very many level 3 spells, and I'm going to get to some of them later that basically aren't very good. So compared to the other spells druids get, I think for me this is definitely S tier. It's an AoE, it's lightning damage, it sounds cool and looks cool, and I can keep casting it again and again and again. It's a very efficient use of a level 3 spell slot, that is for sure. Next up is Conjure Barrage, which is only available to rangers. Do bear in mind, anytime I mention rangers or paladins in this tier list, they only get these spells at level 9. So Conjure Barrage has 2 different options. You can either conjure your melee weapon or your ranged weapon. You do 2d8 damage plus then the normal damage of the weapon that you've selected. So this my Tav Ranger's melee weapon is far superior to his ranged weapon. We get this quite a large cone. That's actually a very large cone compared to most cones we get in the game. Unfortunately, it does affect allies. So you do have to be very careful with where everyone is. In fact, I've used my bonus action to shove a prone Gale out the way to make sure he doesn't get affected by this. One thing to keep in mind is that this takes your whole action. Now this ranger is a hunter, and at level 11 we effectively get a very good alternative to this. Now I said I wasn't going to include subclasses too much, but considering this is just for rangers and they only have 3 different subclasses, I think this is actually quite important. So to 1/3 of rangers out there, potentially, this isn't going to be very useful past level 11. The range of the whirlwind attack is not as big, but you can do it twice per action. It's basically 2 attacks, and it doesn't affect allies. I'm going to leave this at A tier, not S tier, because this is only available to 1 class, so there's not much competition, and rangers don't get very many level 3 spells to choose from. But the fact is 1/3 of the subclasses get an alternative feature that's not exactly always better, but it can be used multiple times per action, and in fact constantly. and it does affect allies. If it didn't affect allies, I think I'd put it up to S tier, but I'm going to leave it at A tier. Next up is Counterspell, available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and bards via their magical secrets. This spell is a reaction spell, so it's quite difficult to potentially record it. But when an enemy tries to cast a spell, and sometimes other actions as well, you can cast this spell as a reaction to stop it. If it was a level 3 spell or lower, it's automatically stopped. If it's higher than level 3, then you have to do a check to stop it instead. But you can upcast this, so if an enemy is casting a level 4 spell and you upcast this at level 4, it automatically stops it. So I'm hoping I'll be able to show you that now. It does require a reaction, so I can't use these and expect to be able to counterspell. So here she goes. So she's used Command Grovel. It says level 1 enchantment spell, but I can see she's cast it on 4 targets, which must mean she's cast it at level 4. I get the option of which level I want to upcast it or cast counterspell at. I'm going to use the level 4 spell slot here. And we'll find completely stopped. That's it. Command isn't cast. Do bear in mind, enemy wizards, especially in the Flaming Fist, do use this on you, and I find it so annoying when it happens. This is another S tier spell. This just, you can stop so many bad things from happening. That command, if it had worked, even on just 1 or 2 of my party, that's half of my actions gone for that round. And it can be, you know, you can stop some very bad things happening to your party. The opportunity has come up for me to show you counterspell at level 3 against this Command Grovel again. This time there's a failed counterspell. Now we don't know how that works because we're not shown. And now 3 of my party have to skip their turn. Next up is Crusader's Mantle. This is available to War Domain Clerics at level 5, Bards from their magical secrets, and Paladins get it at level 9. So what does it do? I've actually already cast it in the previous round. So it's a concentration spell, and everyone within 30 feet, allies within 30 feet, gain a 1d4 bonus to their weapon attacks. So if I attack Blaze Liara Portier here, I got an extra 1d4, and I can do it again. And I got an extra 1d4. This 1d8 is just improved Divine Smite, just because I got to a high Paladin level, and I've got my offhand attack. No, I've got a bonus action attack. There it is. So 1d4 doesn't sound like much, I suppose, but if you've got lots of people using weapon attacks, then actually that starts to add up. Now it is concentration. I'm hoping we'll be able to pass the saving throws here. So if Tav here starts attacking also, we got an extra 2 radiant damage here. And we got some more. That was a critical hit. Do bear in mind, this does also get doubled on a critical hit. This one's quite heavily dependent on your party setup, your party composition. If you've only got maybe the Paladin or War Domain Cleric using the, or I guess Bard, using weapon attacks, then this is almost pointless. If you've got maybe 3 people using weapon attacks, then this is quite good, because for Paladins especially anyway, we do need to compare this to Divine Smite. So Divine Smite will get, at level 3, will get us 4d8 damage, and unless I maintain concentration, I won't necessarily get that much damage from all of the additional weapon attacks. It also depends on the battle. I mean, here actually it's probably quite a good use because I've got lots of enemies to kill, and this fight will last longer than just 2 or 3 turns. However, if you've got a relatively short fight, it's probably better just to take someone out with a Divine Smite rather than spread all the damage out across many different enemies. I'm going to put this in B tier. For clerics, they've got better things to concentrate on. For paladins, it might just be better to use a spell slot for a Divine Smite just at the right moment, but it's not bad. It does require concentration, so I don't think I want to put it any higher, but radiant damage can be very useful. Daylight is next. This is available to clerics, druids, sorcerers, bards via the magical secrets, rangers, and paladins. So there are 2 options when you cast Daylight. One, you can enchant an item or weapon, a bit like the light cantrip, or you can create a sphere, very large sphere here. And when you cast it like this, it will dispel magical darkness. I'm actually going to cast it on some armor, which you can also do with the light cantrip. Chance item, thank you, halfway. Yeah, very bright light, lovely bright light.
One true way.
Oh, well, that should not have happened. Oh, there we are. It's come back. Whew. That took some time. So it creates light for us, just like the light cantrip. It dispels magical darkness, which is cool. But also, the reason I've come all the way back here is there are some enemies that have a feature called sunlight sensitivity. While in sunlight, this creature has disadvantage on attack rolls and perception checks. Drow are another enemy that notably have this daylight sensitivity. So we're going to start this fight, and we should find, as long as I'm close enough, these guys should have disadvantage on any attack rolls that they do. So let's check that. Yep, they had disadvantage there. They hit still, but they still had that disadvantage. Use main hand attack, disadvantage. Because of its usefulness also in Act 2, against the shadow enemies especially, I'm going to stick this in A. I will say though that towards the end of the game, there aren't very many places where this really shines. We don't end up in too many dark places either. But it doesn't require concentration. You can cast it, and it's there for the rest of the long rest. So it's very, very useful. Next is Elemental Weapon. This is only available to Paladins. So what does it do? You pick one of the elements. We've got Acid, Cold, Fire, Lightning, and Thunder. And this goes onto a weapon of your choice. This could be yours, it could be an ally's. And that weapon gains a +1 bonus to attack and deals an additional 1d4 damage of the chosen element type. I'm going to go for Lightning. So I'm concentrating on it. And it's until long rest or until you lose concentration. So if I go and attack, do you know, I'm going to go and attack this archer.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
So I did an additional, and at that time I did an additional 3 damage. So every attack I do, I'm going to do an additional 1d4 damage. There we are, another 1d4 damage. So it's a bit like a better version of magic weapon, but I don't particularly care for magic weapon that much. The 1d4 damage just isn't really enough. I understand perhaps if it was higher, it would perhaps be too strong, but you're likely to lose concentration at some point during your long rest, and you don't know when it's going to happen. The concentration really kills this for me. If I could make every enemy wet, then I suppose an extra 2d4 damage would be good. I'll leave it at C tier. I guess it has its uses, that we can increase the damage of the cold or lightning. If we know someone is vulnerable to one of the particular element types, I can choose that. But again, for paladins, this has to and does compete with divine smites. If you can get 50 swings of your weapon, then actually this adds up to quite a lot. But if you only get like 3 or 4 swings before you long rest or you lose concentration, then it's been really pointless. Next up is Fear. Available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, trickery domain clerics, and gloomstalker rangers. Targets drop everything, it'll be their weapons, and become fearful, so they have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. It's a wisdom saving throw to resist it. It is concentration, lasts 2 turns. So get a big cone like this. Doesn't affect allies. So try and get those 4. So we can see 3 of them failed their saving throws there. Yeah, and you can pick up those weapons if you want, and they do run away. They're not going to come and harm me. So in fact, I'm going to go pick this up. And I could have been cleverer there. I could have set this up to have all my allies right next to someone who's fearful. So when they walk away, they take opportunity attacks. And this dude does go next, right? So let's try and not kill him, shall we? Now, Gale isn't the best person to have an opportunity attack with, but it can happen. So I've really split this fight into 2. I've now got to kill 2 people here and then kill those 3 separately afterwards, and it'll be easy to get rid of those 3. I'm going to leave it at... Oh, I'm torn between A and S. Definitely A, because the effect is very strong. It's an AoE, doesn't affect allies. The reason I'm struggling between A and S is, 1, it's concentration, and there are lots of concentration spells in the game, and secondly, it only lasts 2 turns. I think had it lasted longer, I'd put it up into S. But it's a very strong spell. Really good spell to have. Bane Death is next. Available to bards, clerics, druids, and wizards. It doesn't require concentration. It doesn't do anything when upcast. So you can put an ally into a protective coma, so they become resistant to all damage. Not immune, resistant. So will still be hurt by AoEs. Disease and poison have no effect. So you can't target anyone who is yellow, neutral, but you can target an ally. You can target yourself even. So I could, yeah, why not? Let's target Lae'zel. I'm sure Shadowheart would love that. So Lae'zel's going to hang around there for 10 turns doing nothing. If she takes damage, it will be halved, unless it's psychic damage. But she still takes damage until she gets back up after 10 turns is over. You can get someone back up by helping them, by using the help action. One other slightly easier way, out of combat at least, just unmemorize it, unprepare it, and then it stops. There's only one use I've read of. It's completely a pointless spell, apart from, I suppose, to show off this particular use. You've got to keep in mind you can only cast it on allies. One way to make someone an ally is by improving their attitude with you. So if you give them a whole load of stuff, yeah, they're now green. Right. So now I can put Volo to sleep. He doesn't care. Well, to sleep, feigning death. So now we can pickpocket Volo. Steal. Oh, we failed. And he doesn't care. So I can try this again.
What am I to do?
All's well that ends. I can take what I please.
So yeah, I can just steal what I want. So yeah, you can... Oh no, we failed. And it doesn't really matter. That's just complete critical miss for me. I don't care about that one niche use for Feign Death. It's a level 3 spell slot. Like I'd almost love the idea of it. It feels like you should be able to be creative with this. Maybe you can get someone somewhere, sneak someone in. Oh look, they're dead. But there's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no use for it. It's such a, in combat, it's such a waste of an action. You may as well let someone go down and then just revive them. Or you heal them. After all, bards, clerics and druids can all get this. So you can have healing word or mass healing word instead. Just, it's such a pointless spell in the game, in Baldur's Gate 3. Next up is Fireball. I'm sure most of you know where this is going to go. This can be learned by sorcerers, wizards, light domain clerics, and fiend warlocks. So what does it do? Well, while this loads in, it's an area of effect spell that does 8d6 damage to everyone inside the radius. Now I saved this here while I was playing through one of my characters, because I've got almost like the best possible use for it. It hits allies unless, I guess, you're an evocation wizard.
Let my enemies fall.
And in this particular instance, they will die anyway because of the type of enemy. And that one level 4 spell slot, it can be upcast, and actually, there's an extra 1d6 damage per spell level above level 3. This is quite a rare circumstance where these Shadow Curse Needle Blights explode when they die in this needle burst. So that really helped. But nevertheless, use this on a group of enemies. It's probably not worth using this on a single enemy. It requires a dexterity saving throw from the enemies, and even if they pass, they still take half the damage. Despite it being fire damage, kind of a resisted type, it's still just over the top in terms of the actual damage done. It's just ubiquitous with wizards and Dungeons and Dragons. How could it not be S tier? Next up is Gaseous Form, available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Circle of the Spores druids, Circle of the Lands druids, get it at level 5, and bards via the magical secrets. So you can transform one person into, well, some gas. Now the gaseous form is not useful in combat. That's not really the point of it. It is a concentration spell, but lasts until long rest. There's no turn limit on this. There are two important points about the spell. One, it can fly. So we can get to wherever we want, as long as we can make a path to it. And secondly, I don't have any ready here. But secondly, it can fit through any of small gaps that you find. So any pipes or small openings in random places, the gaseous form can go through it. It can go through any sort of jail bars, anything that's barred. As long as you can see your way somewhere, your gaseous form can go there. I guess it's worth pointing out that your strength and dexterity are set to 10, but also resistant to all damage and have advantage on constitution, strength, and dexterity saving throws, but we can't do anything else in this form. Can't attack, can't cast spells. So in that sense, yeah, like I said, it's not really going to be that useful in combat, but for getting, it's a strange way around, but for getting around, it's really, really good. Very good for exploration. It does require concentration. I'm going to put it at A. We can't upcast it to get any extra effects. For exploration, it's very good, but it only affects one ally, so it can be quite difficult to get anyone else to follow them. And they might be able to go places others can't, which has its drawbacks potentially. Glyph of Warding is up next. This is available to bards, clerics, and wizards. So when you pick Glyph of Warding, you have different variants. We've got some that will cause damage. So we've got acid, cold, fire, lightning, and thunder. We've also got the opportunity to have detonation, which knocks people back, and opportunity to put enemies to sleep. And the area is it's pretty decent, about the same as Fireball. The damage on the variants that do damage is 5d8, so less than Fireball. So what happens, you can cast it on the ground. At the moment, the spell hasn't gone off because these NPCs are neutral. It only goes off if there is if there is an enemy NPC, someone who is hostile. But once it goes off, everyone within the area is affected. So once I click attack, boom, it goes off and they make dexterity saving throws. Fist Jespin here passed, and I put them all to sleep. Elves and half-elves are immune to magical sleep, so wouldn't work on them. It doesn't require concentration. These enemies are now asleep for 2 turns, so perhaps it would be a good idea to try and get rid of Fist Jespin or Fist Wern first. People who are asleep can be shoved awake. Also, it's probably good to show you that if you are within 10 feet of a sleeping enemy, you do get a critical hit automatically. Now, bear in mind, this is on the Bard and Cleric spell lists, and for Bards especially, this is one of the big damaging spells they can get that works well throughout the game. We can get, this is going into S tier, we can get different variants, so we can get the lightning and cold damage, which can be doubled. We've got the utility of sleep or detonation, knocking people back. So against the Dwegar I showed earlier, you can put that onto their boat and knock potentially quite a lot of them into the water very, very quickly. For wizards, maybe not S, maybe an A, but regardless, with all the options we get, it's such a strong spell. Next up is Grant Flight. It used to be called Fly because that's what it's called in 5th edition. I guess they changed the name because there is an action called Fly, just like they changed the name of the spell Jump to enhance Leap. This is available to sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, Circle of the Land Druids, and bards via the magical secrets. It is a concentration spell, and you can target someone to let them fly on their turn, and this lasts for 10 turns only. Upcasting it does let you target more people, but they have to be within small range. So I could cast it on Shadowheart, and then she has this fly class action, and she could fly up to here. Kind of cool. But it requires an action to cast, so now Gale can't do much on his turn. So yeah, let's just say we fly up to here. I can't see anyone from up here actually. This is a really bad space to come up to. That is my fault though, that's not the spell's fault. I'm going to leave this in C tier. The fact it only lasts 10 turns is really annoying, and it's concentration, so in combat, I probably want to be concentrating on something else, but I can see that it could be useful trying to traverse certain terrain, some lava or something. If you really want to get across a gap, then yes, we can use this. Outside of combat, gaseous form is probably more useful, but at least with flight, you do get to be able to do everything else. So this is kind of the flight combat spell, but it's just 10 turns and it's concentration. Most of the classes, or all the classes that get this, probably want to be concentrating on something else. Next up is Haste, available to sorcerers, wizards, Circle of the Land Druids for the Arctic or Grassland variants. Warlocks who pick Pact to the Tome get this at level 5 once per long rest. Bards can pick this up with their magical secrets, and Oath of the Vengeance paladins also get this. So what does it do? It does several things. You become hastened, so you get a +2 bonus to armor class, cool. Advantage on dexterity saving throws, also useful. Your movement speed is double, amazing, and it can take 1 additional action per turn. This makes the spell pretty much overpowered for a level 3 spell. So I'm going to cast it on Will. So yes, it does require concentration, so I do need to try and make sure Gale is somewhat safe. What makes this so good? Unlike in 5th edition, the additional action is a whole additional extra action. So I can take, after my first action, I've used my first action now, I can still take 2 more attacks. So anyone who's got 3 attacks per turn, if you've got a Paladin, Warlock, Multiclass, Pact to the Blade, or a level 11 Fighter, that's 3 extra attacks. Now, if the condition ends, I'm going to artificially end it early here, person who was hasted, not the caster, but the person who was hasted, becomes lethargic and they can't do anything on their turn. And so Will just missed his turn there because he was lethargic. This is S tier, this should really be above. Now it is concentration, but this is the spell that all the other concentration spells have to compete with for the classes that have haste as a spell. This is such a strong spell, and you can combine this, like with sorcerers can twin this. Spellcasters who are hasted, I didn't even mention this, spellcasters who are hasted can then cast 2 spells per turn. Haste is just too good, almost too good. Hunger of Hadar is up next, available to warlocks and bards via their magical secrets. So this spell has quite a few different things going on. It's got 2 different types of damage. One is if creatures start their turn in the area, they take 2d6 cold damage, which of course can be increased with the wet condition. If if creatures end their turn, they take 2d6 acid damage. The area is difficult terrain, which is kind of cool because it can make it quite difficult for enemies to get out. And it's magical darkness. So
Witnessed assaulting.
something that happens with Hunger of Hadar is if you're outside it and you've got dark vision especially, you have advantage on attacks with everyone inside because they are blinded. So let's use my Dread Ambusher here. But bear in mind, if you go inside, then you are going to suffer the effects of this as well. Now it is a concentration spell, so depending on what happens here... Oh, it's okay, Will's outside. Just bear in mind, you can only get advantage on enemies inside if you have dark vision. Gale here does not have dark vision. He does not get advantage on this attack roll because it's too dark. If you combine this with some way to slow enemies down even further, such as grease, we should find... So there's the 2d6 damage at the top. They will try and get out as quickly as they can, which is fair enough. Can't blame them for trying, but they will walk through it if they don't have any other choice, and it slows them down. So they took the 2d6 acid damage. Alright, they got out, they took some damage. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Torn between A and S tier. I think I'm going to leave it at A. It's a very good spell. Kind of depends a little bit on where your battle is taking place. In an outside area with a lot of space, enemies can probably get around it quite easily. If I'd come back here and force them through a choke point here, it'd be really, really good because they would have to come through and suffer the effects of it. Next up is Hypnotic Pattern, available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. So you have an area of effect and you hypnotize the creatures inside. They cannot move or act. It is a concentration spell with a wisdom saving throw. And I've kind of got this set up quite nicely with all the enemies within this area. It's a very big area, which you might think, yeah, that's good, but it affects you and your allies also, which is kind of annoying. So let's do this. Got some of them hypnotized, not quite as many as I would have liked. And so now, yeah, can't take actions, bonus actions, or reactions, but it's removed by taking damage. So actually, this isn't necessarily the best place to have done this, because at the start of their turns, they're going to take damage and they won't be hypnotized anymore. So if I want to keep them hypnotized, I'm going to have to take down Hunger of Hadar. So now 3 of them will not take actions on their turn. Kind of cool. Could be helped, but then that takes up an action of an enemy, which is fine as long as you've put more than one person under the effect of the spell. Yes, it is a concentration spell, unfortunately. Calm emotions. Right, let's just show you this. This is kind of the thing that completely nullifies something like Hypnotic Pattern. You don't see many enemies with that. I'm going to leave it at B tier for a few reasons. 1, it's concentration. 2, it affects allies. And 3, it only lasts 2 turns. And as soon as anyone takes any damage, this is removed. So even if you accidentally burn someone, they're going to not be hypnotized anymore. Next up is Lightning Arrow. This is only available to rangers, so they only get this at level 9. So you target an enemy. Oh, it doesn't have to be an enemy. You target someone, and bear in mind this will affect allies. And then around the person or whatever you've targeted around the target, there's an area of effect where anyone standing in that area is also affected.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
So we can see that Gauntlet Edwina was actually the one targeted, and she took 48 and 2d8 damage. The 2 fists the other side of her made a dexterity saving throw. Because they failed, they took 2d8 damage each. For a level 3 spell slot on a class that's a half caster, that level 3 spell slots are the maximum. I do not think this is very good, especially since it actually affects allies as well, and it takes up your whole action. And so I've just done Yeah, not enough damage, really. 27 damage, and I've used my action and the level 3 spell slot. I would have probably done better just to target a single enemy with my ranged weapon. This ranger, my Tav here, isn't really built for ranged weapons. He's much more about a melee attack here. But this doesn't really take into account what weapon you're using, which, you know, if I'd used volley, would have done. And I can do volley twice in a turn. Again, that's only for hunter rangers though. For me, this is another B tier. One good thing is it is lightning damage, so you could double it. But the damage is just not that high in the first place. It's really not inspiring me to be like, oh wow, I want to use lightning arrow. 2d8 damage, which can be saved. When you get this at level 9, that's just not enough. Had rangers somehow been a full caster class, then actually a bit better. We get it slightly earlier, you get higher level spell slots. So yeah, it's fine in the sense that it is an area of effect spell for rangers, but like I said for Conjure Barrage earlier, 1/3 of the class is subclasses. The Hunter Ranger at level 11 gets an alternative to using this essentially. Next up is Lightning Bolts. This is available to sorcerers, wizards, and bards via the magical secrets. Circle of the Land Druids can also get it if they pick the mountain variety. You have a 100-foot area ahead of you. Everyone inside has to make a dexterity saving throw or suffer the full 8d6 damage. On a pass, they take half the damage. This is quite nice. These 3 are in a row. Now this is lightning damage again. And look at that. For a level 3 spell slot on a class that has even higher spell slots available, and if we upcast it, you do actually do an extra damage. You do so much more damage than something like Lightning Arrow. Now we can't always compare spells between classes. It's just Lightning Arrow is at the forefront of my mind since I've just gone over it. But this is really, really cool. This is really, really good. Now the shape is very different to something like Fireball, which also does 8d6 damage. You do have to have enemies lined up, but it's a bit easier to line enemies up here because I can go to any position and try and get multiple enemies within that cone. And you can be a bit clever with it sometimes and just clip the edge of an enemy. Here I didn't need to do that. They were just perfectly lined up anyway. Now, it kind of only seems fair if I put Fireball and S tier, put Lightning Bolt up there as well. Why? Because lightning damage can be doubled with the wet condition. If I'd had Shadowheart cast Create Water, or someone threw a water bottle on these 3, they would all 3 of them would be dead now. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be putting lightning damage towards the top. Mass Healing Word is next, which is available to clerics and bards via the magical secrets. What does it do? Well, it's just like Healing Word, but heals up to 6 allies within range. So if I cast it, it uses a bonus action. Now I have 2 pieces of equipment. It didn't show it. 2 pieces of equipment that buff the healing done here. So I've now also granted Bless and Blade Wards to everyone. Without those items, I'd probably put it down B or C. It can be quite nice to heal everyone up, but the healing done is minimal. It's just 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. Now it can be upcast, but you're only adding an extra 1d4 per spell slot above level 3. With these items, but they're very common items, very easy to get fairly early on even from the Druid's Grove. And especially, again, trying not to include subclasses, but someone's going to mention the Life Cleric out there. With the Life Cleric, with all the items, perhaps at A, I'm going to leave it at B tier. It's going to be especially useful if you've got multiple people down and your Cleric is still up, and you can get multiple people up with a single bonus action. But it is a level 3 spell slot, and sometimes it is just going to be better to kill some enemies with, if you're a Cleric, you might want to use Glyph of Warding to kill enemies rather than just heal your allies for like between like 5 and 9 hit points. But the healing done is awful. I suppose you can do both at once, but that's 2 level 3 spell slots gone. When you get that at level 5, that's quite expensive. At level 12, it's not so bad, is it? I'm going to leave this at B tier. The healing done, and healing in general in the game is not worth for the healing. It's worth using if you've got any items that give bonuses, or if anyone is downed. Really, really good to get them back up. Next up is Plant Growth, available to bards, druids, archfey warlocks, nature domain clerics, rangers, and Oath of the Ancient paladins. So you cast it on an area. Doesn't cause hostility. Doesn't require concentration. And the enemies inside have their movement speed quartered, divided by 4. Now basically it creates a surface. So if I create another surface here,
You were seen vandalizing someone else's.
it gets overrisen, which is a bit sad. So I might not even see the effect of it being quartered. Oh no, I've got it here as well. So plant growth. It's going to kind of overwrite it back again. So we just stand back leaving... Yeah, in Shadowheart. Whoops. We'll probably see these guys jump, if they can, or use rush attack. Quite a good choice, actually. Maybe a dash. Nope, just walking. So the AI will try and get out of it as best they can, which is, again, fair enough. Probably what they should be trying to do. So now they're at your mercy. Surely he's going to have to move now. Yeah. We won't be able to get very far through. So that's his turn done. So yeah, they'll try and use ranged attacks. One downside, I think quite a big downside to this, is if you do any sort of fire damage, it burns away. So any sort of fire damage gets rid of the surface and it's gone. Going to put it in B for a couple of reasons. It doesn't require concentration, which is why it's, you know, never going to be lower than B. Now, it is good at kind of some crowd control. It's slowing the enemies down, but they can and do find ways out of it. And a bit like with Hunger of Hadar, on an enclosed area, like more like where my party is now, this will be much more useful because the enemies will be forced to go through it. So perhaps if you're cleverer than me, you might get more use of it out of A. But what I really dislike is the fact that fire damage deletes it. But I would have much preferred it if plant growth wasn't taken away by fire damage or any other surfaces. Next up is protection from energy. This is available to clerics, druids, sorcerers, wizards, rangers, Oath of the Ancients paladins, and Oath of Vengeance paladins. And my oh my, I wish someone would protect me from this spell because it's absolutely awful. You touch a creature and grant it resistance to either acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder, but it requires concentration on the level 3 spell slot. Even if it was until long rest, I don't know if I'd want a level 3 spell slot for this. There is a spell, protects you from poison, which is a level 2 spell slot, which doesn't require concentration. Whereas this requires concentration. Just concentration completely kills this, and it's only resistance. It's not immunity. It's not like I can do it for the whole party. It's just a single, whoops, shouldn't have come up here. A single target. I don't even want to cast it because it's just pointless. Alright, give it to himself. Whatever. Anyway, I don't know how you're going to get any use out of protection from energy. This is just one of the worst spells that we've got. If you really want resistance to one of those types of damage, just take a potion of the relevant type, because that lasts until long rest, assuming you haven't got any other elixirs, and doesn't require concentration. You're not going to lose it randomly. Next is Remove Curse. Available to clerics, warlocks, wizards, bards from the magical secrets, and paladins. So you touch a creature or object to remove all curses and hexes affecting it. Now the thing is, it's not really clear what counts as a curse most of the time. Now, ahead of time, I've actually cast Bestow Curse just to show you that it can stop Bestow Curse. Not that enemies cast it on you. But its use isn't really in combat. So now they're not cursed. Obviously, I want them to be cursed, but the point is, it does remove it. There are just some situations where this can help. Now, I don't really want to say what they are because it really is very spoilery in terms of some of the storyline, or at least to show you how to get the curses. But one thing I'm a bit disappointed with is that, yeah, it's just not clear what is always a curse. And I tried looking up some examples of it online just to make sure I'm not being crazy here. But one thing it doesn't help with, for example, someone was asking, oh, look, some enemies in Act 2 are shadow cursed. It doesn't help. We can't use it to remove the actual shadow curse itself. A shadow cursed undead, so you can't use it to remove that. It doesn't help down in the Hag's Lair with the 4 enemies, NPCs with the masks on. You can't remove the curse there, the Hag's curse. It just works sometimes with some things, sometimes it doesn't. Kind of going to put it at B tier. I mean, you can switch it in and out because it's kind of a case of 4 clerics and warlocks and paladins. I guess it's S tier, you can just use it when you need it, and when you do need it, you really need it. But for warlocks and bards, it's probably C or D tier, because you're not going to be using it for like 99% of the game, 95% of the game. So I'm just going to leave it kind of as I mentioned at the beginning, it's always going to be an average. I'm not going to have 2 different remove curses for 2 different sets of classes. So I'm just going to leave it in the middle. Revivify is next, available to clerics, bards via the magical secrets, and paladins. So you can revive a companion. You can't just revive random dead NPCs. It must be a playable character. Something happened to Shadowheart here. So we're going to revive her. They come back with a single hit point, and then we can try and save them. Depending on how easy or difficult you find the game, you may not have to use this in combat or not. I don't tend to have it prepared for combat. I try and struggle through if it ever happens and just revive them afterwards. Of course, you can just use a scroll of Revivify, but that costs money. You could pay Withers. That costs money. Or if you really want to, hire one of the minions, make them into a cleric, and just get them to cast it. Anyway, I think it's fine at A tier. Not S tier. There are too many other ways of actually revivifying people, and it's not too expensive anyway. 200 gold. I think most of us can scrounge up 200 gold if we really, really need to. Next up is Sleet Storm. Available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, nature and tempest domain clerics, and bards via the magical secrets. I should also point out storm, sorcery, sorcerers always get this, and circle of the land druids, if they pick arctic or coastal, will also always have this. So what does it do? You call forth a storm. This isn't really good description. It says that disrupts concentration of spellcasters, douses fires and creates an ice surface. Actually, it knocks people prone. Very large area, in fact. Now, it does require concentration. They all fell over. And every turn, I'll let it keep going. Another storm comes down, and then they have to make another saving throw. Right, they're gonna start getting annoyed now. Unfortunately, it doesn't make them wet, even though there's quite clearly rain falling from the sky. Oh well. Do bear in mind this does affect your allies also.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Kind of interestingly, creatures that are always flying don't get affected by surfaces, but it is overwritten by blood. But when it gets to, or any other surface for that matter, when it gets to Gale's turn, another set of ice will come down, and they've got to try and very carefully walk over the ice. So it is difficult terrain. They're going very slowly across the ice. Alright, so at the end of the turn, there's all of the ice coming down again. They fell over. When anyone falls prone in their turn, their turn ends. It's very strong. That's why it says it stops concentration, is because in Baldur's Gate 3, whether we like it or not, if you are prone, you have lost your concentration if you had it beforehand. I'm going to stick this in A tier because of the fact that it's concentration and the fact that it will affect your allies as well, so you need to have lots of ranged attacks ready. But the effect is good. Sometimes the area is almost too big. You have to be very, very careful where you place it, but nevertheless, a very good crowd control spell. Next up is Slow, available to sorcerers, wizards, great old one warlocks, knowledge domain clerics, and bards via the magical secrets. All warlocks can also pick an invocation at level 5, which is called Maya the Mind. So what does it do? Target up to 6 creatures, also when you slow them. Movement and actions are affected, so the AC and dexterity saves go down by 2. When they're slow, they can only take 1 action or bonus action per turn and only 1 attack, and can't take any reactions, and the movement speed is halved. So wisdom saving throw to resist. Now no one else is within range, sadly, just out of range. All 3 of them are now slowed, and they can barely move. Now it has been reported that actually slowed gives a -2 penalty to all saving throws. Let's just double check that. Let's use wisdom. So yes, currently slow as bugs in our favor. Some enemies do use slow, stop them if you can. And -2 to all saving throws at the moment. This is being recorded in patch 3. This might be changed in the future, who knows. Anyway, this is for me an A tier spell. Problem with it is it really competes with haste. It's not like you completely take out enemy actions, and usually it's probably better for us to have an extra action so we can kill another enemy rather than slowing them down, but it's still such a good crowd control spell. Next up is Speak with Dead, available to bards and clerics. It is also worth pointing out that this can be picked up from the Amulet of Lost Voices, which is available where you find withers in the same tomb. And also there is an item that gives you this. I guess it's a spoiler, so I'm not really going to say any more than that. So you have to target a corpse. If the corpse is too badly damaged or too old, the skeleton, it can't be used. But you can try and cast it here.
The corpse does not respond.
Now the thing is, not everyone will have something to say. Also, the fact is, I killed these people, and people who are dead don't like to speak to the people who killed them. And some corpses in the game just have nothing to say. Speak with Dead is a ritual, so it doesn't take a spell slot outside of combat, and you're not going to be casting it inside of combat. And once you've cast it once in the day, corpses start to get highlighted, and if you're wondering what that is, these are corpses that actually have something to say. So this is at Waukeen's Rest, not too far into the game. We can see another one lit up there, the Flaming Fist Mercenary. And then we can cast it. And you get 5 questions maximum. Some corpses, you have only 5 possible questions. Sometimes there are more than 5 questions. And once you've asked those 5 questions, that's it. You cannot cast a spell on that corpse again. So here I've got 5 questions. And now I've actually got more questions after asking one of them. Sometimes, so was the raid successful?
The corpse remains silent.
If you ask them questions where the answer would come from after their death, they don't know. And they won't tell you. They're not psychic. They only give you the knowledge that they had while they were alive. The spell is really important because you can find lots of extra information. Secret ways in. There are a few caveats with the spell. So I killed True Soul God a long time ago. And if Astarion tries to speak to her,
The corpse seems willing to speak, but not to its killer.
and there are ways around that. One way around it is to cast Disguise Self on yourself so you look like someone else, and then cast Speak with Dead, and the NPC doesn't know. Alternatively, you can get someone who wasn't there. Shadowheart wasn't here during the time of the fight, and she can ask all the questions she wants. I'm going to put this in S tier, but I would try and find a way to... I basically would use your cleric for this. You don't need to use a spell known on your bard to do this, really. Especially when there are one item you can wear, a necklace, and another item that can give you this permanently, which is how Astarion is currently trying to cast it. But otherwise, yeah, a really, really good spell. Helps you in throughout the game, lots of extra information, and I think it's a cool spell as well. Next up is Spirit Guardians, for clerics and bards via their magical secrets, and this is basically every cleric's favourite spell. So, 2 variants. You can either deal necrotic or radiant damage. I would say for this game, radiant damage is probably going to be the better one, because necrotic damage is definitely resisted far more often, and there are items that benefit from radiant damage also. So you cast it. On the initial casting, anyone inside the area takes 3d8 damage unless they pass a wisdom saving throw. If they pass, they take half damage still, and then as you run around, pop, pop, enemies will take damage. And it's concentration, and the enemies will probably avoid Shadowheart. What we can try and do, maybe throw someone into Spirit Guardians. So if they end their turn here... lost. Anyway, if they finish their turn there, they would have taken that 3d8 damage. Enemies can only take the damage once per turn. Do be careful that you do keep concentration. Assuming you can deal out so much damage over the turns that you have it. And you can upcast it to do more damage. And for clerics, this is the spell that all the other spells are competing for concentration with. It's such a good damaging spell, because once you've cast it, on the next turn, you can cast Glyph of Warding perhaps. So you can do damage in multiple ways once you've got Spirit Guardians going. One thing I also want to point out that I didn't show you earlier is that while enemies are within the area of Spirit Guardians, their movement speed is halved. So it's pretty much like difficult terrain. Next up is Stinking Cloud, available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, and fiend warlocks, and Circle of the Land druids if they pick the Swamp or Underdark land. Now before, I think it was before patch 3, this was bugged and the DC was set at 12, but now it's actually the spellcaster's DC that is used. So you create a cloud of gas so nauseating it prevents creatures from taking actions if they fail a Constitution saving throw. So let's try and start this. Upcasting it doesn't do anything. It will affect allies. So now all 4 of these who failed their saving throw, they cannot now take an action. They can still use a bonus action and they can still move, but they can't use their actual action. So I'm just going to start combat.
We witnessed assaulting someone.
It is a concentration spell, so which is why I sent Gale back there. Now Gale can do something else on his turn. He doesn't have to worry about recasting it. It does require concentration, but say maybe he wants to cast, I don't know, Rare Frost. Keep it simple. Thank you. So now they're not going to do anything with their action. So they can use a bonus action. They're jumping around, but they're not hurting me, which I think is pretty awesome. And they seemingly just come to the nearest one of your party. They don't seem to think ahead any further than that. And so now, perhaps I can try and throw one of them back in. And they're nauseous, they're not going to take an action. And taking away an action of especially higher level enemies can be very good, because they can get 2 attacks, maybe even 3 if they're a fighter, which can be quite debilitating sometimes. Going to stick this in A because, once again, it affects allies and requires concentration, and it's on classes that have haste mostly. Potentially can have haste at least. It's a decently sized area. and really prevents you from being hurt. It doesn't deal any damage, but it's still a very good crowd control spell, especially now it uses the spellcaster save DC. Next up is Vampiric Touch. This is available to Warlocks, Wizards, and Bards via the Magical Secrets, and Circle of the Land Druids who pick Swamp will also learn this. So it requires your concentration very sadly. Then you touch an enemy to, you have to make an attack roll, and if you hit them, you do 3d6 necrotic damage, and you also get some hit points back. Now this person here is held, so I'm actually going to do double the damage. Didn't do that as an accident. So I did 30 damage, healed myself with 15. Kinda cool. Now it's concentration because in subsequent turns I'll be able to use it again. But it's just not that good. For the most part, you probably don't want to have your wizard up close and personal. And if it is, then they're quite likely to be taking damage and forcing lots of constitution saving throws to maintain concentration. And it's just against a single target. 3d6 isn't very much. Even at the lower levels, at level 5, as a warlock or wizard, 2d8 or 2d10, and if you've got Eldritch Blast even higher, so the damage isn't that good, and being healed for half the damage just isn't very much either. I mean, on average, 3d6 is 10.5 damage, which I'm healing 5 damage per turn. And for getting up and close and personal, that's not going to heal enough. This is an exception right here. Because of that critical hit. Guaranteed critical hit. I really don't like the spell. I really think it's D tier. The concentration, the melee requirement, and the damage just isn't very good. You can upcast it. You deal an additional 1d6 necrotic damage for each spell slot above level 3. But am I going to use Vampiric Touch or try and use Lightning Bolt, Fireball? Probably going to get more use out of the ones up here than I am out of Vampiric Touch. And lastly, Warden of Vitality. This is available to Bards via the Magical Secrets and Paladins. So it takes an action to cast. It doesn't require concentration. And on that turn and the next 10 turns, you can use a bonus action to heal someone within range for 2d6 damage. So, I mean, he himself has actually got the fewest hit points. 5 hit points back. Now, outside of combat, you can cast this faster than once per turn. So that's 9 turns remaining. 1.
Spasm grip.
Yeah. Alright, try that again. So I've got 7 turns remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you can put it onto a hotkey. 8, 9. Anyway, the point is, outside of combat, you can do it more than once per turn. That's pretty cool. It's kind of only 2d6 healing, so it's not going to save you, but it does not require concentration. I'm going to put it at A tier. I don't think the healing is quite enough to stick it into S tier, but in a very difficult fight, assuming your paladin or bard hasn't gone down, you can get someone back up with a bonus action every single turn without expending a spell slot. Now, all you clever people might be thinking, aha, what if I make a life cleric? So I've made Lae'zel here. A life cleric, she has Disciple of Life. So when casting a healing spell, the target regains additional hit points equal to 2 plus the spell's level. It's just to show that off, if I pick a level 1 Cure Wounds, get the 10 from the spellcasting modifier and the healing roll, and an additional 3. Awesome. So, Warden of Vitality. Got this here. It says level 3 evocation spell. But we don't get an extra 5 hit points every time we cast it. So if anyone was wondering about that combination, it does not work, sadly. It'd be amazing if it did. So this is my tier list. Now the level 3 spells, level 3 is really where the spells start to kick off. There are so many amazing spells in the level 3 spells. And someone made a point last time that I've got more S tier spells than C tier spells, which probably means I'm doing it wrong. I would argue that's not really the case, because it's not like every class has access to every single spell. Like up here, we've got 1, 2, 3 of these. 4 of these are available to clerics, but they're not mutually exclusive. On a single turn, I can't use both, but I can use Spirit Guardians one turn and Glyph of Warding the next. I don't need to use Spirit Guardians every single turn. Outside of combat, Speak with Dead isn't competing with any of these here. It's actually a ritual spell even. And for the level 3 spells especially, I would say it's a case of these are some really good spells. I understand their point, that perhaps I'm ranking things not quite well enough. But let me know what you think. Which of these spells you think deserve to go down or up, maybe? Thank you if you've made it this far, and thank you to all the members of my channel, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. Alright, for the level 3 spells, there's going to be a few changes, mostly or completely up, really. So starting with, let's just say Hunger of Hadar. We can put this up into S tier. This is good at controlling the battlefield, and enemies can't see through it. So if they want to go through it, then they will be slowed down, or it'll take them a long time to get through it, and they'll take damage going through it. And it's such a big area that, I mean, you have to be careful because it's such a big area. Make sure that other characters none of your party are going to be inside it. But yeah, you can use it to block off large chunks of the battlefield. Mass Healing Word, I'm going to put it up to A. There are some items that give buffs when you heal people, and they're available very early on in the game. If you are using those items, I would put Mass Healing Word up to A because it's one way to spread buffs throughout the team. I do think it's a little bit expensive, a level 3 spell slot, to give buffs for just kind of 2 turns. You can give a few temporary hit points, like 3. Bless, Blade Ward, they are good. And lastly, Sleet Storm, I'm going to put up to S tier also. This is almost one of the best control spells because it creates ice so frequently. And enemies, I find, do slip up and fall prone. When enemies fall prone, they lose their turn. You just have to be careful that you're not caught inside that. Or you're wearing items that prevent you from slipping, such as the Boots of Striding and the boots, I've forgotten the name of them now, the boots that make you immune to falling prone on ice. But generally, the level 3 spells are so good here that there aren't very many really bad choices at level 3. Welcome to the level 4 spell tier list for Baldur's Gate 3. As with all my previous and upcoming tier lists, these are my own personal opinion, my subjective opinion. If you don't agree with me, let me know why, but please explain why. Don't just tell me I'm wrong, because that's just going to get ignored. Before I start putting the spells into tiers, I just want to quickly go over how I rate the spells. Firstly, what other spells are available to that class? Kind of sadly and interestingly, for example, only 4 of these 20 spells are on the cleric tier list. They do get their domain spells, so they get a few more than just 4. But whereas wizards get 14 spells out of the 20 here. Secondly, does it require concentration? If it does, it's going to be further down the list. Thirdly, is it useful throughout the game? We get the level 4 spells at level 7 for the full casters, and in my own personal playthroughs, I am usually in Rosimorn Monastery at this point, so kind of the end of Act 1. Essentially, I will get these spells just before or at the beginning of Act 2 at the very latest. And am I still using these spells when it comes to Act 3, when I'm level 12 and towards the end of the game I'm fighting bosses? Which of these are actually still going to be useful? Can the spell be upcast? If yes, that's better. Can it be used in interesting ways? If yes, it goes up higher. If it's a spell that does damage, what type of damage does it do, with lightning and cold being higher, also radiant higher? And necrotic and poison generally going further down. In Act 2 and 3, lots of enemies are either resistant or outright immune to poison and necrotic damage. And I do tend to try and avoid thinking about specific subclasses and items. If I think a particular subclass or item is really worth mentioning, then I will. The first spell is Banishment, going alphabetically, which is available to clerics, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and bards via the magical secrets. During this video, I will not be mentioning paladins, rangers, eldritch knights, or arcane tricksters because they cannot learn level 4 spells or higher, at least not when the level cap is 12. So you pick an enemy, you can upcast it to pick more than one enemy.
Witnessed assaulting someone.
Assuming they failed their save. They are now banished for 2 turns. Not very long. It does require concentration. Now, what's the point in this spell? It's actually in this area. This is my favorite testing area because it doesn't really give away any spoilers, and there are no annoying spellcasters who will counterspell my spells. Anyway, this isn't the best area for this because these are all pretty weak enemies as things go. This is much more useful against more difficult enemies, and one interesting thing to note, this is one of the few spells that actually targets a charisma saving throw. So enemies have to make a charisma save, and not many enemies have a particularly high charisma, which is definitely a bonus. While they're on that plane of existence, you cannot target them, nothing you do will affect them, so you essentially take them out the battle for 2 turns. Now, what I don't like about the spell is what I've just mentioned, is the fact that it's kind of only 2 turns. There are other concentration spells in this spell level, quite a few of them, that are crowd control spells and last for longer. For me, it just about scrapes into A. The reason I like it is, assuming you use it on a correct target, like a stronger enemy, then you've just made the battle so much easier for yourself. What I don't like, as I've already mentioned, is it only lasts 2 turns, and that's just not long enough. Also, it is concentration, but we can't upcast it. So if you want to use a level 5 or 6 spell slot, you could potentially get rid of more than just one enemy. you start to be able to get rid of more enemies at once. Next up is Blight. This is available to druids, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and bards via the magical secrets. You target a single enemy, they make a constitution saving throw. If they fail, they take 8d8 necrotic damage. If they pass, they'll take half that damage. So let's just see that. Right, it can target any individual enemy. The banished enemy still can't be targeted. Let's do the one with 90% chance, shall we? So yeah, that's kind of cool, I suppose. But. If I cast Fireball at level 4, so using a same level spell slot, that's 9d6 damage. It's not as high as 8d8, but I could have affected all of them here. I mean, you're not always going to want to send out a Fireball, well, maybe you are, I don't know. I usually do, but perhaps there's some reason you don't want an area of effect. And that's kind of cool, I suppose. At least it will always do damage. It's a saving throw, it's not an attack roll, but it's necrotic damage. Maybe I could get Scorching Ray. I don't have Scorching Ray prepared. Oh, it's kind of over here. This is level 3. At level 4, this would be 10d6 fire damage. I do have to have an attack roll with all of them, but I mean, attack rolls are very easy to improve, and they can crit, and we can add damage modifiers to that. Since we do get this at the beginning of Act 2, there are some plants in Act 2 that we can use this on, but a lot of them are resistant or immune to necrotic damage anyway. I'm just not impressed. I'm not really using this at higher levels either. For a level 4 spell slot, I'd much rather upcast one of the lower level spells to do the same amount or more damage if it's an AoE. And there just aren't that many plants in Act 3. Let me know if you know of any. I can't think of any, but I don't want to be like absolute in the words I'm using. But yeah, I mean, this is almost a critical miss. I mean, thankfully it does just enough damage, but I think there are much better alternatives than using Blight. I mean, Blight can be upcast, but it's only an extra 1d8 necrotic damage per spell level, and that means we're going to be using a level 5 or 6 spell slot, and there are some very, very, very good level 5 and 6 spell slots to use instead of Blight. Next up is Confusion, which is available to bards, druids, sorcerers, wizards, and knowledge domain clerics. So it is an area of effect spell, only affects enemies within the range, which is very useful indeed. It forces a wisdom saving throw. Does require concentration, and so then on the enemy's turns, well, they're confused. Several things might happen. They might do nothing. They might just walk around, or they might attack the nearest thing to them. So we'll see what happens on their turn. So acted normally, but then running back and attacking someone else, attacking each other, and so they kind of pick people at random. This fist here, or these two fists, did nothing. So with the use of a single spell and concentration, I took 2 attacks instead of 8, and they did some damage to each other. And so now I'm free to just go and attack them, do what I want. They do get to use their reactions normally though. And this lasts for 3 turns. We can upcast it to affect a larger area. I would say though that the area, I've only got level 5 spell slots left now. The area even at level 4 is probably large enough, but there's nothing wrong with having a larger area. This is a great crowd control spell. I'm hovering between A and S. I'm going to leave it in A just because of the concentration requirement. And there are some lovely concentration spells across all the spell levels, not just talking about level 4. Also, it's not guaranteed to prevent all the damage that's going to be incoming to you, but it's a great way to slow down the enemy turns, take out their actions, and I use a single action to do that. Conjure Minor Elemental is next, and that is available to wizards and druids. So it's kind of interesting, and we get 3 different options. Upcasting doesn't do anything, so we can either produce an Aether from the plane of fire. Let's just have a quick look at them all. None of these conjuration spells actually require concentration, which is great. I quite like this option the most. So this is an Aether, or Aether. I'm a class 20, that's very respectable, considering it's just a summon. 39 hit points, it's okay. They can be raised with aid, you can give them long stride, you can give them buffs. We've got this overheat bonus action, which is a small AoE, but would affect allies. We've got some weapon attacks. We've got Searing Smite, so for dealing fire damage, and his normal weapon attack. This is okay. The other options, what's it got? Here we are. Summoning methods, either ice or mud. We've got some Ice Breath for doing a little bit of damage. Chromatic Orb, probably more useful, a ranged attack. Creates an ice surface, or just dealing damage with their claws. These are a bit weaker, but obviously there are 2 of them, which means you might prevent 2 actions or attacks hurting your actual party members. And lastly, we have the Mud Mephits. We have to be careful. Well, this doesn't matter too much. Mud Mephits. Mephits have an explosion when they die. So here we are, the Mud Mephits. If you've fought the Woodwoads in the swamp in Act 1, you know exactly what these guys can do. Mud Breath, actually very useful, because you can restrain enemies, and restraining is actually it's good. So the movement speed goes down, attack rolls against them have advantage, and their dexterity saving throws have disadvantage, and interestingly, removes burning and they become resistant to fire damage. And these stay with you until long rest, there's no time limit to this. Anyway, I'm going to put this in B tier. I don't think any conjuration spell is probably ever, for me, ever going to be lower than B. Only real reason I'm going to leave it in B and not higher is there are better options. For druids, well, it's going to come up next, Conjure Woodland Being. When we get it at level 7 and level 8, do you know what? I'd probably put it at A. But when we get to the higher levels, that are just better summons to be using. And Conjure Minor Elemental kind of falls to the wayside. But one good thing is we've got more level 4 spell slots than we do level 5 or 6. Next up is the other conjuration spell, Conjure Woodland Being. This is available to druids only and cannot be upcast for any additional benefits. So you might find yourself in a jungle at some point and you're by yourself, and what you want to do, you want to conjure a woodland being. And so you conjure a dryad who innately has nature's step, and you can see there's kind of a little ring around her, which provides a buff for you and your allies, well, the dryad and her allies, so we can't be affected by difficult terrain, and quite importantly, can't be restrained or paralyzed, and you get resistance to poison damage. That's a lovely buff. Now, the most interesting and almost strongest thing we've got is we can have a fallen lover. Our summon can summon a summon. We can get a Woodwoad, just like you find in the swamp. Also, we get strengthened Shillelagh. Should she find herself in melee distance, she can do a decent amount of damage. She has Spike Growth and also Entangle, both fairly decent spells. And considering that your druid doesn't have to actually cast them, it's even better. So let's get the dry. Oh no, it's all started anyway, right? We've also, we've got Entangle and Spike Growth. Now I know this dinosaur is going to jump, so perhaps actually I want to try and entangle it. And then we're going to walk together. The Woodwoad itself has Entangle also. And in that vine surface, it gets regeneration, which is awesome. So there we are. The Woodwoad has created even more vines. This time perhaps Dryad can cast Spike Growth. And our Druid is just going to tag along. The Dryad is immune to prone. Pretty awesome. We're in melee. Give him a bonk on the head. That's a very respectable amount of damage. The only real downside is the Dryad itself only has 22 hit points, which can go down quite quickly, and the armor class isn't particularly high. So you don't really want to be getting her into melee too often against at least stronger enemies. But she comes with a couple of good berries to heal herself. Anyway, let's go straight up to S tier. This is such an amazing conjuration spell. And when I compare it to Minor Elemental, I think it just beats it outright, because we actually get 2 things we can summon, and they're different to each other. Like, there's some variety, which is really, really good. Death Ward is our next spell, available to clerics and bards via the magical secrets. So you can protect a single creature from death just for 1 time in the long rest though. So the next time, damage would reduce it to 0 hit points. It remains conscious with a single hit point left. It's not concentration, which is awesome. So I'm going to show you something quite interesting about this spell. So what I want to do is use up my 2 bonus actions on my action.
Alright, time to skulk about.
Okay, so then we'll... So they didn't die, they're now conscious, and very interestingly, we're going to have our action and 2 bonus actions again. If you'd set someone up with haste and an elixir of bloodlust, perhaps a thief, perhaps you've got something like the Helmet of Grit, which gives you an extra bonus action beneath 50% hit points, you could use all of those up and then try and get yourself killed on your turn. And then you get back up and use all of it again. Now also it's worth showing you. Just going to cast this again. Let's say I use 4 magic missiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. It only prevents a single instance of damage. So if you're facing enemies with Death Ward, which does happen towards the end of their life, I suppose, you do want to use Magic Missile if you've got it. Upcasting doesn't do anything, I'm going to leave this at B tier. What you can do, and we should put it straight up to S. I don't personally do this, but what you can do is get 2-3 hirelings from Withers, get them to cast Death Ward on your party members, kick them out of your party and go and get your party members. Because it doesn't require concentration, this buff will last until long rest or until it's used. If you're doing it that way, definite S tier, because you're saving everyone from death at least once in the long rest. But for me, it's a level 4 spell slot. It's not the most expensive spell slot to use, but they're starting to get more valuable at this level, where we can be upcasting lower level spells, we can just be dealing out damage or stopping enemies from hurting us. I think that sometimes there are better uses. And for clerics, it's competing with Banishment in terms of spell slot used and spell prepared, and Guardian of Faith, which is, well, we'll get to it, but I quite like Guardian of Faith. Dimension Door. This is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, wizards, and trickery domain clerics. Upcasting does nothing, but what you get to do is you teleport yourself and up to one, it says adjacent, but there is like a small range there, ally to a place you can see. The ally cannot be larger than medium. So I could take Shadowheart, you click on a target, and then pick somewhere far away. The range is quite good, but something I've noticed, well, I can't take Tavernort with me. So because of the item he is wearing, Unwavering Bull is his feature name, so he can't be restrained, and very weirdly, I guess it's just the way the coding works, I can't take someone with me if they can't be restrained. Now bear in mind, this costs an action. I'd say this is more useful inside combat. One thing I know people who've played Dungeons and Dragons will be disappointed with is that we need to have line of sight to actually teleport away. But in D&D, we don't. It's just anywhere within range. So it can go a long way, which is cool. It does need to be an ally. So if I come to here, even if someone that's a neutral NPC won't come with me. So we can take Shadowheart away. Go have the time of our lives. Now they can be very useful in a combat, moving you to somewhere usually high. It's a level 4 spell slot and an action. If you're not taking someone with you, it's just a worse version of Misty Step, because Misty Step is a level 2 spell slot and only requires a bonus action. There are lots of ways to be mobile in this game, jumping being one of the big ones, and I just don't find a great use in Dimension Door. Now it's not completely useless, I have used it myself, but the fact it takes an action in combat is just not very good, because most of the time you either want to be hurting or killing an enemy, or using something to control them if you can, to stop more attacks coming your way. Now, Dimension Door can get you to safety, absolutely fine, but for a level 4 spell slot and an action, it's just not for me. Okay, we're going to go back to the jungle for Dominates Beast, which is available to druids, sorcerers, nature domain clerics, archfey warlocks, great old one warlocks, and bards via the magical secrets. This is a concentration spell that doesn't gain any benefit from upcasting, and you try and, well, dominate, I suppose, a beast. So here's a nice dinosaur. So now they're on my side. And because I got on prone, I lost concentration. We can try one more time against this beast. There we are. So on its turn, instead of attacking me, it will attack an enemy. As long as it doesn't take damage, then it will pretty much stay on my side. Or I don't lose concentration. That's actually very important as well. But bear in mind, it will turn to be my enemy once I've either lost concentration or the spell duration runs out. This is going between C and D tier for me. The concentration requirement is understandable but annoying. But the main problem is there just aren't that many beasts that we come across. I mean, yes, I've found this situation here where, in fact, in this area, all the enemies are beasts, so it's kind of good, it's great. But for the majority of the game, there just aren't that many. And the problem is, unless you know ahead of time where to go, you don't know when to prepare it. Now, Jaheira here has picked a Circle of the Land where basically she's got it as effectively like a domain spell. So she's always got it. And in this case, it's fine. But I wouldn't want to pick this on a Sorcerer or Warlock, or Bard really, because this will be permanently in your spells known, and you're not going to get much use out of it. On the classes that always have it prepared, it's probably better to have because you're not wasting a spell known or spell prepared. So it's a bit higher, so when you need it, you've got it. But the opportunity cost of choosing Dominate Beast for most of the classes is a bit too high. If there were more beasts in the game, I'd definitely put it higher. To me, there just aren't enough. It's such a great effect, but we use it so rarely that I just don't ever feel the need to actually have it prepared. Evard's Black Tentacles. What was that, Evard's? I'm going to say Evard's. This is available to wizards and great old one warlocks only. So you have an area. Just before this, Shadowheart got off a Glyph of Warding Sleep that actually sent all 5 of them to sleep. It was amazing. Upcasting doesn't do anything. It does require concentration. So you create an area, it creates a surface. Lovely tentacles coming out, hence the name of the spell. And on the enemy turns, they have to make a strength saving throw, and if they fail, these are restrained in place and take 3d6 bludgeoning damage. And basically this is both damaging and crowd control all in one. The damage isn't the most, but it's nice consistent damage. But one very useful thing is it does provide advantage. It will affect your allies, so I don't really want Will the Paladin here walking into the surface. So he's going to use his not so good bow, but it provides everyone with advantage, which is pretty cool. Shouldn't lose concentration this time. So taking damage, and once again we can just stand here shooting. No problem. They do have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. Something like Sacred Flame or even Lift of Warding is going to do very well because it's a dexterity saving throw. And I would imagine none of them pass their saving throw there. Fail, 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 fail. This is an easy A, but once again it's another concentration spell, and again it's on the wizard spell list. It's so hard to know which of these to use. They're all good for different things. This is good for multiple enemies that you want to just keep in place and deal some damage to. Confusion if you want to really mess up the action economy and get enemies to hurt each other. And Banishment if you've got a strong, or if you want to upcast some stronger enemies you just want to get rid of for a few turns. But this is a very, very useful spell. And I'm sure some people are going to give some good combinations we can use alongside Evard's Black Tentacles here. Fire Shield is next. Available to Wizards, Fiend Warlocks, and Bards via the Magical Secrets. So we have two variants, either Chill or Warm. They each do 2d8 damage of their respective damage type when the caster is hit. The Chill variant makes you take half fire damage if you receive any, and then the Warm variant makes you take half cold damage if you receive any. Let's put the Chill one up. Upcasting doesn't do anything, it's just I'm running out of spell slots. So if this guy hits me, I took 3 damage. That's just unfortunate, isn't it, right? 3 on 2d8. It doesn't require concentration, but only lasts 10 turns. On an Abjuration Wizard with the Arcane Ward and maybe a Pact of the Blade Warlock, it would have to be Fiend Warlock, but Pact of the Blade could be up at A or S, but for all the other types of Wizards and Warlock, just don't think it's really worth casting. Ahead of combat, maybe, but you don't really want to be hit. The amount of damage it does just isn't enough to justify a level 4 spell slot, unless you're planning to get hit a lot and you're doing it on purpose. I don't want to use an action in combat just to set up retaliation damage. And it's not even a lot, like 2d8 for a level 4 spell slot. I know it could be multiple attacks, I just don't rate it that well. You could make enemies wet, which would increase the cold shield, the chill shield, and even upcasting it doesn't even do anything either. The only reason it's not lower for me is the fact it isn't concentration, so you can kind of feel free to cast it if you know a combat's coming up, fine. But I just don't think most of the time, if you're positioning your wizard well, you won't find much use out of it. If it was a lower level spell slot or lower level spell, but yeah, sure. But at level 4, it's just a bit too expensive for me. Freedom of movement. This is for bards, clerics, and druids. A bit like Death Ward, it's a buff that lasts until long rest. Upcasting it doesn't do anything, and you can't lose this once you've cast it, unless you take a long rest. So a single target will, if they're stunned or come out of the stun, aren't slowed by difficult terrain, can't be magically paralyzed or restrained. Sounds awesome, kind of is. And a bit like with Death Ward, you can get a hireling, get them to cast Freedom of Movement on everyone you want, and then leave them in camp. Now, I've already cast it on Tavernot here. All right, we can see we've got the Freedom of Movement buff. Awesome stuff, but for me, a massive but. Let's put down some grease, which is difficult terrain. I'm not going to be slowed by it. Awesome. But this Freedom of Movement, this level 4 buff, which is supposed to stop you from being restrained and paralyzed, doesn't stop you from falling prone by slipping. Ice can make you fall over still. Immune to difficult terrain. Awesome. Now, I get that the spell doesn't say it makes you immune to slipping or falling prone, but my gosh, I think it really should. It's a bit like with Death Ward, if you're getting a hireling to cast this on your party every day, or if there's someone you don't take in your party, S tier, brilliant, good stuff. If you're not doing that, I'm going to leave it at B. It's still a good buff to have, but the fact it doesn't stop you from falling prone, it's just like a kick in the teeth. We've got all of these awesome protections, but not against something so simple as just falling over. Grasping Vine, available to druids and nature domain clerics. This pretty much useless spell uses concentration, and you summon a Grasping Vine, which has a total of 6 hit points with an armor class of 10. What can this Grasping Vine do? It can pull targets, potentially pull targets towards it. I don't know if it's going to survive. It's gone. Like, any AoE is going to get rid of it. I'll cast it again. So what can it do? Right. I guess anyone who's held has a 100% chance to be pulled. But there are just so many better things to do with the level 4 spell slot and concentration. It's just awful. If any of these gets a single attack off, it's going to kill it. There we are. We'll get Gale to finish off this fight. Whew. Greater Invisibility is next. Available to bards, sorcerers, archfey warlocks, wizards, and Circle of the Land druids if they pick the Underdark option. So this is a bit of a strange one. It's a concentration spell. Upcasting doesn't do anything, so it lasts 10 turns. So I can cast it on Tavernort. So it does explain in the spell description. So the creature is invisible. Attacks against it have disadvantage, it attacks with advantage. Great, that's a nice buff for ourselves. However, invisibility breaks when you fail increasingly harder stealth checks on attacking, casting spells, or interacting with items. So let's say I've got Tavernort here, and he's not seen. If I, let's say, attack Fist Kepso, stealth successful. And it's so we start off with difficulty class 15, and if I do a second action, okay, we're doing well. He goes up to 17, and let's attack again. Stealth successful, and each time I take an action, the difficulty class goes up by 1. So let's try that again. Stealth successful, and it was difficulty class 19, and I'm starting to get to the point where I might not be able to actually maintain invisibility. Now, the only reason this is doing okay, I'm currently at plus 10, and with the graceful cloth, which you can get from outside the Rosimon monastery, I've got advantage in all of these checks. If I didn't have some sort of bonus to stealth, I would have broken this almost immediately. That DC of 15 is actually relatively high for anyone who's not spec'd into stealth. So I'm finding this very difficult, because on the one hand, if you've got someone who's really good at stealth, and you can get bonuses of like almost up to like plus 20. When you've got expertise, a very high dexterity, you've got some items that give you stealth. It's basically A or S tier. It does require concentration, sadly. But if I cast this on someone who doesn't have a good stealth stat, you've just wasted your level 4 spell slot on action and concentration, because you're going to fail very, very quickly. But with a high stealth, it's almost abusable. So this one's very polarizing for myself. And as I've done with my other tier lists, I am trying to take an average, because I've only got one symbol here, one icon for greater invisibility. So I'm kind of unhappy with myself, but I don't really know where else to put it apart from in the middle, because you really have to have a build ready for it. These other spells, it doesn't particularly matter what build your character is. As long as they've got a good casting stat, you're going to do fine. But here, you have to have a character who is good at stealth. If they're not, it's completely pointless. So I'm going to leave it just in the middle. Next up is Guardian of Faith, which is available to clerics and bards via their magical secrets. Upcasting doesn't do anything. It does not require concentration. So you pick somewhere within range to plonk it down. And then, if anything attacks the Guardian, it will strike back. Or if anyone tries to hit one of your allies within this area, it also attacks them. So Will here is going to take an opportunity attack. Off it goes. Bam! 20 radiant damage. At the same time, it takes 20 radiant damage, or takes as much damage as was done. So it's not a bad idea to stick everyone inside. Yeah. So he attacks. And he gets to attack. And he can do it more than once per round. Now it's gone. Interestingly, I'll show you on the next round. Interestingly, you can actually shove it around. So we can cast it again. Now, it can be shoved around to move it, but otherwise it's stationary. Thunderwave would also make it move around. The way the attack works is the enemy makes a dexterity saving throw. Even though it looks like it's swinging a sword, actually it's just forcing a dexterity saving throw. And if they pass, they still take half damage, which is why you either do 20 or 10 damage. When you first get this, I actually think this is S tier. Very, very good, because it doesn't require concentration, and it's a cleric spell, and they've only got 4 spells at level 4. Guardian of Faith Banishment, Death Ward, and Freedom of Movement. And of these options, it is very good, because on one turn you can cast Guardian of Faith, and next turn Banishment if you really want to. As we get to the higher levels and further into the game, the damage it does just doesn't quite keep up. So I'm going to leave it in A tier, just because of the longevity and the use out of it, but I still think it's a very good spell indeed. Ice Storm is next, available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, Tempest Domain clerics, and bards via the magical secrets. So we have an area of effect, and if we upcast it, we will deal an extra 1d8 bludgeoning damage. So it deals bludgeoning damage and 4d6 cold damage. And for 2 turns, the ice is created. This will affect allies. It is an evocation spell though. I'm going to get the Guardian of Faith no matter what I do, if I want to get all of the enemies inside, which I kind of do. So there's all the ice, and anything connected that can be frozen, which is blood I think, is frozen. Ignoring Cull the Weak, yeah, we're doing some damage. And then on the enemy turn, they might fall over. If they're clever, they will jump out. Now I will say, if you just want to be dealing damage, at least on a sorcerer and wizard, even just a level 3 fireball does more damage. You could upcast it and do even more. So the fact we've got some cold damage in Ice Storm is good. The 4d6 can be doubled. I'm going to leave it in B tier. Now I have created a large ice surface, but there are other ways of doing that. It can take a bit longer, but for 4th level spell slot, I'm not quite so sure it's really worth the casting. Now here it was, definitely was in this situation, because I had a lot of enemies in the area, and I knew that there's a quite a high chance they're going to try and walk out or jump out. But if you don't have a lot of enemies around, it's probably better just to cast one of the other crowd control spells we've got. But it's not bad whatsoever. We can increase the damage, which is good. And the fact it does create ice is good, but it will only last for 2 turns. Well, not even 2 turns really, was it? That was just 1 really. They were only in the ice for 1 turn. A bit disappointing. It does at least leave water behind. So if I really want to create more ice, I can do. Yeah, not the best, not the worst. Solid pick. Otterluke's Resilient Sphere is next, and this is only available to wizards. Now, I am about to show a boss fight in Act 3, so if you don't want to see that, please do look away now and just skip to Phantasmal Killer and just see where I've put it afterwards. I will spend some time back on the tier maker screen without showing the fight. So I am here fighting Saravok. And so the spell is a concentration spell. It doesn't gain any benefits from upcasting, and you can cast it on yourself or an enemy, and whoever it is cast upon, they are enclosed, their movement speed is reduced by half, and it says blocking all incoming and outgoing damage. In fact, it's blocking anything incoming and outgoing just whatsoever, pretty much. So I'm going to try and cast it on Saravok himself. There it is. So now, if I try and go up to Saravok, I just can't do anything to him. I can't hit him, which might seem bad, but actually he's quite dangerous. This lasts for 3 turns. It's not that bad. So I can go and focus on the other characters. I'm not saying this is necessarily the best thing to do in this particular fight. Just trying to point out you can cut off one enemy, and I would make it someone who's particularly difficult while you focus on the rest of the fight. And now in Saravok's turn, he can just walk around. That's it. And now I can prepare myself to fight Saravok alone, though he is fully buffed up now, annoyingly. Now, aside from putting an enemy into the sphere, you can put yourself into the sphere. If I start combat,
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
we'll find that Gale cannot be hurt here. The enemies can't target him. He also won't be able to target enemies. So he can walk around. Sure, they can get an opportunity attack, but nothing happens. I've actually just used up their reaction, which is pretty cool. But I can't cast anything from inside the sphere. I can drop concentration, not a problem, but I can't have the safety of the sphere and also be casting out of it. Now, since I've put banishment on up into A tier, I think it's only fair I put Otterluke's Resilient Sphere up here, because it essentially has the same effect as banishment on an enemy, except it lasts 3 turns. The downside is it uses a dexterity saving throw to resist instead of charisma. But also you can protect an ally or yourself. What Gale can do is just like eat potions. Drink potions. It has a bit more utility than banishment, but banishment can be upcast. So there are positives and negatives between banishment and Otterluke's Resilient Sphere. Phantasmal Killer. This is only available to wizards. It is a concentration spell. You can upcast it to deal an additional 1d10 psychic damage per level. You target a single enemy, they make a wisdom saving throw.
Witnessed assaulting someone.
This guy goes last, but at the beginning of his turn, he'll take 4d10 psychic damage. Now it looks like Calm Emotions actually takes away Phantasmal Killer. So instead, I'll try it on the person who's definitely going next, and they are immune because of Calm Emotions. I'm gonna have to start this again. This time they're all surprised. Gonna try and put it on the person who goes next. There we are. So they took 26 psychic damage. And then at the beginning of the next turn, oh, 29. And then because of Call the Weak, they died. So that's a pretty strong spell. I'm going to leave it in B tier. It's only really good against enemies who have a lot of health, difficult to kill, because it does require concentration. And once the enemy is dead or they've lost the effect, you can't recast it again. Now, over one turn, it does less damage than Blight, but over 2 turns, it will do more damage than Blight. And again, if you're lasting 3 turns, it's going to do a decent amount of damage. But while you're concentrating on this, you can't concentrate on any of these ones above, which could potentially be more useful. But it's decent enough, but the concentration requirement kind of stops it from going any higher. Polymorph is next, which is available to bards, druids, sorcerers, wizards, trickery domain clerics, and warlocks if they pick the Eldritch Invocation Sculptor of Flesh. It is a concentration spell. Upcasting it doesn't do anything, sadly, and you target a single creature, which can be an ally or an enemy, and if they fail a wisdom saving throw, they are turned into a sheep. The same thing goes for your allies. They are also turned into sheep if they are polymorphed. Unfortunately, if I deal 3 damage to the sheep, they revert back to the old form. So if you're going to use this, a bit like with Otterluke's Resilient Sphere, you want to use it on an enemy who's particularly difficult to beat. I'm not going to show the boss that I was fighting earlier, so no more spoilers, but in one of my playthroughs I did cast Polymorph on this boss and it lasts for 5 turns, so you can deal with everyone else in the fight and then come back to them if you can maintain concentration. Kind of interestingly, I don't have it prepared. Let's see. Interestingly, you can then send that sheep to sleep, no problem. They've only got 3 hit points after all. Now, sleep only lasts for 2 turns, but if you cast that on the last turn that they're a sheep, that's an extra turn they're out of combat. Depending on the enemy, that could be very useful. Okay, so they shove the sheep awake. And as a sheep, they're just going to walk around, not really doing anything. Oh, damn grovel, right. Shadowheart. Thank you very much. I'm going to stick it at A again. Now, this looks like there are a lot of spells at A, but the thing is, in my head, Banishment, Otterluke's Resilient Sphere, and Polymorph especially, pretty much all have the same purpose, but they do it in slightly different ways, slightly different benefits. These 3 all remove a single character from a fight. In fact, Banishment, if upcast, can remove more. Otterluke's can be used to protect someone instead, and Polymorph changes someone for the longest number of turns, 5 turns. Looking at it like that, to me, it's almost one spell with 3 different variants. Now, I know they are different. Confusion's a bit different because it's an area of effect, but there's not much difference between Banishment, Otterluke's Resilient Sphere, and Polymorph. So it looks like there are a lot up here, but yeah, to me, these 3 are really competing with each other, just they've got slightly different benefits to them. Next up is Stone Skin, which is available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, and war domain clerics. You target a creature, it can be an ally, it doesn't have to be yourself. Upcasting it doesn't do anything. And whoever you cast it on, they take only half damage from all non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage. So let's cast it on Gale himself. So now he's got Stone Skin, looks kind of cool. I will say now, or even like showing this off, that if you really want to have that effect, you would usually do better to have a cleric with either an item called the Reviving Hands. They come from a bit later in the game. On Zevlor and the Druid's Grove, it's a pair of gloves called Hellrider's Pride, where when you heal someone, you give the effect of Blade Ward for 2 turns. It isn't until long rest, as Stone Skin is, but so importantly, it doesn't require concentration. And if you're targeting a single person, you just use a level 1 spell slot. Now, I use Mass Healing Word to give it to the whole party. I'm not suggesting you always use that either with an item or level 3 spell slot, but for a level 1 spell slot, you can do the same. Now, no, this isn't on the cleric's spell lists, but it is on Druid. And Druids get healing words. They can do this instead. So if I get into a fight,
Is that blood?
It doesn't make you resistant to any other type of damage. This isn't the best use, but it does help reduce the incoming damage. But I would suggest if you really wanted that, just get the Blade Ward cantrip. No, Blade Ward does only last 2 turns. It isn't quite a replacement, but for a level 4 spell slot and concentration, this just does not do it for me. If it wasn't concentration, sure, then it's just a buffed up version of Blade Ward. And that's fine, it's a level 4 spell slot. But I would, for druids, sorcerers, wizards, and clerics, I'd so much rather use my concentration for something else. And lastly, Wall of Fire. This is available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, light domain clerics, fiend warlocks, and bards via the magical secrets. It's a concentration spell that deals 5d8 fire damage to anyone who's inside the area. Upcasting it increases that damage, and it's a bit different to most other spells. There are a few spells like this. You have to draw a template. It does have to be a straight line. I'm just about missing Will here, thankfully. I'm getting all the enemies inside. Dealing I'd say a very good amount of damage. Now 5d8 isn't quite the same as Fireball, let's say. That's just from burning, that's not from moving. Because you do get set on alight, and she takes the 19 damage. That's from burning, that's from walking through the fire. They do get to make a dexterity saving throw, and if they pass they take half damage. Yeah, probably won't go through the fire. Now what you can do is shove people through the fire. Oh, that should have done damage really. Or throw them into the fire. Be a bit more careful this time. There we are. Took 17 damage. It looks like they're already in the wall of fire. Then on their turn. Oh, it can be used against you. Now, it is an evocation spell. The actual fire damage from the firewall itself is stopped if you take evocation school, wizard school. But the burning, actual burning, doesn't get stopped because this is a burning surface. I think for evocation wizards, I'd probably put it at A, so your allies aren't also subject to it. But B is fine. It does depend a little bit on the map. As in my previous video, if I was up here and put the wall of fire through here, and enemies have to come through it, that's an easy A tier, maybe even S. You can shove and throw people back behind it, they have to walk through it again. It's amazing. So it's a little bit dependent on partially whether you're an evocation wizard or not, but also on the map where you are. I'm going to leave it at B tier because of the concentration element, and it is kind of damage over time. And honestly, it's usually a bit better to burst someone down rather than do damage over time if you can, because then you stop any action coming from them, they stop hurting you. Anyway, so that's my tier list, and I must say for level 4, it's a little bit disappointing after coming from the level 3 spells. It's kind of such a big high, such a power jump when you get the level 3 spells, and you got so many good ones. Whereas here, most of the spells are solid enough. They're not bad, but there will be times where I'd probably rather just upcast something like Fireball or Scorching Ray or Hold Person. And I feel a bit bad for clerics only getting 4 in their spell list plus the main spells. So let me know what you think. Have I completely misplaced one of these? If so, let me know why, and perhaps I'll change my mind and give the spell another go. Thank you for watching, making this far, and thank you to all the members of my channel, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. Okay, and on to the level 4 spells and the updates for them. First of all, greater invisibility. I'm going to move up to A on the assumption that you are using it on a person, on a character who is very good at stealth, or you've buffed them to make their stealth very, very good. So perhaps you've got Pass Without Trace going as well. They've got a very high stealth ability score. They've got a way of having advantage on their stealth checks. If you don't have a way to reliably pass stealth checks, that gets increasingly more difficult, then it should not be an A and you shouldn't be using it on that character. Secondly, Ice Storm. I'm going to move up. Struggling between A and S. I think I'm going to leave an A at the end of the day. The reason it's going to be moved up is that it's the only instantaneous AoE damage. Wall of Fire is continuous. In fact, Wall of Fire is going to change. Ice Storm also creates some ice, which can make enemies fall prone. But the ice doesn't last for very long, just 3 turns or so. So it's not quite as good as Sleet Storm, let's say at level 3, at making enemies fall prone. But this does not require concentration. And yes, I mentioned Wall of Fire. That was a big mistake putting it down in B tier, straight up to S. Definitely shouldn't be any lower than that. It's a great AoE. It's great in certain sections of the game. For example, the portal defense. I mean, Wall of Fire just rocks. It's so good. And if you're an evocation wizard, when you cast it, you don't harm your allies. But be warned, even if you're an evocation wizard, if one of your allies walks through the wall of fire, they still take 1d4 fire damage from the floor, from the surface effect. I suffered from this myself. Just 2 days before recording this video, I was playing with some friends online. One of them is an evocation wizard. He whacked up wall of fire. I just walked through it and I was set on fire. I myself, this was actually at the portal defense. As a monk, I was concentrating on the scroll of wall of fire. Thankfully, I passed my constitution saving throws, but it doesn't keep you completely immune because it's a surface effect and not actually like the spell that caused damage. Bit annoying. Unfortunately, it's how the game works. And I'm also going to mention Grasping Vine. It got buffed, it got an update, but it's still crap. I would still never cast it. It got a few more hit points, its armor class went up, but honestly, it's still just, what's the point? Am I going to cast Grasping Vine or Conjure Woodling Being? I'm going to cast Conjure Woodling Being, thank you very much. And talking about Conjuration, also going to move Conjure Minor Elemental up to S tier, because Conjure Woodland Being is only available to Druids. Druids also do get Conjure Minor Elemental, to be fair, but when you're a wizard, this is your only conjuration spell. And it's good, because we get the choice of what we conjure out of 3, and 2 of the choices conjure 2 different elementals, minor elementals, and this creates 2 more bodies on the field, which means the enemies will potentially target those 2 things, and we get a bit of extra damage from those 2, and it works out very, very well. Hello, welcome to the level 5 spell tier list. As with my other tier lists, this is my own subjective opinion. If you do want to tell me I'm wrong, please do me the courtesy and tell me why. It is very much appreciated. I will be looking for things such as what other spells are on that class spell list. Does it require concentration? If it does, it will go down. Now we're at level 5, so instead of thinking about, ooh, is this useful throughout the game? I'm going to be thinking about it kind of in reverse, as in do some lower level spells do the same or similar thing. So if there's like a damaging spell, for example, do lower level spells perhaps do it better if they are upcast? Or are they just a little bit worse and it's probably worth spending a lower level spell slot than level 5? Because at level 5 and the level cap, we get a maximum of 2 level 5 spell slots per long rest. Unless, of course, you're a warlock, someone's going to tell me, and you get 3 level 5 spell slots per short rest. If you're a pure warlock anyway. Does the spell have any sort of utility or other effects that are very useful? What type of damage does the spell do? If it does damage, lightning and cold and radiant damage are generally going to put them higher because they can either be doubled or help against certain enemies. And I will be avoiding thinking about specific items and subclasses for most of the time because that would take far too long. And also something I don't think I've said is I am considering these when they cost a spell slot, not from an item and not from a special subclass ability. Otherwise I should be comparing items rather than spells. So the first one is Banishing Smite. Kind of interesting. This is only available to bards via the magical secrets at level 10. So bards don't get to pick this apart from at level 10 and just with the magical secrets. So what does it do? You get 2 different options, either ranged or melee. You roll to attack. If you hit, you do the weapon attack plus 5d10 force damage. If the target ends up with fewer than 50 hit points, then they will be banished. It requires concentration to keep them banished. One nice thing is there's no save against the banishment. So I'm going to try this against... It doesn't really matter which one. Let's say... And she's gone.
Actions have drawn the ire of...
And so now, this enemy can't be targeted, but also can't receive buffs, healing, or do any damage to us, just like banishment does at level 4. I'm a little bit torn for Banishing Smite. The damage it does is pretty good. It's force damage, rarely resisted, 5d10, can crit, and it can banish people. But there's a very specific hit point range. I would probably, I think for the most part, if I really wanted to do damage, I might use one of Glyph of Warding or Lightning Bolt. It won't do as much damage, but the damage could be doubled. It's a level 3 spell slot. Or I don't have it here actually, but maybe Polymorph just to take them out of the battle. Or if I had it, this Banishment, level 4. I do like the effects that we can send someone away. What I really do like is that we can banish someone without them getting a saving throw. But we do require that. But we do require them to be in the hit point range of 1 to 49. So yeah, I'm a bit torn. I kind of like it, but for level 5 spell slot, maybe I'd rather do something else. But I don't think it's bad. We get some damage and potentially get rid of them for 2 turns. I do want to point out that this does use your bonus action. If I'd missed, it would not have used up my bonus action. Next up is Cloud Kill. Available to sorcerers, wizards, Circle of the Spores, and Circle of the Land Druids, if they pick Swamp or Underdark. Now it can be upcast, to deal an additional 1d8 poison damage. I didn't say it earlier, but Banishing Smite can be upcast, but doesn't do anything. So we get this area, and when we plonk it down, the enemies make a saving throw, which is a Constitution saving throw. If they fail, they take 5d8 poison damage. Look at that, 9 on 5d8. Now it is poison damage, so for example, the Steel Watcher didn't take any damage from that. So this is definitely not going to be S tier. Now at the beginning of their turn, if I can maintain concentration. Oh, the Steel Watcher might ruin my plans. Yeah, down she goes. Right, I'm going to have to try that again. So Lae'zel is going to cast this again. It will affect allies, so you do have to be careful. No, she's going to... What's it saying? Get out of dodge. At the beginning of their turn, they take more damage. So we'll see it happen for all of them. They get another saving throw made against it. So enemies will try and get out of the Cloud Coat, which makes sense. But it's not the end of the world. And try and use it against you, which is a bit worse. And what you can do on your next turn, I obviously didn't think about this very well. What you can do on your turn is recast Cloud Coat. Now the range is a bit low, so she's not going to be able to make it. I could cast it here, but obviously I would hurt Will. Any of those outside of the globe of invulnerability would be hurt, which actually would just be this fist. But that's just my fault. That's not the spell. Cloud Kill's fault. I'm going to leave this at A. Yes, it's concentration, so that's a bit annoying. And yes, it's poison damage, so some enemies are resistant or immune. But it is very useful for thinning out large groups of enemies. So they take damage when you cast it, great. And take damage on their turn, great. And then you can recast it to do even more damage. It's such a large area, and 5d8 is pretty good. I think it's deserving of A tier. Cone of Cold follows Cloud Kill, and it is available to sorcerers, wizards, fiend warlocks, bards via the magical secrets, and Arctic land druids get it as well. Is it Lae'zel, the famous wizard here? It's Cone of Cold, 8d8 cold damage. If enemies pass a Constitution saving throw, that will be halved. It's a cone, quite a large cone, I would say. It will affect allies, sadly, but it is cold damage. So what we can do, make everyone wet, and then we do that, and we'll find one of them died already. The others are very nearly dead. Simple, effective. It's an evocation spell, so if you're an evocation wizard, then you don't have to worry about your allies. Deals damage, and it can be doubled with the wet condition. What isn't to like? Next up is Conjure Elemental. This is available to wizards, bards via the magical secrets, druids, and warlocks if they pick the Minions of Chaos Eldritch Invocation. So the spell can be upcast. And I keep forgetting, Cone of Cold can be upcast for an extra 1d8 cold damage. So if you cast it at level 5, you get a normal elemental. There are 4 different types. They each have their own different attacks. So we've got an air, earth, fire, and water. But very interestingly, we can upcast this to level 6. So let's get a water. Myrmidon, if that's how you pronounce it. Myrmidon. And so, for example, this Myrmidon can heal everyone within range. That does include enemies, but it does also make them wet, which means you might be able to use a cold or lightning spell on them to kind of overwrite any extra damage you do to them, such as with Chain Lightning. And next turn, for example, this Water Myrmidon can do the same thing again. The wet condition does only last for 1 turn. Some of them have got it for 3 or 2 there, but usually it is just 1 turn. Straight up to S tier. The conjure spells don't require concentration, and we've got loads of different options. And when you can upcast it, and I don't think any lower level spells can actually really do the same job as Conjure Elemental. It's an amazing spell. Contagion is next, which can be learnt by clerics, druids, and bards via their magical secrets. It's got a few things going on this spell. So first of all, there are 6 variants. Each one is linked to one of the attributes. So we've got wisdom, strength, charisma, and so on. If you target wisdom, the enemy can be blinded, and they have disadvantage on wisdom checks and importantly saving throws. For strength, disadvantage on strength checks, saving throws, and attack rolls that use strength. For charisma, looks really cool, right? It's afflicted with vulnerability to all damage. Sweet. For intelligence, they become befuddled. So a bit like being confused, basically. Can't control its actions and wanders around without direction. For dexterity, disadvantage on checks that use dexterity, basically, and attack rolls. And lastly, Constitution. When they're hit, they can become stunned and disadvantaged on saving throws for Constitution. They all sound pretty good. I'm going to go with the stunned one. Let's go for Constitution. So you have to make an attack roll to actually hit the enemy. And they get Contagion, Poisoned. Stage 1. So at the moment, they have disadvantage on attack rolls and checks. That's okay, I suppose. Each turn, it must succeed a saving throw, or the poisoning will worsen. On 3 successes, it recovers. On 3 failures, it contracts a disease. Alright, so I'm gonna have to wait a few turns to see what happens. We can't upcast it to do anything extra. So we'll see this enemy. Should have disadvantage on this attack roll. Yeah, disadvantage there. Awesome. Now let's go and check. So they failed their saving throw. DC 18 and have now got Contagion Poison Stage 2. And at the end of his turn, Poison Stage 3. And the next time, if they fail, they will then finally have the disease. And finally, they're now stricken with Slimy Doom. Let's see if we can put this to work. And now they're stunned. Awesome. But that took 3 turns. Almost every enemy can be killed in that time. For a level 5 spell slot, this is not worth it the vast majority of the time. You do not need to be waiting 3-4 turns to make sure this happens. And you might not even work. You could wait 3 turns and they pass, and that's it. Level 5 spell slot wasted. So what you can do is cast this on someone who's neutral, and they're going to make their saving throws. And they don't become aggressive until they potentially fail. And even now that they've failed, they're still not aggressive. Still not hostile. So now I can do this. And they're stunned.
No talking your way out of this.
I'm really not impressed with the spell. It takes far too long. And it's not even guaranteed. If you've got a very high spell save DC and you've got a boss that you can cast this on before they become hostile, then maybe I can see it working. But for my guess is 95% of the fights out there, 90% of the fights out there, you're just going to do better at killing the enemy than casting this, and you're having to wait 3 turns before you actually get any use out of it at a minimum. After Contagion, we have Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War. This is not a Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition spell. This is a spell Larian have added, and it's quite unique. There's only a single scroll of it in the game. It can be found in Ramazith's Tower in Baldur's Gate, so you can't actually get this before Act 3. It is only available to wizards by virtue of the fact that it can only be scribed from a scroll. It can only be cast at level 5 and only cast once per short rest. Now what does it do? It sends out 6 projectiles. And there is actually a mistake here. It sends out 6 projectiles, each dealing 8 to 18, which is 2d6 plus 6 damage per projectile. This 18 to 78 is wrong. The 12d6 is correct, but this shouldn't be plus 6. This should be plus 36. So the actual damage range is 48 to 108. And it's pretty much exactly like Magic Missile, but way, 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 way better. So I'm just going to launch... Oh, I can do quite a lot of damage here. So maybe 1, 2, 3, or 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, I split that up. Maybe I shouldn't have split that up. Now, all of these can be linked with the Spellmite gloves that Will has currently got on. Any bonus you can give to Magic Missile, you can give to Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War. If you upcast Magic Missile to level 5, you get nowhere near this damage. Because Magic Missile, each missile only does, I say only does 1d4 plus 1 damage. Here, each missile does 2d6 plus 6 damage. There's nowhere else for this to go except up to a S tier. This is just a souped up Magic Missile. The only downside is you can only cast it once per short rest, but then again, you're only going to get, on a wizard's, 2 level 5 spell slots to begin with. You can use Arcane Recovery, I suppose, to get 1 more, and there is at least one item that gives a level 5 spell slot back. Destructive Wave is next, which is quite a rare spell to have. It's only available to Tempest and Light Domain Clerics, no one else. So you get 2 different variants. Either one variant that does necrotic, 5d6 necrotic damage plus 5d6 thunder, but the other variant does 5d6 radiant instead of necrotic. I'm probably going to go with radiant. Probably all the time. So got this AoE. One lovely thing is it does not affect allies. So not only does it do damage, but you also knock enemies prone. In fact, I killed 2 people with it in that one go. The saving throw is actually for halving the damage, not for resisting being knocked prone. The only reason the Steel Watcher wasn't knocked prone is because they're immune to being knocked prone. So this spell not only does damage in an area of effect, it doesn't affect allies and automatically knocks people prone, which is really good because then allies will have advantage on attack rolls from within 10 feet, and also they have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws, which could be good potentially for another spellcaster. I don't have it here, but I know Chain Lightning, for example. That's a high level spell, but you know. I'm torn between A and S for this. This is a very, very good spell. The only thing I dislike, or not dislike, the only thing I think could be better is if the prone condition lasted longer, or if there was a way to keep doing damage on subsequent turns. It doesn't require concentration, but compared to Insect Plague, which has some other things going for it as well, if you can have an enemy take damage from this just for 2 turns, that's as much damage as... It's going to be about the same sort of average as Thunderwave has done. Destructive Wave has done, not Thunderwave. Don't get me wrong, I think this is an awesome spell, but it just doesn't quite get up to S for me. Next up is Dethrone. This is very, very similar to Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War, in the sense that we get it from Ramazith's Tower, and it's just a scroll, so only wizards can learn this, and it's a Baldur's Gate 3 unique spell. So you can cast this once per long rest. It can't be upcast. The enemy makes a Constitution saving throw. If they fail, they take 10d6 plus 20 damage. If they succeed, they take half the damage. So let's use it here. 54 damage. This is awful. I'd much rather use Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War. Let's keep that one alive. And be guaranteed to do pretty much more damage. It's necrotic damage, which can be resisted, or some enemies are immune to, and it's once per long rest. Maybe for some items, or maybe the Necromancy subclass or something, is fine. It's bloody awful. Like, when we've got these 2 spells, there's almost zero reason to take Dethrone when we've got the Artistry of War spell up here. And this, you can even spread the damage out across multiple enemies. Down here, you can target a single enemy, and for a level 5 spell slot, please, this is not enough damage. Nowhere near enough damage, especially since we can only cast it once per long rest. It's just, I think, for Larian, of all the spells they added, they missed the mark with this one. The spell Evil and Good is up next, which is only available to clerics. Aberrations, Celestials, Elementals, Fae, Fiends, and Undead have disadvantage on attack rolls against you. You can also break enchantments that charm, frighten, or possess allies. Hang on a second. Protection from Evil and Good. So, target can't be charmed or frightened or possessed by them, by any of these types of enemies. And when the creatures attack it, they have disadvantage. Now, the one difference is that Dispel Evil and Good can actually break these enchantments, whereas Protection from Evil and Good protects you against them. You know, prevention is better than cure and all that. But, I mean, I haven't actually used this. I'm not saying that is useless. It probably says more about me than it does about the spell. But I find a long rest cures most things, or just killing people cures most things. There will be some fights where this is useful, where enemies might be possessed. There are some in Act 3, I suppose. But I'm not going to waste one of my spells prepared. This is a cleric spell only. I'm not going to waste one of my spells prepared for this. I feel like this spell is made for one specific fight in Act 3. I don't know. This might be another one of those spells where I personally just don't know the use for it, because I just haven't found the need for it. I've never, ever been in a situation where I'm like, ooh, I wish I had Dispel Evil and Good. You can tell me, where have I missed the use for this? Because I just don't see myself using it most of the time. Oh, and also add to the fact that to give the enemies disadvantage, those particular enemies disadvantage on attack rolls, yeah, it requires your concentration. And that's why I never use it. It requires concentration. Yeah, I'm quite happy to stick it down in D tier now. Next up is Dominate Person. This is available to Bards, Sorcerers, Wizards, Archfey Warlocks, Great Old One Warlocks, Trickery, and Knowledge Domain Clerics. So you have to target a humanoid, and they make a Wisdom saving throw. Attitude laser minus 25. And if they fail, they will now act as your ally. Now, it does require concentration, so I need to get out of here before the Steel Watcher comes and gets me.
Path lies before me.
So then we'll see this fist here attack some of his allies. Awesome, instead of us. If he takes damage, he will get to make another Wisdom saving throw. So I would suggest leave that enemy alone. Do not touch them. Now, this does only affect humanoids. If it affected more enemies, maybe I'd put it up to A tier. But it is, I think it is a good spell. A solid pick, because you really, really do change the action economy. So that enemy now, instead of me having to worry about him and damage him, he's actually going to help out. and will kill these people faster. So instead of having 4 turns in 1 round, I've now effectively got 5 and 1 less enemy. Upcasting it doesn't do anything. If you can cast it on two people, that'd be great, but my bard here couldn't do that. Some of the level 4 spells don't quite turn the enemy to your side, but you can take them out of action. So you've got Polymorph, you've got Banish, we've got a Hypnotic Pattern, we've got like several things, other ways of doing not exactly the same, but something similar for a level 4 spell slot instead of level 5. And I think that's probably one of the reasons I'm going to leave it at B. But if you don't have any of those options available, then perhaps it would be up to A. Next up is Flame Strike, available to Clerics and Fiend Warlocks. This can be upcast. At level 5, it does 5d6 fire and 5d6 radiant damage. At level 6, it's an extra 2d6 damage. This is the equivalent damage of a level 5 fireball. However, there are some differences. One, there's 2 different sources of damage, both the dexterity saving throws. 2 different sources of damage, which does mean it forces like 2 concentration checks. And if you've got any damage riders, any other damage going on top of any damage you already do, it will affect both, which is actually a benefit. You don't need to have a direct path for the Flame Strike, it just comes down. But the radius is a bit smaller. Nice. And the thing is, most of the subclasses that get Flame Strike do not get Fireball. Light Domain Clerics do and Fiend Warlocks do. Light Clerics also get Destructive Wave, which I would say Destructive Wave is clearly better than Flame Strike. It's the same damage, but it does Thunder and potentially Radiant, which are both better than fire damage, and knocks people prone, and it's a larger area, and it doesn't affect allies. For the other subclasses who don't get Destructive Wave, Flame Strike will be more useful, but with Destructive Wave here, and potentially a level 5 Fireball for a couple of subclasses, I don't think I can place this any higher. Again, it's not a bad spell, but there are better alternatives. Greater Restoration is next, and before I carry on, I just want to say that until now, I was recording during patch 3, Patch 4 has come out and I've continued recording, so there might be some changes, but I don't think any of these spells have been affected. Anyway, Greater Restoration is available to Bards, Clerics, and Druids. And what does it do? Touch a creature and negates any charm, petrification, stun, or curse afflicting it. Now, I'm kind of very disappointed by this spell, because Charmed can be negated by Calm Emotions, a level 2 spell. Petrification, we do have some Basilisk Oils around in the game which can do the same thing. Plus, I've never found many people to be petrified anyway. Stun, I haven't found anything else to get a character out of stun, which so you know it works there. Or Curse, well, we've got a level 3 spell called, well, Remove Curse, and Clerics and Druids can also prepare that at any time. And in the middle of a combat, it depends a bit, but I probably don't want to use a whole action to remove stun from someone and a level 5 spell slot. I'd rather use my level 5 spell slot to, let's see, Flame Strike, or, well, in this case, Destructive Wave, almost certainly. I'd rather kill an enemy than use an action to get one of my characters to have an action. If said character that was stunned was a very high damage dealing character, then maybe. If I know that they're going to be able to kill many more enemies than I can, maybe I would use it. But in all my playthroughs so far, I haven't actually used it, because there are pretty much 3 of the 4 conditions can be dealt with in other ways with lower level spell slots, and it's just not, I've just really not needed it. And the thing is, stun doesn't last usually outside of combat, so it's not like, ooh, outside of combat I can unstun someone. I'm afraid I'm going to have to leave it down here. I'm starting to feel bad at how many I'm leaving down here, but when we compare it to some other spells that we can have, I don't think it really does deserve to go any higher. And then we have Hold Monster. This is available to Bards, Sorcerers, Warlocks, Wizards, and War Domain Clerics. This pretty much does Hold Person except for many other creatures. One type of creature it doesn't actually hold. It doesn't have any effects on undead, but it can be upcast to level 6 to get an additional target, so I can actually hold a Steel Watcher.
Bad behavior caught this guard's eye.
And just in case you were unaware, all attacks from within 10 feet are always critical hits, so what you can do, I'm not saying you should necessarily do this, I just want to check necrotic damage, good. You could upcast inflict wounds up to level 6, maybe. Get an automatic critical hit. I'm sure there are many other things you can do instead of that, but just want to show it off. Anything with an attack roll can get a critical hit from within 10 feet. I'm struggling between S and A. The main downside is it does require concentration to keep this going, but I'm going to put it in A, I think. I'll put Hold Person in A. The reason I'm a bit reluctant to do that is because it requires a level 5 spell slot, and it does only affect a single enemy, but if you're willing to use a level 6 spell slot, I guess you could affect 2 enemies. You can twin this. And at high levels, the enchantment school, I think, can actually affect 2 enemies with this instead of just 1. But holding an enemy is really, really strong. You take them out of the turn order. They have to make a wisdom saving throw. And they do get to make a wisdom saving throw every turn to get out of it. But by the end game, I would hope your spellcasters have a very good spell save DC. And then we have Insect Plague, available to clerics, druids, and sorcerers. So you get an area of effect, quite large, actually. Pretty good area. And it does 4d10 damage, although if you upcast it, it will do 5d10 damage. It makes the area difficult terrain, and it imposes disadvantage on perception checks. I don't know if enemies actually make perception checks. Maybe when they try to locate a hidden person, they will. But let's see it in action.
You witnessed assaulting someone.
The enemies do obviously try and get the way out of it. So we got some damage done. Now, lots of enemies either pass their saving throw or have got resistance against it. But when they fail, 4d10 is respectable. So what we can try and do... Come on, Lazel. There we are. And it says succeeded on a saving throw against Insect Plague, and the DC there was 14, whereas originally DC 18, which does seem a little bit bugged at the moment. It's difficult terrain, so very much slowed down. Yeah, the DC seems to be set at 14, which is a bug. It should be 18 because the caster had it at 18 before. Concentration broken, sadly. I think in its current state, as of patch 4, because of that bug, DC 14, by the time we get this at level 9, most enemies will pass that, not all, but most. Had it not had that bug and the DC was what it should be at 18, I'd probably leave it at B. It does require concentration, which doesn't help, and it does affect allies, unlike Destructive Wave up here. If you can keep enemies inside it, you've got a good place to cast it. Actually, it can go up. It is a bit dependent, as I've shown with some other spells and other videos as well. But with the current bug, I don't think it's worthy of being higher than C tier. Next up is Mass Cure Wounds. Available to bards, clerics, and druids. So what does it do? Unleash a soothing hum of energy, right? So you heal up to 6 targets. It must be allies, you can't heal enemies. But why would you want to do that anyway? But you cannot heal neutral characters, interestingly. You get to choose who it goes on. So you have to click the targets manually. And if you upcast it, it's an extra 1d8 healing. It does normally, 3d8 plus 5 healing. For a level 5 spell slot, do you know what? I don't think it's enough healing. Yes, we can have some items that affect it, but do you know what? If you want to heal allies and have the effects, I'd rather use Mass Healing Word to get people up. I'm sure some of you do use and have used Mass Cure Wounds to really get you out of a tight spot. But in general, healing during combat is just not as effective as killing enemies and stopping all future damage from that enemy in the first place. For me, this is another C tier spell. There might be some niche uses. I'm sure with Life Clerics, actually be very good, because they get to add an extra 10 hit points to that, and that actually does make it quite a lot stronger. If you want to heal outside of combat, take a short rest or long rest, I would suggest, or Prayer of Healing for a level 2 spell. It's good maybe as an emergency backup, but if you want to, as I said earlier, if you want to give out the buffs from the items for healing, I would use Mass Cure Wounds instead. Enemies here are doing way more damage than what I just healed. 27 damage, 19 damage, and I healed as much as one enemy's single action. And using my action to do it really isn't worth it. Next is Planar Binding, which is available to bards, clerics, druids, and wizards. So you target a celestial, elemental, fey, or fiend, and pretty much it's the same as Dominate Person, but for these particular enemy types, or character types, NPC types. So let's do it on the water elemental. Obviously people aren't very happy about this, but now the water elemental is on my side. I'll skip to its turn, so it will act in my favor on its turn. Yeah, go. Nice. Since I've already shown you Dominate Person, I don't think there's much more to say. I think it's fair just to put it in B. It does the same thing as Dominate Person, but it just affects different types of creatures, that's all. The enemy makes a Wisdom saving throw against it, same as Dominate Person. Upcasting Planar Binding doesn't do anything for you either, so you're pretty much stuck at doing one enemy. Of course, there are some subclasses that can target too. And now we have Seeming, which is available to bards, sorcerers, wizards, archfey, warlocks, and trickery domain clerics. So Seeming disguises up to 4 members of your adventuring party. You have to target the members. Upcasting doesn't do anything. 1, 2, 3, 4. It chooses some appearances at random. This is pretty much Disguise Self, but applying it to other people as well. And there are some good uses of Disguise Self. One, I could go and commit some crimes mostly, and then come out of these disguises back to my normal self. Shouldn't be targeted. If you kill someone, once you speak with dead on them, you can disguise yourself before or after the fact. There are some other uses though. So, Lae'zel, let's turn you, and you can adjust your disguise. Let's turn you into a gnome. Because I do have some gloves, nimble fingers. Here they are. So gnomes are granted a +2 to dexterity. Let's see, it's at 16. She isn't usually a gnome, but we are essentially a gnome here. We don't get the benefits of gnomes, but any items that give benefits to certain races do get those bonuses. So now the dexterity is 18. Some items give bonus to Githyanki. There's a few of them. And also some places require you to be small to get inside, such as this hole. Here the game is telling us being smaller is good for getting inside holes, whereas the larger races cannot get in.
Does not fit in a small hole.
Well said, Will. But if we do turn him to... That doesn't have to be a gnome. Let's say a halfling this time. I can get inside. Now the thing is, quite a few classes do get Disguise Self, which is a ritual. This does cost a level 5 spell slot. You will be using this outside of combat, as I don't really think there's much use inside of combat unless you really want to get through a hole somewhere. I don't think there are many combats with holes right next to where the combat is. But on the flip side, not every class gets access to Disguise Self. There is an item that gives you the same effect as this. Oh, I've forgotten who's got it. Disguise Kit. Now, before I use the Disguise Kit, I do want to point out you can dispel your disguise by using a button on the right. Back to his usual Dragonborn self. And then I can use the Disguise Kit. I don't know, let's say a Femme Gnome. Although a Disguise Kit is one use only. I can only be in this disguise or dispel it. And then I can get inside the hole. So the fist got a bit of a brick for this spell. I don't personally use it that much, but I can see its benefits outside of combat. It's completely a utility spell, really. The one thing I don't like about it is that it's a level 5 spell slot, and we only get 2 of those per day. I know some classes can regenerate them, there are items, but I'd rather usually use one of the ones above over Seeming. But there will be times where I guess Seeming will be very, very useful for you. Knights of the Sealy Summon Diva is up next, and this is only available to wizards. Same reason that Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War, and Dethrone are only available to wizards, because it's only found on a single scroll in the game. And once again, it is from Ramazith's Tower, down in the basement, down inside the vaults. So we can cast it once, there's no option, once per short rest, you can't upcast it, and we get a Diva. This Diva is exactly the same as the Diva you get from using a level 6 spell. Oh, what's it called? The level 6 spell, Planar Ally. So if you want to use a level 5 spell slot instead to get a Diva, get a wizard to do it. And another reason this is an amazing spell is that now a wizard can summon a Diva. That's not usually what wizards can do. So what can the Diva do? Well, its weapon attack does 1d6 plus 4 plus 4d8 radiant damage. Cool stuff. It can fly. It can revivify you. Wizards now have a way to revivify people. It's got massive wings. That's a bonus, right? So it can fly around, which is always useful. And it can use Wrathful Smite, Concussive Smash, 136 hit points, armor class of 21. Pretty good for a summon. They have now permanently armed all Divas, so we can't steal these ones quite so easily. So yeah, pretty useful. Oop, miss.
Violence hasn't gone unnoticed.
Ha, gets to go first. But he's used his action already. Anyways, straight up to S tier. Most summons are amazing. There's an extra body on the battlefield, soaking up damage, dealing out damage, and this has really got a lot of hit points, a high armor class, can revivify anyone who goes down, and does fairly decent damage. Like, what's not to like? Next up is Telekinesis, available to sorcerers, wizards, great old one warlocks, and knowledge domain clerics. Now, if you come reloading here all the time, you'll find that this reporter is constantly talking out loud. So maybe you wanted to get her off the cliff. So we can cast Telekinesis. The enemy has to make a strength saving throw, or the target, maybe not an enemy. And then you can move them up to 60 feet. Now, I did test this earlier. There we are. Oh, saved. I'm going to try that again. Unfortunately, I don't feel like this should happen. Since the saving throw was made, I don't actually maintain concentration on the spell. Because it is a concentration spell. Upcasting it doesn't do anything.
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
She got thrown down there. She took some damage, not much because she's not that heavy. So it's 1d4 just from the spell itself, and then from the falling damage. She took 5. Now we're going to put this to good use later, hopefully.
I will ascend.
Now, assuming you maintain concentration, you can then use the telekinesis effect. Again, the spell lasts 10 turns, so this time I'm going to target the Steel Watcher, and it doesn't matter that they weigh 1,500 pounds. We can still throw them down. We've got to find a path, though. They didn't move because they had the command on them, but that looks like it'll work. Over they go. Pretty cool. And this time, the Steel Watcher took 67 bludgeoning damage from falling because they're much heavier. I've gone and put everything my party owns into a single bag, my handbag. So it's got an item weight of 2,463 pounds. Quite a large value, I would say. Still use telekinesis on it. I'm going to target a poor refugee. They saved against it. What did they save against it? That's very strange. Oh, they rolled 19. Right. Let's get it back. Get over here. Send it back in. Seriously, 19 again. One lucky refugee. But even when we fill it with loads of stuff, it still only does 2d4 damage. Now I want to put forward evidence that Scratch's strength here should be about 10 times higher, not 11. So I'm going to throw the same bag around. The bag that weighs 2,463 pounds. And he picks it up and runs with it like it's absolutely nothing. So, here you go, buddy. Get the handbag back. I'm going to stick it in B tier. What I don't like is that it requires concentration, and you can use this effect only once per round. I kind of understand why. It's kind of how 5th edition works, but it means I can't use these other good spells in that turn. Now, obviously, you could use it on your allies to throw them somewhere. Up, maybe. You can use it to get items around, through bars, maybe inaccessible places, perhaps. You can throw really heavy enemies, ones you wouldn't usually be able to shove, for example. And you can do quite a bit of damage to these enemies as well, like that Steel Watcher. I think it's a solid choice. I used it quite a lot on my first playthrough, actually. But there are usually better spells to use in most circumstances. But still, you can play fetch with it with Scratch, so maybe it should be like above S tier. And lastly, we have Wall of Stone. This is available to druids, sorcerers, wizards, nature domain clerics, and bards via their magical secrets. So it does require concentration. Upcasting doesn't do anything. And then you can create a Wall of Stone. It creates non-magical solid real stone. So you pick a place to start your wall, pick a final position for it. Let's say here. Oh, I do not know why that didn't work. Oh, no, there we are. That looks a bit lame. Right, we've got a patrolling Steel Watcher. We'll see what it does. And actually now, it's decided, do you know what? I can't go down on the rest of my patrol, which is usually down here and back. And it's just going to patrol up and down. So you can use it to kind of enclose enemies, but you can't just do that anywhere. If they can walk around a wall of stone, I'm sure enemies will. When I was actually trying this out, the Steel Watcher, I created a slightly different wall. The Steel Watcher jumped over it to the side on the left, but then only patrolled up and down, didn't actually jump back over that way. Now these stone pillars kind of only have 30 hit points, and they are vulnerable to thunder damage and force damage. Thankfully there isn't a time limit. I really have used this very rarely. But when I've said that for a few other spells, people come up with loads of good instances of where they have used it. So kind of going to give it, I was going to put it in C tier, but I feel like I'm just going to give it the benefit of the doubt. Maybe just nudge it up to B, just in the hope that some of you will actually give me some good ideas of, and not just me, but everyone, good ideas of where to use Wall of Stone. Because I do feel like it has kind of been pointed out to me. I think I'm a little bit too harsh on some of these utility spells. Anyway, there we have it for my list. Let me know where you would put some of these. Have I really done Contagion a dirty and put it too low down? Do I love Hold Monster and Conjure Elemental too much? You let me know. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to all the members of my channel, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one. Next up are the level 5 spells. And the first thing I need to do, very sad, Sights of the Sealy Summon Diva got moved up to level 6. So I need to, oh, I can't get rid of it. Apparently once it's stuck there, it's stuck there. Anyway, Sights of the Sealy Summon Diva, no longer a level 5 spell. So that disappears from the level 5 spell tier list. First actual change, Destructive Wave, is so good. I'm going to move up to S tier. Just the fact it doesn't target your allies, knocks enemies prone, does a decent chunk of damage. It's a large area. basically what's not to love about it. It's just sad that very few subclasses get access to the spell. Telekinesis, I'm going to move up. The main downside for me is that it requires concentration. I wish it didn't. Obviously, I guess I wish lots of spells didn't require concentration, now I say that. But we can even move Steel Watchers with telekinesis. And also you can use it to get allies. It causes some damage. But if your ally for some reason can't get across a certain gap, you can chuck them across. And it does have also utility when you want to move items as well. It's not just creatures that you have to move around. But again, if you throw items, those items might take damage, so be careful with that. Insect Plague still seems to have a set spell save DC at 15, which is kind of okay. I wish it was higher. I tested this out. My Sorcerer, used the Sorcerer. The spell save DC is 17, but to resist the effect of Insect Plague will take half the damage. It was DC 15, so I'm not going to move that up. If it wasn't bugged, I'd put it in maybe A or B tier. It slows enemies down, which is good. Deals some piercing damage, which is fine. But when it's bugged, which someone said in the comments, is like, it seems fitting, doesn't it? One more I'm going to talk about is Contagion, because you can cast this on certain enemies ahead of time. It's basically, this is really bad to cast in combat because of the whole 3-turn thing. But if you can cast it outside of combat, because neutral NPCs don't actually become hostile immediately, you can use this to debuff enemies ahead of time if they're going to become your enemies. So perhaps since it's got some case users, I'll move it up to C tier, but I don't really find myself casting it very often whatsoever. And that leaves us with the level 6 spells. Here we are, the level 6 spells, finally. When I rate these spells, I really do have to think about, is each spell worth the level 6 spell slot that we have? We get 1 per long rest, but I will say that there are 2 quarterstaves that give you an ability called Arcane Battery, which lets you cast a spell without using a spell slot, so perhaps you would use it on your level 6 spell. There is also a necklace that can let you restore a level 6 spell slot, and there is a lithid ability that lets you free cast, it's called Free Cast, that lets you cast the spell without using a spell slot. I would suggest you're probably going to use those on the level 6 spells. Another thing I will be thinking about is, do any of the lower level spells do the same thing but better? And as with all the other spell lists, I will be taking into account concentration if it's required, the damage type, where cold and lightning will be higher. I don't need to think about if anything can be upcast because, well, none of these can be upcast. This is just my opinion, my thoughts. Please let me know your thoughts, explain to me why I'm wrong, and do give extra information if there's anything missing. And that's been really, really useful and really, really helpful. And I've been really glad at all the comments I've had where you've been like, oi, CVG, you missed this bit about this spell. And that's awesome. Thank you very much. As always, I will be going in alphabetical order, starting with Arcane Gate. This is available to sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. So the fists have been spared for this particular spell. It does require concentration. Create 2 linked teleportation portals for 10 turns, and the range is 60 feet. So you can pick 2 places, one over here, let's say, and let's say one over there. And then you can walk through one Arcane Gate and get to the other. Since the range is 60 feet, I guess you could get 2 portals 120 feet away from each other at opposite ends of the range. So where can this be useful? Now I'm here for a reason. You can actually get to different places. Let's go to tactical view. Press O if you didn't know. And let's put one up there. And you can get to places perhaps you hadn't been able to get to before. Now you might be able to use this during a fight if you want to run away, I suppose. Or maybe you want to lure 1 or 2 people up to where you are and then drop concentration so it takes time for everyone else to catch up to you. One annoying thing is there's no indication once you've actually clicked once. So I just clicked where the first portal is going to be. There's no way to know if I've clicked it, if I've made a mistake. Perhaps I don't want it there. There we are. 2 more portals. I'm going to stick this in C tier. 1 is concentration. And secondly, there are other spells to get you around. Now, the good thing about Arcane Gate is you don't need to cast on anyone. So what I mean by that is, sure, Misty Step can pretty much do the same thing, except every character has to cast Misty Step. This obviously does last for longer. It can be good for exploring, but as I said at the beginning of the video, this is a level 6 spell slot we're talking about. What I would like to have is if we can put it in places we can't see. During combat, I want to be using these other spells. Outside of combat, I might use other things to get my party around. Another example could be the Arrow of Transposition. Blade Barrier is next, and this is only available to clerics. So a star in our cleric here. Summon a wall of razor sharp blades that turns the area into difficult terrain and damages anyone foolish enough to come close. So it does require concentration. 6d10 slashing damage. That's quite a lot. So a bit like some of these other area spells we've seen, you click one place and you can see where the wall of thorns, where the blade barrier is going to come up. Perhaps I want to do it that way. It's slightly narrow. There are some wider area effect spells.
You witnessed assaulting someone.
So you do damage when it goes down. I want to keep Astarion safe. So maybe here's one use of Arcane Gates, right? Put one there, one there. Now that was a level 6 spell slot though. Get him to run away. Oh, no. Phew. Damn. Okay, Astarion knows exactly what he's doing.
You witnessed assaulting someone.
Let's try and not show off Arcane Gate. Let's just run away. So at the beginning of their turn, if they're in the blade, they take a chunk of damage. I'll wait to see what these two do as well, because they might try and jump through it. No, gone. She's not gonna. Oh, there we are. And it slows them down. Now, I feel like hopefully I've learned when I put Wall of Fire a bit too low in that level 4 tier list. I think for clerics, this probably is an S tier spell. I really used this myself in my first playthrough in the House of Grief. It's quite a difficult fight in there, a lot of enemies. It slows them down. They don't seem to completely avoid it. I've seen them jumping through it, and there's loads of damage when you put it down and when they walk through it. Really, really good. Chain Lightning is next. So this is available to sorcerers and wizards. Strike an enemy with lightning. 3 more bolts will leap from the target, electrifying as many as 3 other enemies within 60 feet. It's a dexterity saving throw. If they fail, they take the full damage. If they pass, they take half damage. It's guaranteed. Now, I want to show you something to show you how awesome this spell is. It's lightning damage. So if enemies are wet, they're going to take double damage. So I'm actually going to... Awesome. And we can twin Chain Lightning. 1 and 2. Oh. Deleted. Awesome. And I've got Will here in his nice sexy outfit. Straight up to S tier. It's party safe. Yeah, and it's lightning damage. We can double it. It's guaranteed damage. Even if they pass a dexterity saving throw, you still get some damage done, which can still be doubled. The meta magics are great with it. It's just my go-to damaging spell. If I want to target more than one enemy, and I've got a sorcerer or wizard, Chain Lightning is my go-to spell. And now we have Circle of Death. This is available to sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. Sculpt a massive sphere of entropic energy around a creature. Devastate the target and all surrounding creatures. So the targets make a constitution saving throw. This does affect allies. So you can see if I target Tavkazak's here, everyone around is highlighted. I can just about target the fist at the back and it gets all of them. The area of effect is very, very large. The downsides to the spell are several, I think. 1, you do have to target an enemy. I can't just put it down in the middle of nowhere. 2, it is necrotic damage. Now, there aren't as many undead who are resistant or maybe immune to necrotic damage in Act 3. I say Act 3 because we have to be level 11 before we get our level 6 spells, and I would suggest that most people will be in Act 3 when they get these. And lastly, the damage done is kind of only 8d6. That's the same as Fireball. I can actually get these fists because I can target anywhere I want, and if I cast it at level 6, I can do 11d6 damage. I don't like Circle of Death very much. The area, it's like a double-edged sword. The area is too big. You've really got to keep your allies clear, and there might be some perhaps neutral NPCs around. Now, I will say, because someone's going to definitely talk about it, there is an item, they've talked about it with all the necromancy spells. The Staff of Cherished Necromancy, which you get in Act 3 in Baldur's Gate. If you kill a creature with a spell, you get Life Essence, which means you can cast a necromancy spell for free. So you could cast Circle of Death over and over and over again, at which point for one particular item, perhaps it's S tier because then there's basically no cost to it. But aside from that, I think the drawbacks are a bit too many for me. And sorcerers and warlocks get Chain Lightning, which we can double the damage of and only hit enemies. Not as many perhaps, but when we have Chain Lightning in the same spell level, I feel like it's just not quite good enough. I realise I didn't show it to you. Let's at least show it to you once, see?
You were witnessed assaulting someone.
Next up is Create Dead, available to clerics, warlocks, and wizards. Now you might find yourself with some bodies lying in the street for no known reason, and you might find yourself with a level 6 spell slot and Create Undead. So, target a corpse, and we get ourselves our own little mummy. What can mummies do? Well, they've got a rotting fist. I wish I had basket to tell us it's fisting time. You can attack an enemy, you do 2d6 plus 3 plus 3d6 necrotic damage, and maximum hit points reduced by 8. Awesome. You can try and use your Dreadful Glare. Now, unfortunately, it's only a single target. You can do it once per turn, though. Ah, they saved. If an enemy is frightened, you can then use your multi-attack, which is a huge amount of damage. Well, we can see here that the total damage is 16 to 66. Far more than enough to... Oops, that's dash. Far more than enough to take out a refugee. Man. Refugee running away from war, just staring down a mummy in the face like, not scared of you. Right, what about you? Maybe it's too close to Halloween. They don't really think it's a real mummy. One of the problems, though, is that the DC is only 11. So, inside combat, where there are enemies that are much stronger than a refugee, the chance of that working is probably quite low. Anyway, I'm going to come back to here so I can ignore the flaming fist that come along. It's another necromancy spell, so if you're going to use the Staff of Cherished Necromancy, you can cast this for free. Still, it's a summon. 93 hit points is great. Mummies are vulnerable to fire damage though, keep that in mind. The Dreadful Glare probably won't work so well, but the Rotting Fist is pretty good. I would suggest that upcasting Animate Dead might be a better choice at level 6, because then you actually get a whole flock or pack of ghouls, 3 flying ghouls or 3 normal ghouls. Perhaps it might be more useful. Each of those ghouls are considerably weaker than the mummy. So maybe down to A tier. Ooh, it's hard to say. Yeah, I'm going to leave it down in A tier for those 2 reasons actually. Sorry, going to go back on what I just said. The fact we can't upcast Animate Dead and the Dreadful Glare is not going to work very well in combat. And now we have Disintegrate. Available to sorcerers and wizards. So what does it do? You point your finger at someone, they make a dexterity saving throw. If they fail, they take 10d6 plus 40 damage, 50 to 100 damage. If they pass, they take no damage. Right, you can see a pile of ash because I accidentally wasn't recording when I used this last time. All right. Oof. Gone. That looks awesome. However, my level 5 spell, Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War, can do the same thing. And if I wanted to, I could target more than one enemy. There's no dexterity saving throw. The damage for Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War isn't 18 to 78. This is still a bugged tooltip. There are 6 slots of 8 to 18, which actually means the total damage here is 48 to 108. Very, very similar to the 50 to 100 for Disintegrate. And there's no way the enemy can pass a saving throw for that, for Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War. For Disintegrate, if they pass a saving throw, nothing happens. Now, I desperately want to love the spell. It looks awesome. And if an enemy does get turned to ash, actually you can still get all of their items. The items don't turn into ash or dust. I just have to put it down here because there are so many better spells to cast. I can cast Curriculum of Strategy, Artistry of War, or if I really want to do damage to a single target, upcast a level 6 Witch Bolt to an enemy that's wet, and you will do more damage than Disintegrate, and there's no way that they can pass a saving throw. And by the time we get to the high levels, we can have things like Bless, we can have Advantage to make sure the attack roll for Witch Bolt does actually work. But as a single target damaging spell for level 6 spell slot, Disintegrate doesn't actually do it for me. Bite is our next spell. This is available to bards, sorcerers, warlocks, and wizards. So you get 3 options when you cast it. It does require concentration. It's a wisdom saving throw. So I can choose to put a creature to sleep, make them frightened, which should make sure they can't move and their attacks have disadvantage, or afflict them so they have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks. Let's go for sleep, let's say. Ooh, gone to sleep for 10 turns. People can wake them up with a shove, which will probably happen here, so perhaps sleep wasn't the best use here. Just try and stop them. Yeah! So we'll see on the next turn, while they're all doing nothing. And the bard can now recast one of these without using a spell slot, but we do require concentration. I don't think this is actually going to work on the Steel Watcher. I'm fairly sure they're immune to frightened. Yeah. Don't really know why it let me cast that, but it takes my action. So for the most part, this isn't that great, because if we want to have some sort of crowd control, we've got some level 4 spells, we've got some lower level spells. We've got Hold Person, Hold Monster, Polymorph, Banishment, one of those. But the fact it's got Sleep, it is quite nice. I will also say that if we want to use the Sleep option, we still have Glyph of Warding, which does the same thing. And this uses your action to put a single enemy, to inflict this debuff on a single enemy. And lots of fights have lots of enemies. Now you can use this to put some bosses to sleep though, because of that. Because I think it does have a use. I'm going to leave it at C tier, but it's almost down in D for me. just because of the concentration requirement and the fact we can only affect a single enemy each round because it takes an action. Of course, we could be hasted, I suppose, and do it to 2 enemies, but then we can cast 2 spells with those actions. Not level 6 spells, but we could cast 2 spells. Flesh to Stone is next, which is available to wizards and warlocks, and it does what it says on the tin. It will turn someone's flesh into stone, but it's not as simple as point and click. The enemy has to fail 4 constitution saving throws in a row. Let's see this. Now you can cast this on a neutral NPC and they won't say anything. I'm actually going to try and increase the chances here because I don't think this will work well if it's only a 75% chance. So that was a potion of arcane power, battle mage. What was actually making the name up? That was a potion of battle mage's power, which increases my spell save DC by 3. So where's it gone? Here we are. Flesh to Stone. A 90% chance. That's pretty good. Is there better? 95%. All right, even better. So, restrained stage 1. At the end of the turn, I'll make another Constitution saving throw, and it goes to restrained stage 2. We'll watch it happen in real time. Stage 3, and finally,
No talking your way out of this.
they have turned to stone. Now, when I tested this, even if I kill all of these enemies here, I'm still going to be stuck in combat. I guess I could run away and then, yeah, like literally flee combat. But this counts as an enemy in the combat. They're petrified, they're turned to stone, they can't hurt you. That was the best case scenario. So I've just reloaded, just to show you what happens. Let's see who's on some 75%. Hopefully this... Alright. Save failed. We're looking good. Save failed. Save failed. I actually want to show you what happens if they pass a saving throw.
Witnessed assaulting someone.
So I want to point out the chances of it working is your percentage to the power of 4. So with a 75% chance of the enemy failing, if you do 0.75 to the power of 4, that tells you the chance of it actually working over the course of 4 turns. And so they say make a single save, and that's it. They're not turned to stone. Just because they have to fail 4 Constitution saving throws in a row, and it requires concentration. And in combat, most combats are over within 4 rounds, I would say. Just not worth it. You might be able to turn a boss into stone. Sure. And then wail away on the boss. Fine. I'd probably rather do it more quickly, because when someone is turned to stone, when they are petrified, they are going to be resistant to pretty much all damage. Next up is Globe of Invulnerability. This is available to wizards and sorcerers. So what does it do? You create a barrier that makes creatures and objects inside it immune to all damage. You can just about see the outline. If you are a sorcerer, you could actually extend this. It only lasts for 3 turns and does require concentration. You are immune to all damage, but you're not immune to status conditions. So if the Steel Watcher comes inside here and then hits us with the sword and knocks Lazar prone, she will lose concentration. So let's see it in action first. No, it's just using unarmed strike. How kind. Wait, no, I don't need to do that. What am I talking about? Right, invulnerable. No damage taken. Enemies will also be invulnerable while inside the globe, so you do want to try and kind of push them out, keep them out. So they're all going to come in, try and inflict conditions on us, try and hurt us. But nothing's going to happen unless they knock us prone. So can still be bleeding, which does give disadvantage on Constitution saving throws. So it's not quite the be-all and end-all of winning a combat, but for the most part it is, I would say. I did ask my viewers on Discord if you got any tips and tricks for the level 6 spells. One that came up is if you put Guardian of Faith just within the globe, on the edge of it, it becomes invulnerable. Now, why is this important? This is important because when Guardian of Faith deals damage, it deals damage to itself. But if it's invulnerable, it doesn't take that damage to itself. It can still deal it out. The person who sent this trick wanted to remain anonymous, so I'm not going to say their name. And so thank you very much to them. Now, to try and show off this thing with Guardian of Faith, I'm actually going to recast this. 2 globes of invulnerability. No, let's take hers down. Oh, my bard needs to get inside. He's maimed, so I need to heal myself. Let's see this, right? It takes... that's what I wanted to show you. Guardian of Faith didn't lose hit points, so we can hit for 20 more damage later. So we can see it here again. And it will keep on going. Dealing out damage every time an enemy within its range attacks one of the party members. Anyway, straight up to S tier. Can really save you in a difficult fight. I myself, and I've seen other people say they've used it in the fight. In a House of Hope, for example, just any difficult fight, you can stick this up and you're almost guaranteed to be safe for a few turns. Get rid of as many enemies as you can and then walk out and you'll be absolutely fine. Arm is next. Only available to clerics. To target a single enemy, they make a Constitution saving throw. If they fail, their hit point maximum is reduced by the damage dice that are rolled. Never goes below 1, so can't kill someone with it. If they pass a saving throw, they still take half the damage, but maximum hit points are not reduced. So 50% chance, flip of a coin. Saved. Right, bit sad. Did 25 damage, that's not that much. It would have done 50 damage to a single target. And in fact, instead of being 50 damage, this would actually go down to 15 hit points in total. Slightly ambivalent about this. As far as I can tell, it's the cleric's only single target level 6 spell, but if I want to do damage, I'd probably want to use Blade Barrier because this is necrotic damage, and Blade Barrier can do damage to more than one person and over multiple turns. I guess there's a small benefit to reducing the hit point maximum in that they can't heal themselves above the new hit point maximum. Maybe they can be put to sleep, level 1 sleep spell. So I can kind of see it has its uses, but for clerics, I'd probably want to use, some of these other spells for the level 6 spell slot. And next up is heal. This is available to clerics and druids this time. And we have here our classic druid will heal the target's wounds and remove blindness from any diseases. Does 70 healing. Just 70. Now no one's hurt. Now I've made everyone pretty much here a spellcaster. So we can see 70 hit points. It's healing up most of the maximum hit points of these characters. However, these are casters mostly with not the highest number of hit points. As with the other healing spells, healing during combat is generally not that great. However, this is one time where the healing done is very good, at least compared to the other healing options we get. So even a level 6 heal wounds does 68 plus your spellcasting ability modifier of healing. The average isn't going to be that good. This also does cure blindness and diseases, but during combat I wouldn't use it. Outside of combat, I would probably just take a short rest or a long rest. As an emergency, yes, fine, I can see that during combat, but outside of combat there's just no need for this. Generally, I say this, I feel like I say this every time with the with healing spells. Generally, it will be better to kill some enemies, such as with Blade Barrier, healing one of your allies preemptively or up from being downed. If they're downed, please use Healing Word or Mass Healing Word, or throw a potion at them. You can throw some very high level potions as well by the time we get heal. And next up is Hero's Feast, also available to clerics and druids. This spell's got quite a bit going on. You and everyone around can't be poisoned, diseased, or frightened. Cool. Your hit point increases. Hit points increase. Okay, it doesn't tell you by what. And you make wisdom saving throws with advantage. What it doesn't tell you, you also do produce some camp supplies. Now, before I do that, I should just get some summons out. Now, why am I doing this? Well, when I cast Hero's Feast, it affects all allies within range. Thoroughly stuffed. And what it doesn't tell you, here it is, the feast supplies. Usually for me, it has contained a bottle of water. Always nice to have. The camp supplies given would be fine for Explorer and Standard mode difficulties. For Tactician, it doesn't give you the 80. But by the time we're in Act 3, the camp supplies are not a problem. So we can see here we get 12 extra hit points from being thoroughly stuffed. That alone is great. Oh, and also it does stack with aid. So level 6 aid. And look at that, even Scratch has 42 hit points. You can get, like, camp cast this. You can get some ally or hireling to cast these and kick them out your group afterwards. And there is an even extra bonus to all of this. I need to prepare a certain spell. Now this is thanks to Jib and Fade. If you haven't checked out his channel, please do. In fact, let's just come in here. So Cloud Kill, pretty cool spell. Lovely AoE. Affects your allies. So you're like, no, I don't always want to use it, but boom.
Witnessed assaulting someone.
We are immune to poison damage, so we can just walk inside the Cloud Kill and have all the enemies come to us. Anyway, easy S tier. Doesn't require concentration, gives you a whole bunch of buffs, affects all of the allies within range, stacked with aid. I find myself casting this at the beginning of the day quite often and just replenishing the spell slot using the necklace that there is. Next is Otterluke's Freezing Sphere. This is only available to wizards. Here we are, you create a sphere that does 10d6 cold damage. There are two choices. You can either just throw it, lob it, and you'll do damage to these enemies. They do get to make a constitution saving throw. If they pass, they only take half the damage. And it will also create ice, which is good for knocking people prone, especially wizards who are concentrating. The other option is you create an item that after 10 turns will explode to do the same amount of damage. So you can, as it says, you can put it in your pocket, give it to an ally, or throw it away. The area it's pretty decent, I would say. It's an evocation spell, so if you're an evocation wizard, you won't affect allies, otherwise you will. It is cold damage, so it can be doubled if we make enemies wet. So let's show that. And throw it at them. Boom! Lovely amount of damage. So I do want to show you what you can do with the portable sphere. So create it. Explosion imminent, right? That's what you can do. Let's go to pickpocket someone, except reverse pickpocket them. There you are. Let's try and get out of range, and then we'll wait. Boom! Whoa. Now, interestingly, it didn't start combat this time. It does create an ice surface also. She fell over again. Comedic timing, I feel. Gonna stick it in A tier. What I don't like about it is it does affect allies, so you do have to keep clear. But what I do like is that it's cold damage, which can be doubled. We've got the option of turning it into an item, which we can give to other people. And it does have an area of effect. It's pretty good. It doesn't do quite as much damage as Chain Lightning, however. Again, the damage is fairly decent. I feel like on an evocation wizard, this would be higher of S tier because it doesn't affect allies. Because the area is so large, you have to make sure everyone's out of the way. And then we have Otto's Irresistible Dance. This is available to bards and wizards. There we are, Otto's Irresistible Dance. I do want to point out, this video is being recorded in patch 4. Before patch 4, there was a bug where if you cast Otto's Irresistible Dance, there was no save against it at all whatsoever, and enemies would be, well, let's show you. There we are. One thing I do want to point out is when you first cast it, it is 100% chance to hit. There's no save against it. Everyone will have advantage on attack rolls against them. So if I was to cast Firebolt, there we are, Otto's Irresistible Dance. But on subsequent turns, the enemy will get to make a Wisdom saving throw. It does require concentration, so, you know, this is fighting with other control spells, and it only affects a single enemy. I'm going to leave it in B for the fact that the first casting of it has a 100% chance to hit. Now, I guess we could make the argument that if you had a very high spell save DC, then that doesn't matter too much. But it is competing against Hold Person. Like, honestly here, Hold Person would win out, right? I can cast it. I'm gonna up casting to level 6. I can target 5 enemies. I've only got 4 enemies available at the moment, so even level 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. And honestly, Hold Person, if it lands, is better than Otto's Irresistible Dance, I would say. Attacks from within 10 feet are critical hits automatically and so on, whereas Otto's Irresistible Dance, you only have advantage. Enemies do have disadvantage on dexterity saving throws with Otto's Irresistible Dance, which is a nice little benefit. But when it's competing against other concentration control spells, I don't think it's any higher than A. Before patch 4, this is basically S tier because it takes out an enemy, guaranteed, with no saves against it, but now it can be saved against in subsequent turns. Next up is Planar Ally. This is only available to clerics. Although if you watch my level 5 video, you will know that there is a way to get the Diva as a level 5 spell for wizards. There's an item that gives Planar Ally Cambion, which is the Infernal Rapier, given to you if you save a certain NPC towards the end of Act 2. So here's the Cambion. Now I've already shown the Diva in a previous video, so let's get at the Ginny. So the Ginny here, was it Jin? Yeah, Ginny. As a scimitar, just an extra 2d10 poisoning damage, that's alright. Does have kind of a breath weapon, which can do 4d8 poison damage if they fail a constitution saving throw. And it can make enemies drunk, which is kind of cool, gives disadvantage on dexterity saving throws. Can effectively Misty Step around. And also restrain enemies. Let's see if we can do that. Ah, they all saved against it. I wonder what the saving throw is. 15, that's actually okay. compared to the mummy, which was
Witness
11.
assaulting someone.
15 isn't the best, but it's workable. The Cambion can shoot out rays of fire, a bit like Scorching Ray, but it's 3d6 fire damage per ray instead of 2d6, which is pretty cool. Can charm people, but the rates of success on this are usually low because the spell save DC is low. And if someone is charmed, they can then go and use Draining Kiss. I've actually rarely got this to work. The charm just has such a low percentage chance to work. Let's just show that. While we're waiting, we get an extra summon. They're quite strong. They've got a decent number of hit points, especially the Ginny here. 161 hit points. That's way more than most characters, I would say. So this Fiendish Charm only works on humanoids. 60%, 60%, and then, well, 20%. It's a wisdom saving throw. And then the thing is, that's this action done. The next turn, you can use this. 10 to 55 damage. I'd probably rather just cast Rays of Fire twice and get about the same amount of damage done. Now, being restrained is awesome because we get advantage on attack rolls. And then let's just show Drunken in here. Can we get closer? I just killed someone. Anyway, up into S tier. It's awesome. The summons are strong, and we get a choice of 3 different summons. Next, we have Sunbeam. This is available to druids, sorcerers, and wizards. This spell does require concentration. Enemies make a constitution saving throw. We do 68 damage. If they pass, they take half the damage. And is a beam, like a sunbeam, coming out a bit like Lightning Bolt. It does affect allies, although it is an evocation spell. So if you're an evocation wizard, obviously that doesn't have to worry you. If they fail the saving throw, they're also blinded, which is pretty cool. On the next turn, if I still have concentration, I can then recast it without using a spell slot. So it's radiant damage, but by the time we're in Act 3, that's not as important. Now, there are items that give a debuff to enemies, Radiating Orb, if you deal radiant damage. So that does work quite nicely with this spell. But unfortunately, it suffers from concentration, and the damage done isn't really amazing. 68 is okay. If it lasts 10 turns, then yeah, sure, you can do loads of damage. But what could I have done instead? I could have cast... Oh, I don't have it here. Does anyone have Lightning Bolt? I don't know if they do. Ah, we do. Perhaps I could have had Lightning Bolt, which is 8d6 damage instead of 68. And Lightning Bolt's damage can be doubled, and it's only a level 3 spell slot. Now, obviously, it doesn't blind enemies. Blinding enemies is awesome. So for me, because I've got other damaging spells that affect a larger area, sorcerers and wizards have access to chain lightning. For druids, it's probably a bit better. They don't get very many damaging spells. So I'm going to leave it at B because it's not just damage. It does give a debuff potentially. We can recast it again and again, but the concentration just really hurts it because then I can't use, for example, Globe of Invulnerability here. We've got the last 3 W spells next. WWW. Wall of Ice is first. This is available to, well, only wizards. So it's another wall spell. It's a bit wider than Blade Barrier, so I can cast it. Perhaps I should get a bit closer. I say that, and then I'm probably going to lose concentration, but there we are. Come on, target is blocked. It doesn't like changes in height very much. Right, there we are.
Behavior has caused upset.
So, creates ice, first of all. Oh, and the steel watch standing on top of it. Now, slightly annoyingly, this is a bit inconsistent, I find, because it does say it deals 10d6 cold damage to anyone standing in the way, but these people were standing in the way and didn't receive that damage. Now, interestingly, it does also say when the ice is broken, it leaves behind a cloud of frigid air that deals 10d6 cold damage. Now, it's cold damage, so as always, we can double that damage if enemies are wet, or allies, I suppose, if you want to get your allies wet. So I'm going to try and destroy this pillar here. No, this pillar here beneath the Steel Watcher. So it should fall into the frigid air, hopefully. The area of the air inside is the frigid air, I think, is very narrow. So we did some damage to the Steel Watcher. It's in the Icy Cloud. That's the name of the surface, right? Let's just see. Laser, I'll get you out of here. Maintain concentration. It is a concentration spell. So they don't take damage if they start their turn inside the Icy Cloud, which is pretty unfortunate, really. So I'm going to wait for their other fists' turns. So didn't go into the Icy Cloud. Oof. This one won't either, obviously. Four to have Gazax here. Whoa, we don't want that happening. I'm kind of disappointed by the spell because the damage just doesn't seem to work as often as the spell describes that it should do. and it's concentration. It's a wizard only spell, and they don't get a lot of concentration spells perhaps in this spell level, but they do have lots of concentration spells in general. But it is cold damage, so if we can get it to work, that's good. We can use it to cut people off, but we may as well just use Wall of Stone for that level 5 spell instead. And if we want to do an area of effect damage, we've got Otterluke's Freezing Sphere or Chain Lightning for that on the wizard anyway. Wall of Thorns, yet another kind of wool spell. This is for druids only. So Will the Druid here, showing off the W spell. It's got a fair bit going on. So we create a Wall of Thorns and surrounded by entangling vines. This is pretty good. And creatures can move through the wall, but they take 78 piercing damage. Awesome. And the movement speed is quartered. That's pretty strong. So I'm going to put this slightly more horizontally now to try and force the enemies to come through it. Now, that's pretty cool. So some of them, let's have a look here. So some of them failed their saving throw. Now, slightly oddly, it says DC 3 here. Here it says DC 12, which is quite low, a bit annoying. This one says DC 12. DC 3 when they succeed, who knows. The ones that pass the saving throws still receive the damage, but it's only in the very center to the enemies receive the damage. Around the outside of the entangling vines, which are the ones that can, well, entangle enemies. We can see Fist's Cylinder here is entangled because she's inside the vines. These vines down here can be burnt away using fire damage. I would avoid using fire damage in this sort of fight. Don't use Fireball or Wall of Fire. So even if they jump through it, they still have to make a saving throw. So the DC there is 3. It's annoying. Still, they took half the damage they are resistant, which is why it went down to 7. But 78 is pretty good damage. So let's see them. Yeah, you only get damage inside the main thorns on the inside. What are you going to do, eh? Yep. Still, receive 20 damage, even though they pass their saving throw. Now, the enemy has been quite clever to jump over the vines, mostly. Don't know why this dude didn't. Now, this is a concentration spell. It does seem to be bugged with a DC of 3. If it wasn't a bug to DC, I'd put it at S tier. As of recording, it's bugged. I do think it's very useful. It's like Blade Barrier, for example. Plus, it's got the added benefit of quartering the enemy's movement speed, and also potentially entangling enemies, which gives you advantage on attacks against them and so on. But purely because of the bug, I'm going to leave it down in A. And lastly, we have Windwalk. This is also only available to druids, ending on a druid note here. And we've got our famous druid Will once again. So what does it do? All allies get the gaseous form condition. Let's show you. Oof. Interestingly, it doesn't require concentration, so you can stay like this as long as you want. Each person has control over their own gaseous form. So we can, I was up here earlier, fly up to here if we want to. Good stuff, eh? And everyone's going to be able to follow. Now, one good thing about gaseous form is you can go into the tiny little like pipes and things. You might not be able to if you were your normal size. You can go through bars. We can fly around, float around. It's pretty cool. The only real downside is it's a level 6 spell. So we've got to use a level 6 spell slot to do this. It's very good for getting around Baldur's Gate itself. Who cares about paths when you can just fly around? Can I fly up here? Yes, I can. Look at this. So this is very good for exploring. I'm going to be a bit kind. I've been unkind to utility spells in the past. I'm going to put it up at B tier. Tiny bit like with Arcane Gate. There are other things that do this. There is the level 3 spell Gaseous Form itself that only affects one person at a time though. But if you're going on a big exploring binge, Gaseous Form is amazing for that actually. The main downside to Gaseous Form is you can't do anything else apart from move around. We can deal 1 damage, so don't get into combat. It's not a good idea. You are resistant to all damage, but I mean, probably shouldn't be getting into combat anyways. So I wouldn't say it's a massive bonus. But yeah, I'll leave it at B. So that's my opinion. I'm just a filthy casual anyway. You let me know why I'm wrong. I do find that with the level 6 spells, there are a few just top hitters right up here. And it's really difficult to justify using some of these lower ones most of the time. But they do have their uses. Just Disintegrate and Flesh to Stone just really don't do it for me. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you to the members of my channel. This isn't the end of my tier lists. It is the end of the mainstream spell lists though. Okay, time for the final update section. So as you can see, I've added Sights of the Seelie Summon Diva here. I'm going to move this to A tier. Now, Planar Ally can summon a Diva, also a Cambion, or a Genie. So why is this still at A? And it's just because of the classes that can cast the spells. Planar Ally can only be cast by clerics. That's it. Sights of the Seelie Summon Diva can be written into a wizard spellbook, and wizards have got no other way being able to summon anything like this. Some sort of Planar Ally. Now it's not going up to S though, because actually Conjure Elemental, if you cast this at level 6, it's so good. These other summoning spells have to actually compete with Conjure Elemental, because summoning the Myrmidons, they're so strong. Almost all the time, if I'm a wizard, it's so much more likely to cast Conjure Elemental. But, I mean, this isn't a bad spell. You can choose between them. We can have both spells on our spellbook, it's okay. But I'm not going to put this up to S tier like it was in the level 5 tier list before. Disintegrate, I'm going to move up to S tier slightly begrudgingly, just because it can be good to have extra casts of the spell, basically at the final boss of the game. This is what I meant at the beginning of the video, where I love having scrolls of Disintegrate, so I can just blast away at the very end of the game. But this is not a spell I will frequently cast using my spell slot. Even using like a free spell slot, using like Marker Heshkir, that lets you cast something for free, effectively. I'm going to cast one of the better spells. But I guess it doesn't quite deserve to be in D tier down here. Otto's I'm going to move up to A, because Otto's Irresistible Dance has a 100% chance to hit no matter what. If it can affect a creature, it will affect that creature for at least one turn. And so for that reason, this means you know you're going to get one round of control. But using a level 6 spell for that is still very expensive. Wall of Ice I'm going to put up to B tier. I still have difficulties using this properly, getting it to work when I want it to work. But what we can do is cast it and then immediately cancel concentration, which then makes the damage come out. You make enemies wet ahead of time, and you can do decent chunks of damage. I just wish it worked more reliably, to be honest. If it did, I might even move it up to A. Otherwise, I'm not going to move any other spells. I do tend to always use these level 6 spells at the top. They are just like that much stronger and more useful than most of the spells down below, which is a bit sad. Eye Bite can be good. I was testing it in camp. I sent one of my characters to sleep and I dropped concentration on purpose and they stopped sleeping, which is so annoying. If they carried on sleeping, for example, after we broke concentration, that'd be much more useful because then you know you're going to get 10 turns out of it. But once I lost concentration, my character stood back up and then that's it. I didn't get any more use out of it. Hopefully this extra long video has been some use to you. Do let me know if you would like some other really long videos as well. I'll see what I can do. Thank you for making it this far, however many hours it's been, which I don't know ahead of time when recording. Thank you to all the members of my channel, and hopefully I'll catch you in the next one.